Chapter 1201. Early the next morning, the large group of people in Ijo City began to move out. The old men each chose a place to stay. After leaving the border of Ijo, they watched Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan make arrangements for their important children before they left. As for Ijo, there was no need for others to stay there. The local people in charge of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would do it well. The children who had eaten in the same hall yesterday were now following Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan on both sides of the carriage. Each of them was holding a few pages of paper with words on them. They needed to answer the questions. A few thin pages of paper weighed almost 1,000 kilograms to them. After they finished answering, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would make arrangements based on their answers, including where to go or stay. They were nervous. Yesterday, they were not qualified to eat on the same floor. Yesterday, the other children on the same floor were envious of them. Because of the limited resources of the family and different parents at birth, each person's performance in front of the elders was different. Naturally, the cultivation they could receive was different. This was the origin of people's grades. "Grandfather, I don't accept this." When the group was moving, a child rushed to the side of an open mule carriage and shouted to an old man on the carriage. The old man frowned and glared at him coldly. He scolded, "Go back to the group." "No, I don't accept this. I have always been the best at school in the family. In the end, you didn't let me enter the Imperial College and sent the second brother of the first branch there. Last autumn, when the students of the Imperial College held a poetry competition in the Hibiscus Garden, I also participated in the competition. My poem and word beat the top 3 students of the Imperial College. You still don't care about me. Is it because I'm a concubine's son? Is it because my mother is a concubine?" The person who came to question gathered his courage and shouted loudly. Perhaps he knew that this was the last chance. "Go back, or you will be expelled from the family." The old man was unmoved. You are Grandpa Su's younger brother, right? Come here. Let me ask you." Just when the boy didn't know how to choose, Wang Wan's voice came from Zhang Xiaobao's carriage in front. "Hurry up. Nearby by Go urged." "Grandfather?" The kid looked at his grandfather. "Well, answer me properly. Otherwise, you'll be punished for both crimes." The old man wasn't stupid enough to stop his grandson's one chance. He temporarily suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart from just now. When the kid ran over, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had already gotten off the car. The whole team stopped moving at the same time. "Come to sister. Tell sister, how old is our Yilong this year?" Wang Wan smiled as she looked at the young man who rushed over. She called him Yilong. He was the grandson of Su Jian from Jixin Courtyard. Su Jian did not retire, but he had nothing to do usually. He was a secondary class, rank 2 official, Guanglu Grand Doctor. Su Yilong did not dare to look at Wang Wan directly, mainly because Wang Wan was too beautiful and had a special status. "Say something, little brother Yilong. How can you give a girl's name?" Wang Wan continued. No, it's to let me always be like a jade, with a clear voice and a good appearance. It's also better to break my body than to be dishonored. That's why I'm called Yilong." How did you know my name is Su Yilong?" Su Yilong lowered her head and explained. Then she asked curiously, "I guessed. I was sitting in the car and heard a voice. I guessed who had such a nice voice. Ah, it's Grandpa Su's precious grandson, Yilong. How old are you this year?" Wang Wan was still talking like she was coaxing a child. Su Yilong shook her body discontentedly. "I'm going to be 15 soon." "I'm not a child." Yes. "Our Yilong is an adult. Can you let me ask you a few questions?" Wang Wan smiled and said softly. Su Yilong lowered her head. Okay. The people around them all focused on them, wanting to see what Xiaobao would ask. Zhang Xiaobao stepped forward a few steps, reached out and patted Su Yilong's head, and asked, "The first question. You said that there must be someone to learn from. Choose the good one and change and follow the bad one. What does that mean?" Others were stunned after hearing it. Su Ilong was also confused and said cautiously, "You asked the wrong question. It means to choose the good one and follow it. It doesn't mean answer the question." Zhang Xiaobao interrupted Su Ilong's correction. I don't know. Su Ilong had never encountered such a question. It was obviously the wrong question, but she still needed to answer according to the wrong answer. What was she supposed to answer? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head disappointedly and said, "You need to use your brain." "Okay, I'll answer the first question for you. It means that this is the way of being an official. When 3 people walk together, there must be one who can learn from me. When 3 people walk together, they must all have the idea that I can be their teacher. As for me, as their teacher, I have to choose what is good and correct. In other words, I have to correct what they say. Otherwise, how can I show my ability? Follow the bad one, which means that they did something wrong. But I forgive them, which shows my generosity. This is the way of being an official. If you want to be an official, you should work together." Ah. Su Ilong opened her mouth wide and was not nervous. She was not intimidated by Wan's beauty. Her whole person was in a state of shock. "You don't believe it, right? If you don't believe it, ask your grandfather. Go." Zhang Xiaobao motioned Su Ilong to go back to his grandfather Su Jian and ask. Su Ilong did not go back, but turned her head. "Listen to your brother Xiaobao and answer with your heart." Su Jian did not say whether it was right or wrong, but let his grandson continue to answer the question. This showed that he had acquiesced to Zhang Xiaobao's words. The other old men sighed almost at the same time. Being an official was like this. If you want to have a foothold in the imperial court, you have to be shameless. How many people can be like Zhang Zhong and treat the minister as free and easy? Only because his son was Xiaobao. So no one dared to oppose what Zhang Zhong did, and no one dared to stab him in the back. Otherwise, they would have to face the overwhelming attacks of Zhang Xiaobao. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Qi, and the rest could be used as a comparison. Zhang Xiaobao did not care what others thought, and continued to say to Su Ilong, "Do you want to continue to answer?" Su Ilong nodded, took a deep breath, and made himself nervous. "Well, let me ask you, there must be someone to learn from when 3 people walk together. What does it mean to choose the good one and follow the bad one?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Su Ilong was still confused after hearing it, but he did not dare to say that the other party had asked the wrong question. His 2 hands clasped together and kept twisting with each other, thinking hard in his heart. Others were also thinking about the question Zhang Xiaobao asked. What did it mean? What was going on? After a while, Su Ilong replied dejectedly, "I don't know. It means that this is the way of business. When a businessman sees people, 70% smiles and 30% is kindness. That is to say, to treat everyone who spends money to buy your things, or who may spend money to buy your things in the future. You have to respect them like you respect a teacher, and make them feel comfortable. Then, no matter whether the other party is right or wrong, you have to obey, or they will not buy your things. Of course, this obedience is learned. Obedience is not the same as flattery." Zhang Xiaobao explained again. "I see." Su Ilong nodded. "Well, let me ask you the third question. What does it mean to choose the good one and follow the bad one?" Zhang Xiaobao gestured for Su Ilong to answer. When others heard it, they felt that Su Ilong was lucky. Zhang Xiaobao finally asked a normal question, as long as he answered according to what he learned. Su Ilong was even more nervous. He had always been smart. Through the 2 questions just now, he found that he could not answer according to common sense. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao would be disappointed. Then he would have no chance and would go back to accept the family punishment. After thinking about it, Su Ilong plucked up his courage and answered, "It means that when 3 people walk together, there must be something that I can be their teacher. That is to say, everyone has shortcomings. As for me, when I see what they do well, I will praise them. When I see what they do not do well, I will help them change it. Very good. I am very satisfied with your answer to the third question. Let me ask you again. What does heaven's blessing, silent and odorless mean? Zhang Xiaobao then asked another question. Other than those who were too young, everyone knew that Zhang Xiaobao was asking about the Book of Songs, and the meaning was equally clear. It was saying that when heaven did things, there was no sound and no taste. Unknowingly, in some sense, it could be compared to Shangshan Ruoshui. But they knew that when Zhang Xiaobao asked, it was obviously not the answer he wanted. Su Yilong thought about it for a quarter of an hour, raised his head and said, Heaven is born from thunder and rain. The father is the son's heaven. The husband is the wife's heaven. The official is the people's heaven. The monarch is the subject's heaven. What you mean is that when we are in charge of things, even if we do something wrong, we will not allow the people below to express any dissatisfaction. With a paw sound, Zhang Xiaobao's hand patted Su Yilong's shoulder and pressed down hard. He said happily, Great, the answer is great. So, when we get out and encounter a fork in the road, I will let someone arrange for you to go to Tonghua County in Maozhou. Xiao Bei and the others are there. You can go and play with them. They have all kinds of people around them. Let's see how much you can learn. Su Yilong did not show a happy expression. He originally planned to let Zhang Xiaobao arrange a good thing for him to do. Why did he run to play with children? Why don't you thank brother Xiaobao? Stupid. Su Yilong's grandfather, Su Jian, was happy instead. His eyebrows flew to both sides as he shouted at his ignorant grandson. Yes, thank you, brother Xiaobao. Su Yilong had to obediently thank him. And big sister, we have to thank big sister too. Wang also wanted to thank her. Su Yilong's face turned red. He lowered his head and said in a mosquito-like voice, Thank you, sister. Let's go back, let's hurry. Wang finished and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the car. The team continued to move forward. Su Yilong wanted to go to the team that just came, but was immediately called by his grandfather. Yilong, you are considered to be successful in the future. Work hard yourself. If there is a need, the family can provide resources. After all, you gave up a place. I originally planned to arrange it for you when you are 15 years old. Now it's not necessary. I can arrange other people in the family in your original position. In this case, other resources can be tilted to you. Su Jian finally said to his grandson what was in his heart. As a scholar of Jixin Courtyard, how could he not train the children in the family? It was just that there must be a sequence. If possible, how could he not arrange all the children in the family? But during the fight, during the meal yesterday, he did not even care about his face. He owed a big favor and pushed the first child in the family to Xiaobao and Cuckoo. If he wanted to arrange other people, his face was worthless. How could it be easy to return the favor of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family? If he asked for more, what would he use to return it? Chapter 1202. Su Jian was satisfied that his grandson was valued by Xiaobao and encouraged him. However, Su Yilong was not satisfied. He said to his grandfather with a wronged expression, Grandfather, I don't want to play with the children. I want to be like my brothers and do proper work. Aya, my stupid grandson, if you can change someone, you can tell your thoughts to the other grandpas. See what kind of exchange they will make for you for a place. But who dares to change the person chosen by Xiaobao? If you can change, I will change you with your brother first. Su Jian was not afraid that his grandson would be unhappy. The meaning of his words was clear. His position was better than his brother's position. He had already planned a change, but because it was the person chosen by Xiaobao, he could not change and let him continue to benefit. Su Yilong understood, but he still had emotions in his heart. Grandfather, I want to follow a group of children. I want to learn skills and not worry. Shut up. Su Jian was angry when he saw his grandson like this. It was not over yet. Brother Yuangu, the child is young and not sensible. You need to teach him slowly. By Go persuaded. Brother Yuangu, it's not that I want to be angry, but you see, this child said that Xiao Bei's 9 children are not good. Even if there is one of the 9 children, I will have no regrets in my life, not to mention Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. My grandson is a pile of mud that can't help the wall. Alas! Su Jian raised his hand as he spoke. He hated that he could not beat his grandson to death. He said to his grandson with a tone of disappointment, "You don't want to accompany Xiao Bei, but there are others who want to. Do you know who accompanied them in the past? First Prince Li Jun, First Princess Li Pan Air. If there is no benefit to being with them, why would His Majesty arrange for his 2 children to be with them? This is so infuriating. I heard that the Empress is afraid of martial arts." A slap finally fell on Su Yilong's head. "If you talk nonsense again, I will beat you to death, you unfilial thing." Su Jian was shocked. He dared to say anything. Did he not want to live? "I know you are not convinced and think that they are young. Are you an adult? If it was Xiao Bei who met you today, he definitely wouldn't be so nervous that he would tremble. You were so scared when you saw Xiao Bao and Cuckoo talking to them. You'll be scared to death in front of Her Majesty. Do you dare to snatch food from Her Majesty when she's eating with Her Majesty?" Su Jian reprimanded him as an example, and then said, "Even I don't dare." "She's young, so His Majesty won't stoop to her level," Su Yilong muttered. "Xiao Yuan is also young. Do you dare to compare knowledge with him?" Baigo laughed and asked, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Saying that the University of the Mean is bullying him. If we only talk about the Analects of Confucius, I'll let him go 2 miles away. Su Yilong puffed out her chest and replied, "Bah." Su Jian made a spitting motion. The surrounding old men laughed out loud, and Su Yilong was at a loss of what to do. Su Jian couldn't help but laugh a little. He said to his grandson, "Xiao Yuan is different from ordinary people. He has a photographic memory. His understanding may be slightly lacking, but when it comes to memorizing books, even 100 of you tied up together wouldn't know as much as him. Rumors, it's all rumors." "I don't believe it," Su Yilong insisted. Baigo thought about it at the side and asked Su Yilong, "Ask a question. Say that there are 2 kinds of candies, one is red and one is blue. Red candies cost 5 coins per box, and blue candies cost 3 coins per box. You bought a total of 9 boxes and spent a total of 33 coins. Ask, how many boxes of blue and red did you buy?" Su Yilong frowned after hearing it. She thought about it again and again. She cracked her fingers a few times. Finally, she shook her head and said to Baigo, "Grandpa Bai's question is too difficult. I will be able to answer it in 2 years. You don't need to wait for 2 years. After you go out, you can go to Tonghua and find Xiaohai. Xiaohai will tell you." Yao Chong understood by Baigo's meaning and helped to say, "I don't believe it," Su Yilong said in surprise. "Why don't you believe it? This thing is called the 2-dimensional quadratic equation in Zhongguo and Wang family. Xiaohai didn't like to calculate it 2 years ago. If you ask him this question, he will be very angry and feel that it's too childish." Su Jian shook his head and said, "Yilong, Grandpa wants you to help me again." Baigo said again, "Now the map of Pengzhou Pass is lost. Can you help to draw the outline of the mountains and rivers within 50 miles? Su Yilong shook her head. "I can't draw it." "You go to Xiaozhu and tell her that you want to have a look. She will draw it for you. It's very important. I believe that she will remember it. Also, you can ask her about the framework of our dynasty's prefectures." Yao Chong continued to cooperate. Su Yilong didn't say that she didn't believe it this time. She just felt that it was too difficult to do it. She decided to go and have a look. If she felt that it was not good, she would find a way to come back. "Go back to your team." Su Jian didn't want to talk to Su Yilong anymore and waved his hand. Su Yilong's problem was solved, but the other people who were selected yesterday had not answered the questions on the paper. The questions on the paper were very difficult to answer. When the team was moving, Su Yilong's second brother came. He found Su Jian and walked beside him. He hesitated for a while and bravely said, "Grandpa, What do you think Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are going to do? Su Jian turned his head to look at his grandson and didn't say anything, waiting for him to continue. Su Yilong's second brother straightened the paper in his hand and then read, Ask, why do we see the lightning first and hear the sound later when it thunders? Grandpa, is it because the lightning is faster than the sound? Yes. Su Jian nodded. Now everyone can learn basic nature and physics. But after I told the answer to the person who followed me, he tore the place where the paper was stuck. The answer that was revealed was because the eyes grow in front of the ears. Su Yilong's second brother gritted his teeth and said, Su Jian was stunned. Read another question that you haven't torn open the answer to. Yes, it said that there are 2 kinds of beans, red and green. Put them in the pot and fry them. When they are done, the red beans and green beans are immediately separated. Ask why. Su Yilong's second brother read another question. Su Jian leaned his head to the back. Wei Wei looked up at the sky and pondered. The few old men next to her also narrowed their eyes and pondered. After a quarter of an hour, Su Jian said, This question involves basic science. The color of the red beans and the green beans is not important. The important thing is the previous processing. Soak a kind of bean with the powder of a magnet and water, then slightly stick together. When the frying is done, put a magnet on the side under the pot, and the previously processed beans are attracted. Yes, this question is not simple. It is indeed Xiaobao and Cuckoo who came up with it. I see. Su Yilong's second brother was enlightened. He happily waved to the person who was in charge of receiving the answer and waited for him to come closer. He told his grandpa's words, and then waited with his chest puffed out. The person who was called bit his lip. The expression on his face seemed to be very painful as he tore the paper that was stuck with the answer bit by bit. He turned around and left in the blink of an eye. Su Yilong's second brother looked down and also showed a painful expression on his face. How is it? Su Jian asked. 2 beans. Su Yilong's second brother raised his hand and covered his face. Ha ha. Ah. Bai Go laughed heartily. He laughed so hard that he almost couldn't catch his breath. The other old men also laughed in different postures. After laughing for a while, Bai Go held his stomach and said with difficulty, Brother Yuan Gu is amazing. You are right. This question is not simple. It is indeed Xiaobao and Cuckoo's child. Ah, I really can't. My stomach hurts. It hurts. Laugh, laugh, laugh until my intestines are broken. Su Jian's face was gloomy and he shouted at his grandson, In the future, don't bring a question in front of me if you don't have a serious question. Go to the front and answer your question. I am sleepy. After that, Su Jian closed his eyes. Su Yilong's second brother had to take the paper and continue to be tortured in front. The old men began to be interested in the questions given by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They asked a few people to take a look and found that there were not only such funny questions, but also other strange questions. For example, there is a person in the east and west of the city. One day, they will meet at the foot of the mountain in the east of the city at noon to climb the mountain. There is a river in the city. That day, the water level rises. You are the person in the west of the city. When you meet the river, you will stop. If you take a detour to cross the bridge, you will arrive 3 minutes late. If you wait for a boat, you will arrive 4 minutes late. Ask, which one do you choose? For example, you are in charge of purchasing meat in the courtyard of an abandoned child. You buy meat one day. Shang Guanyan is a relative of the butcher, surnamed Zhang, in the west of the city. When you arrive at the west of the city, you see that the meat of the butcher, surnamed Zhang, is different, but the price is the same. Ask, whose meat do you want to buy? For example, one day you are paddling in the lake. Suddenly, you hear 2 people falling into the water. You can only save one. One is your son, and the other is 6 students. Ask, which one do you want to save? When these questions were asked, some of them made people keep thinking. Some of them were difficult to choose. Every choice must be made through the heart. Why do you ask this question? I am worried. Why don't you ask some questions? Why do you make it difficult for people? No, I have to ask them. After reading the questions, Bai Go jumped out of the small car and ran a few steps forward. He came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's car and knocked on the door. Stop the car. Zhang Xiaobao ordered the car to stop. When he opened the door and saw Bai Go, he let him in. When the car started moving again, he asked with concern, Grandpa Bai, are you feeling unwell? Or are you bored? If it is the former, I will find someone to take a look at you. If it is the latter, you and I can play a game of chess. I am not feeling well. Bai Go took the tea from Wang Wan and said with a gloomy face, Oh, why don't you tell me so I can help you out? Zhang Xiaobao asked tentatively. Here. Bai Go put a roll of paper on the small table in front of him. You can help me. Look at the questions you gave. They are a mess. If there is a chance, I want to throw you into the river. Throw me. I am good at swimming. If it was Xiao Bei, I wouldn't be worried even if you tied his hands and feet and threw him into the river. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with a smile. Wang Wan put 2 plates of desserts in front of Bai Go and comforted him. It is just a question. Some of the questions make people feel uncomfortable, which shows that they are still human. Grandpa Bai, do you remember when we were fighting Tubo? Xiao Bao and I were in charge of logistics. We followed the troops to Pengzhou's pass with the supplies. There, we planned to provide an endless supply of supplies to the front line. Later, because the news was not as good as now, Her Majesty sent us an imperial edict, telling us to go out and help. However, the actual situation was that when the imperial edict was sent, the front line was in a tight situation. How could we get any merits when we went out? Grandpa Bai, do you know why? At that time, you were accompanying my father-in-law, Grandpa Yao, and Grandpa Lu in Pengzhou. At that time, the leading general was Guo Tu, right? Bai Go listened. When Wang Wan finished speaking, he sighed. Yes, Guo Tuesday. Because he didn't kill the Tubo people in the village, countless brave soldiers of our dynasty died. Later, we were trapped. If you guys didn't go, our dynasty's border would be in danger. At that time, you guys... Grandpa Bai, we don't need to talk about our matters. Let's talk about Guo Tuesday. If we gave him a test like today before the battle, when the test results were out, as long as he answered sincerely, we definitely wouldn't send him out again. Wang Wan explained. I see. I will go and tell them. Bai Go understood. He didn't let the carriage stop and directly jumped out. After he left, Wang Wan and Bai Go let out a long breath. We dealt with it. Zhang Xiaobao said. Wang Wan sat there for a while. Then she asked Zhang Xiaobao, Hubby, let me ask you a question. For example, one day, I almost forgot something important. Why didn't I think of it just now? Wait for me. I will be back soon. Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Wang Wan to finish her question. He slapped both sides of the seat and jumped out of the window without even opening the door. He left behind a stunned Wang Wan and the curtains swaying in the wind. Chapter 1203. 5 days passed quickly and slowly as some people were embarrassed, some people were excited, and some people were depressed. The juniors who were pushed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan by the old men were tormented by the 2 of them until they were dumbfounded. In addition to the questions on the paper that needed to be answered at the beginning, it was followed by the interview. Because what they were doing was relatively important. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to train them to be thick-skinned. They were not qualified to be spat on by themselves. They had to be at the level where they would immediately pester others after being spat on in the face and say in a coquettish tone, Good man, don't bully me like this. I'll change, okay? Wang Wan did not know whether the people who were spat on were disgusting or not. But when she listened to Zhang Xiaobao telling others about it, she felt disgusted first and hid 5 miles away. Every time she thought about it, she would have goosebumps all over her body and couldn't stop shivering. Remember this. Why did I choose you to do this? It's not because you're good-looking. If I want good-looking girls, I'll find a group of male prostitutes who are more charming than you. It's also not because you're knowledgeable. If I want to find someone knowledgeable, I'll just pick the people from Jinjia Academy. The purpose of looking for you is because of your identity. There's a position for anyone's grandson or son. You didn't jump out of a crack in a rock, right? What's the use of identity? Record who you are. No, that's a household registration. After 2 years, when the conditions are met, I'll make an identity card for the people of Tang. But it's definitely not equivalent to identity. Zhang Xiaobao was now standing in a hall. There was a blackboard on one side of the wall. He was giving a lecture to the juniors of the old men in the hall that day. For the sake of their future, the students who were listening to the lecture were enduring what ordinary people would not be able to endure. If the person standing in front of them was not Zhang Xiaobao, they would have long since attacked him and let him experience the power of the various families' disciples. I'm not telling you all this because I want you to be shameless. For example, if someone spits on you, you don't have to endure it. If anyone dares to do that, you just have to hit them back with all your might. I'm just giving an example. Otherwise, if I really get spat on, I'll feel uncomfortable too. You all saw it. My assistant ran away because of the disgust. I guess I can only stay in my room alone tonight. Zhang Xiaobao made a sleeping pose, and the students burst into laughter. Zhang Xiaobao continued. The various tasks assigned to you are very important. For example, receiving and comforting people. When the person transporting the supplies is tired, you can go over and say to him, "You've worked hard. Who is my father? Who is my grandfather? I'm with you. I've seen what you've done, and will tell my father and grandfather." For example, if someone has a bad temper and wants to cause trouble, you can go over and say, "Who is my father? Who is my grandfather? If you dare to cause trouble, I'll get someone to teach you a lesson." There are also people who use their family status to search for talents. Take me, for example. I found a person who was following a convoy. When his convoy broke down, he immediately fixed it. Furthermore, he did it very quickly and firmly. So, I went over and told him that my father is the Minister of Revenue. I don't think I need to say my father. I can just say who I am, right? The students laughed and nodded. In any case, that's what I mean. Use your family status and the knowledge you possess to help everyone who needs our help. This is a unique advantage that no one can replace. If you don't use it, that would be a crime. Zhang Xiaobao patiently and stubbornly continued. When he felt that the students were more or less brainwashed, he clenched his fist and waved it vigorously. In any case, everything is for Great Tang. Everything is for dignity. Everything is for the people of other countries who are still suffering. Playing with economics, you can't do it. Using the attitude of a gentleman to help others, I can't do it. Whether or not Great Tang can win this war smoothly, whether or not it can make our dynasty more stable, I'll leave it to you. Let's advance together. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao bowed 90 degrees. Amid the hubbub, the students also stood up and bowed in unison. Let's advance together. Zhang Xiaobao straightened his back and didn't say anything else. Puffing out his chest, he walked out with the posture of a soldier. Not long after he left, Wang Wan, who had returned at some point, suddenly jumped to his side and questioned, "Tell me, have you ever organized a pyramid scheme before?" Let me say this first. I'm staying by myself today. Just thinking about what you said before makes me feel disgusted. Pyramid scheme? What is that? Definitely not. What I play with is the most basic capital operation in finance. It is to gather all the wealth in the world and do all the things in the world. You have to know that money will depreciate if it is placed in the bank. Its interest can't keep up with the speed of inflation. Why is that? Because the money in the bank is loaned out. Some people use this money to operate. And what do I need to do? It is to prevent you from being cheated by placing your money in the bank. Hand it to me, and we will operate it directly. What is the benefit of this? Some people will say, then why don't you just go to the bank? Why do you want to go to us? This is a good question. Can't we go to the bank? That's for sure. Absolutely. But I am worried that if the bank's money is handed to us, the bank will gain a lot of benefits from it. This is the problem of the ratio between what we get and what you get and what you get and what you get with the bank. After our professional team's calculation, if you hand the money to us, we will get more money than if you put it in the bank and then go to the bank to get more money. So I'm telling you today that the biggest financial cheats in the world are the banks. The banks are financial scoundrels, financial hooligans, and financial bandits. Cooperating with the banks is definitely asking a tiger for its skin. Cooperating with us is a win-win situation. You and I don't need to beat the banks. We just need to make the profit of our money grow faster than the speed of social inflation. Well, that's all for today. Go back and ask the people in the bank if this is the case. If you believe in your own judgment and your own choice, you can look for our professional investment consultants. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Goodbye. Zhang Xiaobao said a lot, took out a piece of paper, wrote something and gave it to Wang Wan. Then he waved his hand and left. Wang Wan was stunned and thought for a while. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "I knew you couldn't run away. Humph, luckily I came to Tang with you. Otherwise, it's hard to say what the bank surname is. What year and where did you deceive me? Why are there no records? No, I have to ask carefully tonight. Xiao Bao, what did you say to Cuckoo at the door? She looked like she was going to bite you. Bai Go just happened to walk over and saw the scene. That's right. Otherwise, I would be lonely at night. Learn from me, old man." Zhang Xiaobao said and walked away quickly. "You said I'm old man? Stop right there." Bai Go was anxious and chased after him. After 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Then he turned around and ran in front of the students who came out of the house. He carefully asked what Xiaobao said. After asking, Bai Go clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. How cunning! If I had chased after him, I wouldn't have been able to get anything out of him. After tricking the students, you tricked Cuckoo, and now you want to trick me? Humph, small fry. Hey, Cuckoo, come. Come. I have something to tell you. Grandpa Bai, I have something to tell you too. Come here. Wang Wan invited Bai Go to walk for about 10 minutes. Then she ran to the house next door to take out the tea set and poured tea for Bai Go. Bai Go drank a bowl and asked, "What's the matter?" "Grandpa Bai, Xiao Bao gave me a note before he left. He said that if you grandpas knew what he said, it would be easy for the students to be called back. So he told me to stay at the door while he went to another intersection. If someone came, he could stop them. If they came from here, for example, he told me to take you away. Because at this time, all the students in your family have already gone to work. Even if you knew, you wouldn't know who went where. So there's enough time. My mission is complete. Grandpa Bai, do you still want some snacks?" Wang Wan explained to Bai Go with an embarrassed expression. She even passed the note to him. Bai Go, Maozhou's Tunghua County. Xiao Bei's group had not made any moves yet. Apart from them staying in the county city, the large group of people who had stayed outside and found a hidden place to set up camp. Shui Yun's family of 13 had also rushed over. After helping Xiao Bei's group of 9, they could also help the front line. The 9 children had already discussed. If necessary, Shui Yun would fly them up to the enemy's sky to record the enemy's military arrangements. After all, the adults were too heavy. It was very strenuous for Shui Yun to fly them, not to mention the other eagles. They couldn't even fly. The Chun family in the county was in a very tense atmosphere, especially Qin Yaozu. Last night, after the portraits of Xiao Bei and the others were sent over, he knew who he had met on the way back that day. Today he had mustered up the courage to tell his father several times, but he was afraid that he would be beaten to death and sent to Xiao Bei and the others, so he held back. But just because he didn't say anything, it didn't mean that others wouldn't either. That day his team had 600 people. Just now, the housekeeper who had followed him to scold Xiao Bei and the others that day knelt on the floor of the study and told Master Chen Guangho the whole story. The current master, Chen Guangho, had just finished asking carefully over and over again. Then he looked at the kneeling housekeeper and said coldly, "Good, good, good. With you accompanying the family outside, I was really relieved. I wasn't worried that you wouldn't be able to provoke powerful people. Now you've succeeded. You've finally gotten our whole family involved. Master, I deserve to die. I really didn't know who they were at that time. It was the young master who took a fancy to that girl. I just helped to say a few words. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to stop the team even if you beat me to death. The housekeeper kowtowed hard and cried as he recounted. His forehead hit the limestone floor of the study with a thud. His forehead was first bruised and then bleeding. Chun Guangho sat there numbly. He didn't even look at the housekeeper who was kowtowing. His eyes were unfocused. He wasn't afraid that his son had offended Xiao Bei and the others. Firstly, he didn't know who they were. Secondly, he didn't really do anything. At most, he would break their legs and send them over to take a look. He believed that Xiao Bei and the others wouldn't make things too difficult for his family because of this. He was afraid that the things he did in secret would be exposed. It wasn't important what goods were imported from the West. What was important was what was shipped out to be sold. While he was in a state of exhaustion and pondering, Chen Guangho heard the loudest sound. The housekeeper had knocked himself unconscious from kowtowing. His body fell sideways, and his tears and snot flowed onto the floor. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Someone come. Drag the housekeeper out and lock him up. Gather all the family members and go to the meeting hall. Chen Guangho mumbled weakly and ordered the people outside the study in a hoarse voice. Chapter 1204. The latest information. It said that the most annoying Qin family in this county made a big move this afternoon. Xiao Bei excitedly said to the other 8 people sitting in a circle. We heard it. Let's get down to business. Xiao Yuan timely stopped Xiao Bei from continuing to report. Xiao Bei didn't scold Xiao Yuan this time. He put his 2 small hands on the table and said, The business is that we need to know what they want to do first. What else? Of course they want to find us. Almost everyone in the county has a copy of our portrait, who engraved our faces on boards and sold them everywhere. I don't object to their behavior. I'm angry that they didn't give us a share of the income. Xiao Nan obviously valued the right of the portrait very much. When the portrait was sold and he didn't get a single cent, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. The actual situation was, as Xiao Nan said, after the Chun family found out that the eldest son of the first branch had offended Xiao Bei and the others, they immediately began to discuss countermeasures. At first, they wanted to send someone to tell them to hide the goods elsewhere, but the eagles circling in the sky clearly told them that they were being watched. The 2 eagles, Shui Yun and Hong Wan, constantly told people who saw them that the Zhang family and Wang family were here. The red and white colors were too eye-catching. After the Chun family found out about this situation, they wanted to chase after the eagles to find Xiao Bei and the others, but it was obviously impossible. The only way left was to ask the people in the county to help. Chun Yaozu told them that Xiao Bei and the others wanted to enter the county that day. When they found them, they could contact Xiao Bei and the others while sending people to arrange other things. At that time, Xiao Bei and the others would let down their guard. Now, Xiao Bei and the others were thinking about when and where to take action. Because they didn't launch a large-scale intelligence contact and only sent people to inquire in the county, they didn't collect much information. It was a bit far-fetched to say that they were guilty. Can't we meet with them first? There's no evidence to prove that they did something wrong. It's better to alert the enemy than to suspect them. Xiao Bei wanted to take the initiative. Xiao Yuan had other considerations and said, let's leave first. Think about it. They asked the locals to find us. If they can't find us, won't they search every house? I don't want to meet them in this situation. I agree. Let's leave. Xiao Hai thought about it and supported Xiao Yuan. Then let's go. Xiao Bei immediately agreed when he heard his brother speak. At dusk that day, Xiao Bei and the other 9 people were once again sent out of the county through various disguises and transport vehicles. Less than an hour after they left, The yamen runners and the servants of the Chun family started to go door to door to ask questions. When they asked about the shop on the neighboring street where Xiao Bei and the others had just stayed, there were only 2 local workers in this shop that had changed its business to selling steamed pancakes. When they found out about the house that had been bought, the Chun family finally found out that Zhang Xiaobei and the others had been there and had stayed there for a period of time. Slap. Chun Guangho slapped his eldest son's face in front of everyone else in the clan's meeting hall. Relying on his family's wealth and connections with other local officials, he went out and caused trouble all day long. I've warned you time and time again, but you wouldn't listen. Now that you've brought a calamity upon yourself, I don't need to warn you anymore. The skin on Chun Guangho's face drooped as if it had lost all moisture. His eye sockets had also sunk in for a short period of time. After slapping his son, he fell back into his chair. Wei Wei opened her mouth as if she was at the end of her rope. Father, father, don't kill me. Give me to Xiao Bei and the others to vent their anger. Don't kill me. Qian Yaozu, who had been slapped, fell to his knees in front of his father and hugged his legs as he begged. Kill you? If killing you could solve the current situation, you would have been killed long ago. In the eyes of Zhang Xiaobei and the others, you're just an ant. Didn't you see the eagle circling the sky during the day? Would the Shui Yun general be sent to deal with you? You think too highly of yourself. Chun Yaowei, one of the twins from the 3rd branches, Chun Guanghuan family, ridiculed. Clearly, at his age, he didn't know many things. He only heard it from his father, unless he could be nurtured like Xiao Bei and the others. A few days ago, the 2 brothers had been harshly scolded by the head of the family. Now, they finally had a chance to retaliate. Even when facing the survival of the family, they didn't forget to add insult to injury. I remember that first father said that we caused trouble that day. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that the trouble we caused was still too small compared to first father's eldest brother. I admire you, I really admire you. This little brother has seen it. Chun Yaohong also criticized the 1st branch with his younger brother. All of you shut up, I'm not dead yet. The old man of the Chun family held the arms of the chair with both hands and shouted. The other people in the hall all looked at the old man who usually didn't care about the family matters. They were all looking forward to the old man, hoping that he could help the family turn the tide. The old man's eyes were wide open, no longer squinting like before. The eyes that were exposed under his eyelids gave people a feeling that they were shining. Now, don't expect to apologize to Zhang Xiaobei and the others. The more we apologize, the more guilty we will be. Just now, we sent people to investigate and received news that Zhang Xiaobei and the others left not long ago. They didn't leave for many days and only left today. It means that they know about the map we sent in the county, so there is no need to look for them again. Old man Chin looked back and forth at the younger generation in the family and said in a deep voice, Father, if we don't look for them, are we going to wait for them to come to us? It's better to immediately send people to other places in the dark to convey the family's orders. At least, we should first hide or dispose of a batch of goods. The 2nd branches, Chun Guangliang, said the plan in his heart. Old man Chin shook his head. It's too late. If you can think of it, others can also think of it. Anyone who leaves the county tonight will be watched. I don't believe that Xiao Bei and the others are so smart. Qin Guangliang insisted. Are the people around Xiao Bei just decorations? What's so scary about the 9 children? What's scary is their identity and the team that supports them. Old man Qin looked at his 2nd son with dissatisfaction. Then what should we do? The beaten Shan Yaozu said what everyone was thinking. Wait, continue to do business in the county. Take out the accounts of the past few years. Send out the servants who didn't participate in the family business. Remember to give enough money. Those who participated in the family business day, those who helped the younger generation in the family fight, and those who are responsible for transporting goods that shouldn't be transported, stay together. Old man Chin straightened his back and gave the order. Everyone else sucked in a breath of cold air, as if they couldn't believe that the old man would give such an order. Qin Yaodong of the second branch gritted his teeth and said, "Is there only one way?" The people left in the family can't beat Xiao Bei and the others. Fight? When did I ever want to fight? I'm waiting for them to come and directly hand over the accounts to them. I'll let them do whatever they want. If I die, I'll die. I just want them to leave a line of descendants for my Chun family. Old man Chen's words disappointed the rest of the family. They thought that there would be a good way, but in the end it was to be captured without a fight. Qin Yaozu was stunned and then burst into tears. If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked them when I came back that day. Or, if I didn't come back, there wouldn't be such a thing in the family. Woo! Except for the old man of the Chun family, everyone else stared at the crying Qin Yaozu with resentful eyes. They hated him for causing such a big trouble for the family. Old man Qin shook his head. "Get up, it's not your fault. I've thought it through. Whether you come back or not, whether you provoke them or not, it has nothing to do with what happened in the family today." How is it not related? If he didn't have to take liberties with Xiao Bei and threaten her, would they have entered the county to secretly investigate us? Chun Yaowei said unhappily when he saw his grandfather shift the blame to the first branch. "Shut up." Old man Qin snorted and then said, "The last time Xiao Bei and the others came, they must have wanted to see the situation in the county. There is no school in the county at all. When they see it, the first thing they will ask is which family has the biggest business in the county. When they ask about our family, they will inevitably ask about the location of our family. When they see that our family lives in a big place and has a lot of money, but we haven't taken out the money to build the school, they will continue to investigate. Heavens, it's really the cycle of the heavens. Retribution is not good. It doesn't matter that we don't have the money to build the school. The important thing is that our hands are not clean. If we had known, we would have spent the money to build the school. When Xiao Bei and the others came, they wouldn't have investigated us." Qin Yaodong said regretfully. Old man Qin laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha! Do you still remember the owner of the incense business, Fan Fan, 2 years ago in the west of the city? At that time, he came to our Qin family and said that he wanted to contact the other merchants in the county. With our Chun family leading the way, we would first build a school in the wasteland outside the city. Then we would each pay for the children in the county to study. In the end, no one agreed, and I also didn't agree. Why should we give the money to unrelated people? Then Fan Fan took out some money himself to build the school. We said that he was using this method to force us. In the end, he could only spend money to print books for the children to read. Last year, we should have known that we were wrong. At that time, our family lacked living money and wanted to go to the bank to borrow money. Usually, when the merchants who were much worse than us went to get a loan, the bank would give them money after the examination, and the interest was low. When it was our turn, no matter how much data we provided, no matter how much we asked to increase the interest, the Tang bank didn't give us a loan. Now you know why, right? The bank is a place to make money and shouldn't care about other things. However, the bank was built by Zhang Xiaobao, so the things it does have to comply with Zhang Xiaobao's requirements. The Tang bank uses this method to reward merchants who have contributed to the children of the Tang Empire. Unless they have a lot of living money, they won't consider lending to merchants like us. Now, I believe that good deeds will be rewarded with good deeds. Even if the heavens don't reward them, they will. Even for those who have contributed money to the school and then accidentally lost money, as long as they come up with a new way to make money, the bank will also provide them with money. Retribution. Human retribution is more direct and more vicious than heavenly retribution. These are the rules set by the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. As long as we don't have the ability to fight against them and escape from their control, we must do things according to their rules. If we don't agree, then this will be the result. After saying these words, the old master of the Chen clan fell silent and shrank back into his chair. His entire body was much shorter, and his eyes were closed as if he had fallen asleep. The other members of the Chen clan in the hall also couldn't say anything. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of spending some money to do good deeds, but their children spent a lot of money. For example, of Chan Yaozu's group of 600 people, some of them were bought servants, but most of them were hired. Going out to play normally required money. Eating delicious food and wearing comfortable clothes required money. Roping in officials required money. This money was for their own enjoyment. If they took it out and gave it to other people's children, what would they get in return? If there were no other problems, they wouldn't be afraid. At most, it would be troublesome to borrow money from the bank, and if they really couldn't, they could just borrow from other places. But now there were other problems, and the school was a loophole that people had to investigate. Chapter 1205. Since the last time they came, Zhang Xiaobei's team of 9 reappeared. It was almost noon, and there were more people on the road at this time. It was just a show for others to see. If there were no onlookers, it would not look good. They saw a team with no end in sight coming from the other side of the road. They were famous for their bells and drums, and they played music. Then the first flag appeared. It fluttered in the wind with a golden, flying dragon embroidered on it. There were 2 people under the flag wearing the great General Jin Wu robes with arrows and sabers. There were also 2 people holding long spears. On the left and right, there was one great General Jin Wu leading 48 riders. Then there were 24 armored archers and sabers. Both men and horses were heavily armored. These were the heavenly patrol. The things in front of Li Longji were just for show. The great General Jin Wu were fake, and the ones behind were Xiaobei's. There were 36 people in front to clear the path. The 9 ballistae were the 9 ballistae that were covered by the ballistae. After that, there were 72 people in black, 72 chariots, 540 people with halberds, 54 red flags for 150 people with sabers, spears, bows, arrows, and lances. There were 30 message flags, 90 ceremonial knives, 108 ballistae, 18 vermilion lacquered round fans, and 9 ballistae. These were the ceremonial guards. After that, there were not many people. When they came out this time, they did not prepare to have a ceremonial guard. Most of them were temporary guards. Behind them were the chariots of Xiaobei's team of 9. They were all bright yellow, decorated with ivory decorations and pearls. There were also countless rice seedling flags stuck on the chariots and horses. They really did not have enough people to carry them. Next to the chariots were 100 short musketeers. Behind the chariots were 100 people with submachine guns. Behind them were 200 long musketeers. Behind the musketeers were 200 inner court musketeers. Behind the musketeers were 6 small cannons. Behind the small cannons were 300 people with long and short guns. In the sky, there were 13 eagles soaring. Xiaobei's team of 9 had not had such a grand ceremonial guard in a long time. To be precise, they had only done it twice, including this time. The inside of the chariot in front was actually filled with cement, and the wheels were squeaking from the pressure. However, others did not know that Xiaobei's team was short on manpower, so they were a little shabby. The people on the road were dumbfounded when they saw this group of people coming over. The group was too big. There were people on the wasteland, and the place where the alfalfa was planted was also trampled. When the passers-by saw this, they didn't think about the losses suffered by the people who planted the grass. Of course, they didn't know that Xiaobei and the others had to compensate them in the end. The procession was not moving fast. It was about the same as a normal person. It would take an hour for them to reach the place where they were now. This was enough time for someone to run to the county town and tell the others. After the procession had advanced for another 45 minutes, a large group of people appeared in front of them. All of them ran to the wasteland. There were both adults and children. They stood there, looking at the procession with curiosity and shock. There were people from the Chun family in the group, as well as County Magistrate Zhao Jianghao, Secretary Xiang Li, County Deputy Qian Yusui, and a group of county officials, warehouse managers, and bailiffs. After the commotion yesterday, they already knew who had come. Thinking of the benefits they had received from the Chun family in secret, as well as the public welfare money that the Chun family had given out when they needed political achievements, They were all trembling in fear. Although they didn't directly help the Chun family embezzle other people's private property, they also didn't distort the truth when it came to cases involving the Chin family. However, they pretended not to see when the Chun family set traps and forced people to sell things at low prices. When the Chun family hit people, they helped to mediate, such as giving money, clarifying the severity of the situation, and so on. And now, Zhang Xiaobei, who had lived in the county town for a few days, was there a need to say anything else when the procession of 9 people was here? They definitely couldn't run away. It was said that the root of everything was the procession of honor that the eldest son of the Chun family's eldest son had made that day. In the end, he wanted to bully Xiaobei. Now, Xiaobei had also made that procession. Their purpose was very obvious. They wanted to show you what a procession was. Each of the 9 people had made a procession. Otherwise, how could there be so many flags? They finally saw the arrogance of a third-rank official. Perhaps it was the last time they would experience their power before they died. When Xiaobei and the others got closer and saw the dragon flag, the people who had come to watch the show knelt down one after another. When they saw the rice flag, the people who had knelt down stood up again. Their eyes lit up, and they looked excited as they began to move forward. The 2 different reactions of the people made the county magistrate, Zhao Jianghao, who was still kneeling on the ground, feel emotional. When they saw the dragon flag, they knelt down in awe, but when they saw the rice flag, they became friendly. They didn't care if they were facing the emperor's procession of honor. They directly stood up and moved to the side of the people. There were also people from the Chen family kneeling. They were all trembling, especially Qin Yaozu. His name wasn't given in vain. He had indeed shown off, but the consequences of showing off were not easy to bear. He was trembling the most now. The other party had come knocking on his door. There was no need to consider the problem of life and death. It would be good if he could die a quick death. The procession of honor stopped. Because of the Chun family incident the last time they came, the guard's vigilance was much stricter than in Wenshan County. The person holding the gun next to the carriage shook his head, indicating that the people should not come forward. "Little brother, please make an exception. We want to see Xiaobei and Xiao Yuan." A person dressed like a squire walked up to the guard and pleaded from 5 paces away. The guard shook his head. "No way. My family's young master and young lady came over a few days ago and were taken liberties with and bullied by that Qin family in your county. If they hadn't been quick to hide, they would have lost their lives." "Qin family? Which Qin family?" the squire asked with wide eyes. His voice was so loud that it drew the attention of nearly everyone. The guard didn't respond, but he was looking at the people kneeling in the wasteland. The people followed his gaze and looked over. At first, they were shocked, but then their faces filled with anger. "It's actually Qin Mu and that old coot. Usually they strut around in the county. We'll just bear with it and won't lower ourselves to their level. I never thought they would bully Xiaobei and the others today. How dare they? Xiaobei is being bullied here. Folks, Xiaobei is being bullied." After one of the people looked back, he started to shout to the people around him. As he shouted, he rushed toward the people of the Chen family kneeling there. The others were stunned for a moment, but then they followed suit. Some of them grabbed a handful of stones from the ground, or picked up a clump of dirt. Others untied the belts around their waists and stretched them, holding one end in each hand as they ran over. "Tell them not to kill him. I want him alive." Xiaobei's voice came from one of the carriages. The guard immediately shouted a few times from behind, not knowing if anyone heard him. The people of the Chan family kneeling on the ground panicked when they saw the people rushing over. What are you doing?" Chen Yaozu stood up from the ground, glaring angrily at the people who had always been afraid of him. But this time, he didn't need to show his power. The person in the front threw a fist straight at his face. Chen Yaozu reacted quickly, moving his head to the side and bending his waist to avoid the attack. He was then drowned in more punches and kicks. "Oh, you dare hit me. Oh, don't hit me. Motherfucker, it hurts. Who's going to hit me? Ah, my legs, my head, my eyes. You don't know who I am. I surrender. If you hit me again, I'll die. Woo-ah. Chen Yaozu could no longer be seen through the gaps in the crowd. His voice gradually turned from loud curses to soft begging for mercy, and then disappeared. Dead. The people who were hitting him stopped when they saw that there was no more movement. He's not dead. Let's leave it like this first. Xiao Bei said that she didn't want to kill him. She wants to kill him personally, one cut at a time, the kind that will take half a month. A person went over to touch Chen Yaozu's neck and nose, then stood up and said to the people around him. Chen Yaozu wasn't the only one who fell. The others didn't escape either. The smarter ones covered their heads and let the people hit them for a while. Those who struggled were beaten even more. The people in the yamen also stood up and watched at the side. They couldn't stop them, and they didn't dare to stop them. They even faintly felt that it would be better if the people of the Qin family were beaten to death. That way, the benefits they received wouldn't be exposed. Today, not only did they see the ceremonial procession of a third-rank official, they also felt the prestige of Xiao Bei and the others among the commoners. The usually honest commoners had such a huge reaction when they heard that Xiao Bei was bullied. If it wasn't for them shouting at the back not to beat him to death, the Chen family would probably be dead by now. Sir, what should we do? The county deputy, Chen Yusui, looked at the beating for a while and started to worry about his own affairs. He turned his head and whispered to Zhao Zhonghao, I think we should do this. Let's, you Yusor, come here. Before Zhao Zhonghao could finish his words, a few guards had already come to their side. Every 2 guards held onto one person's arm and walked to the side, not giving them a chance to talk and collude. Although there was no evidence to prove that the people in the yamen were not clean and had even broken the law, it could be estimated from the Chen family in the county that the people in the yamen were definitely not what they appeared to be on the surface. The 3 people in charge of the county yamen were taken away to assist in the investigation. The rest of the people were still waiting in the same place, not knowing what to do. At this time, a servant girl came over and said to them, My wife and young master said that they know everything you have done. Now I will give you a chance. If you confess, you will be given a lighter sentence. If you resist, you will be executed on the spot. Yes, you will be charged with the crime of deceiving the emperor. It depends on your performance. In a while, someone will come over to question you one by one. Now, don't make a sound and don't look at each other. After the servant girl finished speaking, she left. Someone came over with a pen and paper to record. The people in the yamen lowered their heads and didn't look at others. Some even squatted down with their hands on their heads, waiting for others to come and ask them. At this moment, the mainstream of their thoughts was who to betray and who to betray. The team's doctor also came over and checked on the people of the Chen family who had been beaten. Other than a few who had fainted and perhaps had a slight concussion, the others were in good condition. Of course, there was no way to check if they had a concussion. The medical conditions were not good enough to detect it. The doctor not only had to check on the people who had been beaten, but also the people who had beaten them. Usually, the honest people would not be beaten, but there were people who had injured themselves. When their fists hit other people's heads would hurt, and their fists would hurt as well. Some even injured their tendons. There were also a few who sprained their ankles when they hit others, and some were accidentally injured by their own people. Everyone was grinning, waiting for the doctor to come over and check on them. Who knocked my teeth out? Little fatty, was it you? An 8 or 9-year-old boy covered his mouth. Blood flowed down the gaps between his fingers. It wasn't me. How would I have the strength to knock your teeth out? The person who was called Little Fatty shook his head and denied. You pushed me and my mouth hit his head. The child who had lost his teeth wasn't stupid. Little Fatty took a step back and said, Don't blame it on me. Your teeth were loose the day before yesterday, and you need to change them. When you change your teeth, it's even more uncomfortable. You have to think about it every day. Even so, I don't need you to help me hit them. What do you think we should do? I'll treat you to some crispy knuckles. I don't have much noodles at home. I'll roast some for you. My teeth are gone. How can I eat them? Similar words spread among many people. Everyone seemed to be complaining, but in fact, they were in a good mood after venting. After beating the people who usually bullied them but did not dare to hit them, this was a good feeling. Xiao Bei and the others also got out of the car at this time and walked over to Qin Yaozu, who had been beaten. A basin of water was splashed on him. When he woke up in a daze, Xiao Bei smiled. Then he said to him in a very ruffian and gangster-like manner, "What did you say when you invited me to the county the other day? Today I'm here. I missed you so much. Let's find a place to have a good chat." Chapter 1206. In the end, Xiao Bei did not talk to Qin Yaozu in private because Zhang Xiaobao had ordered him to settle the matter in Tonghua County as soon as possible and then meet up in Yizhou. As for Qin Yaozu, his personal opinion was that he should be severely punished, which had nothing to do with the law he had broken. From the perspective of an older brother, he did not need to reason with anyone who had insulted his younger brother or sister. "Excuse me, whose alfalfa is it? I'll buy it." Xiao Bei's honor guard had trampled on someone else's alfalfa, so he had to pay for it. "Sister, Xiao Bei, it's his." A little girl, slightly younger than Xiao Bei, came over and pointed at Qin Yaozu while sniffling. "Oh, you saved money." Upon hearing that it was the Chen family's property, Xiao Bei dismissed the idea of compensation and asked the little girl, "Sister, what's your name? How old are you this year?" My name is Feng, 6 years old." "Sister Xiao Bei, he's usually very bad. When he walks on the road, people have to stop when they see him. When he goes to other people's places to eat, he wants to throw soil and water. He also said that if he wants the sky to be blue, then it's blue. If he wants it to be dark, then it's blue." "Shut up, I didn't say that." Qin Yaozu, whose face was full of scars, still knew how to defend himself. I said it. Stare at me, I'll hit you." Feng clenched her fists and kicked Qin Yaozu with her little feet. She accidentally fell and hit her, but she patted her butt and stood up, shaking her head. "I'm not afraid of you now. Father said that your family should die." "Feng, let's not talk to him. The road is paved with soil, and the streets are splashed with clean water. What a big show. Take them away, let's go. Let's finish them quickly so that I can meet up with my brother and sister." As Xiao Bei spoke, he took out a mahogany box from his bag. It was inlaid with copper walls. He took out a wet towel and wiped Feng's face and hands. He took her hand and walked to the county, not even taking the honor guard's car. Style sniffed hard. There was a faint fragrance on the wet towel just now. While walking with Bei, she jumped happily. Suddenly, she remembered what Bei said and said expectantly, "Sister Bei, can you stay in the county for a few more days? When the wild fruits on the mountain bear, I'll cook them for you." Xiao Bei shook his head regretfully. "That won't do. Brother and sister need manpower. We have to go back and add the vigorous seedling protection team into the big team for brother and sister to use." "Oh, are they very powerful?" Feng turned around and looked at the guards with long and short spears. She was curious. "It's not an ordinary level of power. In the entire world, no one can stop our charge. Let me put it this way. For example, right now, the entire Jianan Imperial Court's army has arrived at our Tonghua County. They want to surround and annihilate us. We can kill over 10,000 of them when we break through the encirclement." Lil Bei confidently said, "Why would the Imperial Court's army attack you? Aren't you guys together? How many people were 10,000? Can't you just not kill them?" Feng shook his free hand, as if he wanted to count the number of 10,000 people with his fingers. Xiao Bei felt like his head was about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, "I've decided to invest 2,000 strings of cash into Tonghua County's education every year. When the time comes, you'll know how many tens of thousands of people are. We won't beat each other up. It's just a joke." "How much is 2,000 strings of cash?" Can you make me a new set of clothes and let me eat as much meat as I can? Fong licked his lips and asked, In a moment, when we enter the county, I'll immediately make meat for you to eat. Eat as much as you can. Xiao Bei finally realized the difference between children who went to school and those who didn't. The older children in Wenshan County School wouldn't ask this kind of question. Xiao Yuan worriedly reminded him, We've used up a lot in the past few days. There's not enough dried meat left to treat others to a meal. Silly, we don't have any, but some people do. For example, Xiao Bei indicated for Xiao Yuan to look at the Chen family members who had been beaten. The group walked very slowly for less than half an hour before they entered the county. The first thing they did was to get something from the Chen family. The second thing was to spend money to buy all kinds of ingredients. The Chen family couldn't possibly provide such a large amount. Xiao Bei's group of 9 sat in the main hall of the county yamen. Below them were the 13 members of the Chen family. The youngest 3 didn't run away, but they weren't beaten. They were too young, so it wasn't easy to deal with them. Normally, the people in the county wouldn't see them, unlike the other members of the Chen family. The old man of the Qin family, Qin Mudong, was also bruised and swollen, but he knew how to protect himself and didn't suffer any more serious injuries. Honorable patrol inspectors, my Chen family is guilty. Chen Mudong trembled as he fished out an account book from his bosom and held it up to Wei Wei's head with trembling hands. Someone brought the account book over. Xiao Bei's group of 9 flipped through it and found that it wasn't a detailed account. Instead, it was something like a summary report. It recorded the Chen family's wealth, as well as the overall income and expenses of the various shops. These weren't important. What was important was what was recorded at the back. In the transaction with Duosher, they had purchased 16,000 sheep and 6,500 cows. They had planned to sell 300 stones of fireworks to Duosher, but had already sold 160 stones. They had purchased 17,000 caddies of cast iron pipes, but had already sent 9,200 caddies. Later, they had dispatched people to various medical centers in batches to purchase finished medicines for typhoid fever and dysentery, which had already been sent to Duosher's 4,000 people. They had collected countless pieces of information related to Duosher from the people of Jianan County and the government, and exchanged them. In addition, Duosher still owes the family 12,000 sheep, 6,000 cows, and 4,100 horses, among which were 300 military horses. The family owes Duosher 13,000 stones of salt, 500 stones of fermented tea, and 3,000 portions of frostbite cream. The account book was gently closed, and Xiao Bei's group of 9 looked at each other in surprise. Our Chen family has already confessed everything, Patrol Inspector. Can you give us a way out? Chen Mudong raised his head and asked dryly. He then found an excuse for himself. When you were in Fengzhou, you didn't kill the officials who made the mistake. When you were in Wenshan, you didn't kill the officials who made the mistake. We are only merchants, and we made a small mistake. Can you give us a chance? A chance? Xiao Bei stared at Qin Mudong in astonishment and laughed. You want a chance from us? Your Chen family dared to collude with the enemy, and you still want a chance? I won't say anything to you. Come, take them away. Remember not to let them die. We have to pry out useful information from their mouths. Xiao Bei didn't even have the heart to continue talking to the Qin family. He couldn't find an excuse for them. Apart from rebellion, there was no other crime in the world more serious than colluding with the enemy. The people standing outside the yamen were just as shocked. They had thought the Qin family was usually acting like a tyrant in the county, bullying their neighbors and so on. They never thought they would actually make deals with the enemy. The most hateful thing wasn't the enemy's fierceness and ruthlessness, but the betrayal that came from behind. Xiao Bei's group of 9 waited for the Qin family to be taken away. They sat in silence in the hall. The people outside didn't make a sound, and no one even thought about killing the Qin family. They knew the Qin family wouldn't get better, but they couldn't figure out why, so they all looked sad. After a while, Xiao Bei raised his head and clapped his hands. He smiled again and said happily, Okay, let's not think about them. It's already past mealtime, but no one has eaten, right? I'll treat them to food. There'll be wine and meat, and there'll be sweets for the children. Let's first raid the Chen family and see how many things they have. Haha. Originally, the things we raid should be given to the imperial court, but it's too far away. It's not worth it. I'll keep them, okay? The people outside didn't follow suit and shout, okay, at the right time. They were all still in a state of silence. Xiao Bei rubbed his hands, thought for a while, and continued, It's just colluding with the enemy. What's the big deal? Everyone is sad that our Tang Empire has people who colluded with the enemy. But don't forget that our Tang Empire has iron-blooded men who will fight to the death, merchants who are willing to go bankrupt in order to support the front line, and craftsmen who are unwilling to rest in order to provide logistics. Our Maozhou's Tunghua County isn't very far from the front line, so this place is very important. Don't keep thinking about the Chen family. Think about doing more work yourselves to provide more support to the front line. The children also need to work hard to learn and help the adults count the goods and calculate the accounts. It's not too late now. The war won't end in a short time. Why are we fighting? To bully others? We don't have that kind of thought. We want to take advantage of other people's things and use them for our own. The longer we fight, the more things we will take, right? We, the people of Tunghua County, have to show the people of the Tang Empire that other than one family who colluded with the enemy, we also have other families who are contributing to the front line, right? Yes. Some of the people outside shouted. Then let's eat. After we're full, we have to work. Let's go. We have enough wine and meat today. Xiao Bei waved his arm and waved his small hand. He patted his official robe embroidered with the design of the trader and walked out. The adults outside helped to cook for the people of the county while the children cheered and ran around. When everyone was busy, Xiao Bei wiped the sweat on her forehead and sighed like an adult. She said, Oh my God, the Chen family colluded with the enemy and they are also sad. I'm so tired. Because the Qin family is in the same county as them, they feel ashamed and can't raise their heads in front of people from other counties. It's just like how the people of Sanshui County always walk with their heads held high. Xiao Yuan explained his understanding. Let's tell brother and sister and see what they do. We have never dealt with the crime of colluding with the enemy. Last time in Jiangnan, it was brother and sister who dealt with it. Xiao Bei found the problem, but she still couldn't make the decision herself. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team had already passed the boundary of Winshan. However, they didn't go west to Tunghua. Instead, they went straight down. Because the team was huge, they moved slowly. They planned to let the younger brother and sister's team come out of Tunghua and force their way to catch up with them. Many old men were sent out, as well as the children of the old men's families. They borrowed their reputation and ability to deal with trivial matters so that they could free up their own people to do other things. They thought that the younger brother and sister's team were just dealing with a businessman in the county and could be dealt with quickly. They didn't expect that the telegram sent over today was about evidence of collusion with Duosher. I don't know if it's because our family's babies are lucky or because Tunghua's Qin family is unlucky. They were just going to a random place to sell cement, and they actually caught them. It seems that Duosher is also very hardworking. They even know to buy medicine from the Tang Empire. Wang Wan didn't get angry after reading the report. It was only collusion. Which dynasty didn't collude with the enemy? Which country didn't have traitors? She just had to get used to it. Zhang Xiaobao supported his chin with his hand and thought for a while. He said, Colluding with the enemy is not bad. We should encourage it and promote this spirit of risking countless dangers to benefit the people of the world. Have Xiao Bei and the others hurry on their way after eating today and send the cement to Weizhou. Escort the Chen family over. I have great use for them. Chapter 1207. Xiao Bao, Xiao Bao, there is a river in front of us. Bai Gou's voice came from outside the car. Zhang Xiaobao opened the car door and said to Bai Gou, Grandpa Bai, no. Without a river, how can there be a village? Xiaobao, do you want to eat fish tonight? Bai Gou turned around and asked. It seemed that he had learned the 6 arts of gentlemen well. At least, he could ride a horse steadily. Grandpa Bai, we are in a hurry. Stop the car and let Grandpa Bai come up. Zhang Xiaobao stopped the car and helped Bai Gou get up. Wang Wan was busy making tea. In the car, she and Zhang Xiaobao had prepared all kinds of snacks, small cold plates, preserved fruits, sunflower seeds, a few types of tea, fruit juices, grape wine, rice wine, Chinese chess, gamoku, Chinese checkers, army flag, and monopoly games. There were even musical instruments such as qin, xiao, hu, and pipa. Writing brushes, ink, and paper were also necessary. Many old men were separated from the rest of the group, leaving behind some old men and their children. They would chat with one of them from time to time. Wang Wan had to provide them with different things according to their tastes. As a result, the old men were satisfied. The juniors were shocked by the talents of the 2 people, and the 2 people were exhausted. Bai Gou liked to drink tea and then eat 5-spice sunflower seeds. Usually, Longjing tea and Maojin tea were enough. Otherwise, he would be thirsty while eating sunflower seeds. He didn't like music and found it annoying. It was probably related to his hobby of fishing. As soon as they entered the car, Bai Gou grabbed the sunflower seeds on a small table and threw them into his mouth. He was waiting for the tea to be ready. Grandpa Bai, what do you want to say? We can't stop fishing today. We have to go to Izhou as soon as possible and finish all the arrangements. Only then can we have time to go fishing. Zhang Xiaobao grabbed a handful of pumpkin seeds. They were the original flavor, the kind that was fried without any seasoning. He pinched them with his fingernails and stuffed them into Wang Wan's mouth. Wang Wan liked to eat them, but she didn't want to peel them. Bai Gou looked envious and pushed the melon seeds in front of him toward Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Grandpa Bai, your watermelon seeds can only be chewed with one's mouth. I can't pinch them, but I can pinch them with all my might. But my hands hurt, so it's not worth it. Why don't you change them to the sunflower seeds that were brought here with the potatoes from afar? No need, no need. I don't mean anything else. I thought you wanted to eat the sunflower seeds. If you don't want them, I'll eat them myself. Bai Gou pulled the plate back and said, Since we can't really go fishing, let's talk about fishing. All right. Speaking of fishing, I know a thing or two. Zhang Xiaobao gave another one to Wang Wan and agreed. Don't be modest. Who doesn't know that your family produces the best fishing tackle? Your grandpa has organized a fishing association and is selling fishing tackle to you everywhere. He's made a lot of money. Of course, he's also making a lot of money, several times more than what he gave to your family. When your father and mother were together, he didn't agree. As for me, I always persuaded him and told him. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's gaze, Bai Gou was very embarrassed and stopped talking. He smiled without any awkwardness. Let's not talk about the past, and let's not talk about whether I persuaded him or not. Let's talk about the fishing tackle you designed. Different fish in different waters need different fishing tackle, right? Not really. The same fishing rod and the same bait can catch different fish. Zhang Xiaobao continued stuffing sunflower seeds into Wang Wan's mouth. Yes, Xiaobao, you know more. I want to ask why. The same fishing rod and bait can catch different fish. Don't you think it's amazing? Bai Gou confidently followed Zhang Xiaobao's words. Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to find a medicine that could kill all the fish in the world. Otherwise, he would have to beat around the bush every time he talked about something. Facing Bai Gou's question, he could only nod and say nothing. Bai Gou said himself, since fish can be caught this way, can the same method be used to tempt people? What method? Zhang Xiaobao cooperated. Money. For money, one can sell one's body. For money, one can sell one's soul. For money, One can even sell one's country. Our Tang people have been tempted by money time and time again. They have done things that harm our Tang empire. What do you think we should do? Bai Go put down the remaining sunflower seeds in his hand, picked up the teacup, and blew on the water. Zhang Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that there would be some kind of exchange of interests, but it turned out to be just a small problem. Grandpa Bai, next time you encounter such a situation, can't you just say it directly? It's about the Qin family, right? Zhang Xiaobao also picked up the teacup and took a sip. How can we fish if we say it directly? Bai Go was very dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's attitude. Isn't the purpose of fishing to change the topic to business? Why do we have to fish? How can we change the topic to business if we don't fish? Don't say it. What did you say? Let's talk business. How do we get down to business? Don't you have to switch from fishing? Grandpa Bai, Tong Hua's Qin family isn't a big problem. It's easy to handle. I can make use of it. To be honest, not only is his family colluding with the enemy, but my family is as well. If I don't, how am I supposed to gather information? Zhang Xiaobao saw that they were about to end up in an endless loop, so he immediately returned to the main topic. Bai Su waved his hand. That's different. You have mutual exchanges with the enemy. You will consider what things you can give and what information you can give. As long as the Chen family has benefits, as long as they can provide information and materials, they are willing to trade. You do things for the country, and they do things for themselves. His family definitely had no excuse to say that they were doing this for the country. Otherwise, how could there not be a school in Tunghua County? The only thing left was the government's primary school. If the children wanted to enter, they had to be smart and be able to afford the tuition fees. If his family had organized the other people in the county to collectively farm, rented out the cattle they had exchanged for at a cheap price, built workshops, recruited people to build beautiful, neat, and sturdy houses for the craftsmen to live in, and led the people in the county to do business with the outside world. At the same time, they built the best school, gave the children the best food, the best clothes, and spent money to find a knowledgeable teacher. They planted herbs to subsidize the medical center. In that case, if Xiao Bei and the others went to investigate, even if they found evidence of him colluding with the enemy, what would the result be? There would be local people jointly vouching for him. If Xiao Bei and the others wanted to take him away, they would have to explain to the people for a long time. If it was not Xiao Bei and the others who went, but other officials, it was very likely that they would be intercepted by the local people. Especially when Xiao Bei and the others saw that the children in the school were living a good life, they would have to consider how to help the Chun family reduce the punishment. In the end, if they handed him over to me, I would not be able to kill them. There was a high probability that they would be included in the intelligence system. Zhang Xiaobao answered frankly. Wang Wan also nodded. It was indeed so. Although there was a law, the fairness of the law had always been questioned. There would always be loopholes in the law because it was not detailed enough. Once the law was too detailed, it would lose the interests of the people who concentrated on social goods. Then the law would not be successful. If the protection of the interests of these people was written in the detailed law, it would require the support of other people who had scarce goods. They were the majority, so they naturally would not agree. Consent represented the appearance of a class, and it was still protected by the law. What was the difference between that and the ethnic differences in India? What was the difference between that and the minority policies of Xiao Bao and herself? If there was no difference, how could the law be fair? Why should people support the absoluteness and independence of an unjust law? Losing these two characteristics would be a bad law. Therefore, the law had always been made for the majority of the people who could not resist the creation of the law. It was made to protect the fairness of the minority who had the majority of social goods and resources, and the majority who could not control the resources and could only control the minority of resources. To put it bluntly, the rich and powerful were protected by the law. When facing them, the people who did not have money and power could not ask for fairness through the law. The rich and powerful could get fairness through the law from people like them and from groups without power and money. The groups without money and power could only ask for fairness from people like them through the law. Then, under what circumstances could the disadvantaged group ask for fairness from the higher-ups? It was the people they asked for fairness who were abandoned by the higher-ups. In other words, it was not the law that protected the disadvantaged group to get fairness from the advantaged group, but another advantaged group. Therefore, when Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao dealt with issues related to the law, most of the time they had to consider the benefits they would lose and gain before deciding whether to act according to the law. The two would consider breaking the law from the perspective of national interests, and at the same time they made and supported the law from the perspective of national interests. It was ironic, but this was the reality of the human community. If it was explained in a classical philosophy of wisdom, it would be, people follow the law of earth, earth follows the law of heaven, heaven follows the law of Tao, and Tao follows the law of nature. What was nature? Baigo didn't think so much. Right now, he was thinking about the reality of the matter. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, if many merchants did what I just said in the end, wouldn't they be allowed to collude with the enemy? Or perhaps they would be allowed to make mistakes while using the excuse of improving the local community's living standards to escape the punishment of the law. This is what it means to take bigger steps, to be a bit more daring. Regardless of whether the black and white paths get birds, rats and rats, that is woo-woo, Xiaobao, eat a snack. Once you're full, you'll only have the strength to cross the bridge of helplessness after cutting off your head. Come, drink some more tea, don't choke. Wang Wan stuffed a piece of date cake into Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. As she spoke, she brought him tea. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the large piece of date cake with the tea. He smiled at Baigo and said, Cuckoo loves me dearly and is always afraid that I'll be hungry. Sorry for the ridicule. Grandpa Bai, I've thought about what you just said. When the war starts, I'll take care of it. To be honest, I'm not worried about colluding with the enemy at all. As long as His Majesty doesn't collude with the enemy, it's fine. Other countries don't have basic industries. If I give Duosher a telegraph machine, can he make it? If I give them a cannon, they can't even aim accurately at where to shoot. The industrial technology of the Tang Empire is in my hands. Even if they work hard to get it, before they can learn it, Cuckoo soldiers will push it over. How many years have Cuckoo and I been watching the industrial development technology? Look at the Tang Empire's Industrial Research Institute now. How many things have been produced? It's just a plane with wings that look like bandages for wounded people. Until now, there has been no news of a successful test flight. Baigo nodded. Xiaobao, you're right. I'll wait for you to deal with the problem I just mentioned. Don't let us down, or I won't die in peace. What about the Qin family? I'll take over and continue to trade with Duosher. They just want guns, right? I'll give them. I'll give them salt and tea as much as I can. As long as the Tang Empire has extra or can speed up production, I won't be stingy. It'll be fine when the war starts. Waiting is sometimes a kind of pain, but it can also be said to be a kind of habit. Zhang Xiaobao closed his eyes and finished speaking. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today, I've finished 2 chapters. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1208. That night, Xiao Bei held a grand bonfire party in Tunghua County. She spent the money to buy all kinds of food from the county and invited those who could come to join in the fun. It was estimated that the standard of living of the people in the county would drop in the next few days, so a large amount of food was roasted and eaten. However, it all went into their stomachs, so they didn't lose anything. When the bonfire party ended, Xiao Bei's group of 9 set off, leaving behind a bit of cement for the people of Tunghua County to see. More cement needed to be brought to Weizhou. Weizhou had more people and merchants than Tunghua County, so it was suitable for Winshan to advertise. The people of Tangzhou were still in a happy mood, so they didn't expect Xiao Bei's group to leave just like that. Seeing their troop gradually leave and disappear into the night, the people suddenly felt that the night sky was no longer as bright as before. It was so cold and lonely. Gone. The little girl who had pulled Xiao Bei to talk to her when she was beating people spoke with tears in her eyes. Gone. If you want to see each other again, study hard. When you've learned enough, go help Xiao Bei, the little girl's father said as he rubbed his daughter's head. Earning fun, the Chun family is really rich, and there's so many valuable things that are all ours. I definitely won't give them to Uncle Emperor. Let's discuss how to use them. It's estimated to be more than 600,000 strings of cash. That's a large sum of money. Colluding with the enemy is a shortcut to riches. Xiao Bei was already used to parting. She turned the sadness of each breakup into sweet memories. At the very least, she smiled. It was the same for Xiao Yuan and the rest. Just like the lyrics in the song her brother sang for her. When tomorrow becomes yesterday, and yesterday becomes a fragment of memory, tears and smiling faces are not forever. When meeting again becomes goodbye, and seeing again becomes distant longing, the peace of the heart is forever. 600,000 strings of cash. It's not too much, but it's not too little either. There are ways to spend it, but the money comes from confiscating property. Logically speaking, it belongs to the imperial court, Xiao Yuan said softly. He didn't sound like he wanted to hand it over, but he felt like he couldn't find an excuse or reason to keep it. Xiao Bei curled her lips. I don't want to give the money to Minister of Revenue Wang Bei. He leads a group of people to oppose our father. Our father is an upright official, but that doesn't mean we're as honest. I won't give it, I definitely won't. Besides, logically speaking, our official robes need to be paid for by the imperial court. We also need a salary. Have you ever taken money from the imperial court? When Uncle Emperor travels to other places, he has to pay for the food on the way. When have you ever seen him come to our family's restaurant and talk about paying the bill? Now that we have all left the capital, I suspect that Wang Bei will be ready to make a move. I don't know how many obstacles he will create for my father behind his back. When we return, I want to let him know that not only does he know how to play dirty tricks, we also know how to play tricks in a fair and square manner. It's restless. It's better to describe it as flowing water, Xiao Yuan corrected. Wang Bei's evil thoughts are like flowing water, gurgling, gurgling, gurgling. Isn't our father at a disadvantage when facing him? Xiao Bei took Xiao Yuan's explanation and directly used it. It's your father, not mine. My father's surname is Wang, Xiao Yuan corrected. Remember what you said. Don't call me father in the future. Xiao Bei turned his head in a fit of pique. Yes, my name is father-in-law. How shameless. Only a diplomat like you can say something like that. I think it's better to use this money to organize a children's activity. Xiao Hai saw that his sister and his future brother-in-law were quarreling again, so he interjected. When the other's attention was on him, he explained, children will be selected from various places in the Tang Empire based on their education level to participate in the state-level competition. After that, they will go to the capital for the finals and provide rewards to the winners. At the same time, the children who come to the capital will be organized to go on a trip to our Sanshui County. What's the use? I think other than spending money, it's just spending money. It's called spending money for the sake of spending money. It's better to directly buy a batch of things and send them to various places. Even if it's just a piece of clothing, it's still good. 600,000 strings of coins. It's enough to let my family's clothing store make it with a small profit. Xiao Bei started to be pragmatic again. I agree with Xiao Bei's words. Xiao Yuan wanted to vote. Xiao Hai ignored Xiao Yuan. When did you not agree with Xiao Bei's words? He continued, if we really want to send clothes to all the children in the Tang Empire, we just need to take out a little of our precious candy house's money. Brother said that the motivation for social development and advancement comes from human desires, or perhaps biological instincts. Plants know how to grow toward the sun. Animals know how to occupy territory, and humans naturally compare. The happiness of humans lies in how many resources you have that others need. The purpose of the competition is not friendship, but competition. It promotes the individuals involved in the competition to work hard to master the skills that can win the competition. Children also need to compete. The most important thing is that the children who come to the capital will be able to meet the emperor. Then, when they go back, they will naturally spread the news, which is conducive to consolidating the centralization of power. At the same time, it will also attract the attention of the local authorities to children's education. After Xiao Hai finished speaking, the others fell into deep thought. Only Xiao Bei didn't even think about it. He directly praised, "Brother, what you said is really too good. It's like the North Star guiding me forward in the dark night. It's like a lighthouse escorting me in the middle of the sea. It's like the sweet dew in a land of drought. It's like an oasis in the desert. It's also like the burning charcoal in the ice and snow. It's like the floating clouds and the light breeze on the horizon." Xiao Yuan listened in a daze. He originally thought that his literary talent was the best among the 9 of them, but he did not expect that Xiao Bei would be able to outdo him today. Xiao Hai really did not know what to do with this little sister of his. He sighed. "If you think it's okay, we will send a telegram to the capital now and let the emperor pass the order down." The remaining 8 children nodded. In any case, the money was stolen, so it would be a waste not to spend it. In the midst of the beeping sound, the telegram was sent out. After being relayed, it was believed that it would soon reach the palace. I suddenly thought of a question. Xiao Bei saw that the telegram was sent out and suddenly said, "If the officials and squires below know that the children can meet the emperor, will they cheat?" Xiao Yuan smiled reservedly. Would they dare? Do they think that the various telegram departments are just decorations? Normally, the common people can endure a little grievance. But when it comes to the issue of children being able to meet the emperor, who dares to do anything? They will send a telegram to report it. Would the local yamen dare to put the telegram department under surveillance? The others shook their heads. The telegram department in each place was administratively independent. Everyone could use it, but they were not allowed to interfere. For those who interfered with the telegram department, the court would infer that they were concealing information and had bad intentions. Normally, every telegram department would make 3 secret code reports a day so that people could be sure that there was no problem. If there was one missing, the court would immediately send a report to the surrounding telegram departments and authorize them to mobilize the local yamen to investigate to see if there was a problem with the equipment or if the personnel had gone on a business trip. Just like the beacon tower in the past, it was lit once every morning and evening. If one pillar went up, it meant that it was safe. The other pillars and the order in which they were lit represented different meanings. But if the beacon tower did not have smoke, there would be a fast horse to check the situation. When Lilongji woke up this morning, he was not used to it. The actions of the concubines beside him made him feel awkward. Last night did not seem to be enough fun. Sitting by the bed and thinking about it, Lilongji finally understood why. A few days ago, his Empress Wang and Wu Huifei had left the capital for Sanshui County. At first, he felt that it was quite interesting to lose 2 people that he could usually see, but now he suddenly felt that something was missing from his side. Xiao Bao was right. A habit is indeed an uncontrollable fluctuation of the heart. It is even harder to control than anger and joy. You too can play. Are you bullying me because I can't go out? When you come back, see how I deal with you. Lilongji muttered as he thought about it. Then he had someone put on his clothes. There was no court today, so there was plenty of time. After washing up, Lilongji decided to have a good breakfast. He instructed the eunuch beside him, "Tell the imperial kitchen to send fried cakes and mutton soup." "Your Majesty, there are no fried cakes today," the eunuch replied nervously. Lilongji looked over and asked with his eyes, "Yesterday afternoon, Xinlua presented a notice saying that our Bohai commander-in-chief's manor had stolen many of Xinlua's citizens. They wanted you to issue an edict ordering Jidushi Zhang to return them. The measures were a bit strong, which made you angry. When the blood pressure was measured, it was slightly higher, so they adjusted the diet. Today, your breakfast is a Stahl's flatbread, the kind that does not use oil and adds some cornmeal. There is also a bowl of wild vegetable soup. The side dishes are cucumber with garlic, cold celery, blanched bitter melon, and old vinegar radish skin. If you feel that it is not enough, you can add sesame, paste powder skin, and kelp knot. The eunuch's reply was more and more cautious. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had not eaten breakfast himself. Li Longji did not immediately speak. Instead, he lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Ever since Xiao Bao and the others came up with a health system, I have not been able to eat anything for a day. Can I apply to have you make me an extra roasted eggplant?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch ran out. He did not dare to say that he was helping to apply. If His Majesty wanted to eat more, then so be it. Eggplant was a vegetarian dish. When Li Longji was eating, Gao Lisher came. He had lost some weight. He was probably busy repairing the palace recently. "Have you eaten, Lisher?" Li Longji picked up his chopsticks and asked Gao Lisher. "Your Majesty, I just ate with the people who worked last night. The dishes were not bad. There were braised pork knuckles and stewed chicken legs. Each of them also had a tail of white wine. I drank 2 tails of wine and ate 3 big steamed buns. Your Majesty, why are you eating so lightly?" After Gao Lisher finished speaking, he looked at Li Longji's pitiful breakfast. Li Longji ate a piece of eggplant and drank a mouthful of wild vegetable soup. He sighed and said, "They said that I was angry yesterday, and my blood pressure is high. Naturally, my breakfast became like this. In fact, I was not angry yesterday. I was happy. The approximate number that Xinhua officials calculated was that their people were pulled over by Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo. But I know that the actual number is more than 1. 2 million. This is because when some people came over, they still had family members at home. When they checked, their family members would definitely say that they were at home and had gone out to do something. When those people who did not bring their family members settled down, their family members would also come over. At that time, it would not be 1. 2 million. Tell me, how can I not be happy? The heavens bless my Tang Empire and sent Xiao Bao and Cuckoo here. Tell me, what would have happened if they had been born in Xinhua?" Chapter 1209. Gao Lisher was very puzzled. Every time he saw His Majesty in the past few days, His Majesty would praise his son Xiao Bao and daughter-in-law Cuckoo. What was going on? The 2 children were indeed good, but there was no need to praise them every day. Thinking of His Majesty's question, he replied, "I reckon that if what Your Majesty said is true, the northern part of Hebei province has already belonged to Xinhua. Moreover, Xinhua is strong. After all, their country is small and easy to govern. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will have a very easy time dealing with it. Unlike the Tang Empire, where the land is vast, there are many people. The geography is complicated and disasters occur frequently. Xiao Bao and the others have many things to consider. They have to consider everything when dealing with it. It's difficult. In my impression, they never seem to play like other children." Speaking of this, Gao Lisher's eyes were slightly red and his heart ached. Li Longji listened and ate a few mouthfuls of radish skin. The rich taste of aged vinegar stimulated him to breathe a few times, and he felt much better. After Gao Lisher finished speaking, Li Longji took a bite of the cake. As he chewed, he said in a vague voice, "If they were born in Xinhua, I would not lose the northern part of Hebei province. The population there is small, the winter is bitterly cold, and there are many mountains and few plains. Xiao Bao will not occupy that place. I have no doubt that the first place to be lost will be the eastern part of Hunan province. They will also take away Tang province, Lai province, Jili province, and the place near the sea that they named Bohai Bay. Then it will be Huainan province and Jiangnan province, because they are all close to the sea. Countless Xinhua gunboats cruised on the sea. The place that they occupied on the Tang Empire's shore was built with tall, reinforced concrete cities with cannons on it. If I send troops to attack, the catapults will be destroyed in the artillery fire before they can be transported to their positions during the siege. Then it will be risking people's lives to build ladders. As for the battering rams and other things to attack the city walls and gates, there is no need to send them. When the ladders were moved forward, the soldiers raised their shields and rushed forward. Countless light and heavy machine guns spat out flames at the same time. There were also grenades and hot air balloons that were specifically looking for commanding generals to bombard. We lost our morale. I asked for peace and negotiations. Xiao Bao said peace with a smile, proposed trade, and began another kind of invasion. Hercules, tell me how scary it is. Gao Lisher nodded repeatedly as he listened. When Li Longji was done, he asked with concern, Your Majesty, are you tired from dealing with government affairs during the day? Or did you not sleep well at night? How do you know? I had a nightmare last night and woke up in the morning. I dreamed that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had died and then reincarnated in Xinluo. I've analyzed it according to the psychology Xiao Bao taught me. I feel that it's because I heard the news of Xinluo during the day. I'm so happy that I keep thinking about it. Then it's because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have been away for too long. Help me think. Isn't that the case? Gao Lisher continued to nod and said awkwardly, It's not good to ask them to come back. It's too far away. Otherwise, we can send a telegram first and ask them to assemble a broadcasting station and a radio. We can use Zhong's things to communicate. Li Longji fell silent and began to compete with the food in front of him. When he was 80% full, he stopped and said, I'm worried because of the dream. It's fine. I'll be fine after dealing with a few things. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Your Majesty, you can think of it this way. Even if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo die and reincarnate in Xinluo, their hearts will definitely be with the Tang Empire. They will definitely find a way to come back to you and prove their identity to you. Then they will continue to support the affairs of the Tang Empire, right? Gao Lisher could only follow along and persuade him. Yes. Hercules, you've thought it through. Even if their bodies are not of the Tang Empire, their souls are still. I believe that even if they are at the ends of the earth, they will find a way to come back. With their abilities, no one can stop them. Even if they are further away, they will fly back like a balloon. I just need to wait patiently. Li Longji rubbed his stomach and said in a good mood. He stood up and walked out with Gao Lisher, intending to personally see the progress of the construction in the palace. Not long after they left, a voice came from behind, reporting, Zhang Xiaobei, Wang Xiaoyuan, and the other patrol inspectors called last night. Li Longji was happy at first, but then his face darkened. Why are you only showing me last night's telegram now? Your Majesty, it was too late last night. They didn't say that it was urgent and didn't want to disturb your rest. The person handed the telegram to Li Longji with both hands. Li Longji snatched it over and said, They aren't anxious. But how can I not be anxious? In the future, when they call Xiao Bao, they must immediately show it to me. It's actually colluding with the enemy. The Qin family is really unlucky. They hid in the remote Tunghua and were still caught by Xiao Bei and the others. TSK. Heaven's net has wide meshes. Look, I've said before that they are definitely unique to the Tang Empire. No one can snatch them away. The fate of the Tang Empire is clearly displayed on them. So many patrol inspectors couldn't find them, but they sneaked over and caught them. They even colluded with the enemy. If this isn't the fate of the Tang Empire, what is? Li Longji muttered to himself. Gao Lisher was waiting anxiously at the side. He wanted to take a look, but he was afraid that it would affect His Majesty's mood, so he could only continue to wait. Li Longji also continued to grumble. The value of the copied items is estimated to be 600,000 strings of coins. There are also a lot of cows and sheep, but they didn't give it to me. They said that it was enough to compensate for the official robes and salaries of the two families. It's just a bunch of small trinkets. As for the Gu family, they took back all the benefits that I've taken from them over the years. Lisher, don't you think it's very interesting? Yes. Gao Lisher replied. At the same time, he rubbed his hands anxiously. Fortunately, he could tell from His Majesty's words that the little fellows had caught someone again. Furthermore, it was the crime of colluding with the enemy. It was a huge crime. Not bad. After being greedy for money, they took it out and asked me to help organize a competition for the children of the Tang Empire. They wanted to cultivate a love for the Tang Empire from the moment they were children. They actually drew my head so big and my body so small. Leisure, can you guess who drew this? Oh, here, take a look for yourself. As Li Longji spoke, he realized that there was a problem. Gao Leisure also waited for him to take a look, so he casually passed it over. Gao Leisure was very surprised. There was a drawing on a telegram. He took a look and saw that there was indeed a drawing of a cartoon with a big head. Below was an explanation of the drawing. It was a square drawing of 20 centimeters on each side, 3 centimeters on the top, 5 centimeters on the left, a horizontal line, for 2 centimeters on the left, 3 centimeters on the bottom, 5 centimeters on the left, for centimeters on the bottom, a 39-degree arc. After reading it, Gao Leisure suddenly understood and said, so that's how it is. It's really a waste of telegram resources. Your Majesty, this subject thought that it was Xiao Bei who suggested that Xiao Zhu draw the drawing and Xiao Hai calculate the location. The location where the telegram was received must have been drawn by someone else. To be able to use data to replace intuition, Xiao Hai's skill is really impressive. Look at the content, look at the content. Li Longji really didn't think about the cartoon drawing before. At this moment, he was equally shocked. Gao Leisure quickly finished reading the content of the telegram. His mood was the same as Li Longji's, very happy. Li Longji said, reply I approve. Let them help me catch more bad guys over there. When they come back, I allow them to take a picture with me, just like when they draw for me. The kind with my autograph, haha. After receiving the order, the person who delivered the telegram turned around and ran out to deliver the report. Li Longji and Gao Leisure once again walked towards the construction site. However, just as they walked a short distance, another person who delivered the telegram hurried over. Your Majesty, Zhang Xiaobao has sent a telegram. Li Longji's expression became serious. Zhang Xiaobao's telegram was different from Zhang Xiaobei's, so it must be something important. He took a look at it and said to Gao Leisure, why else would I say that when I dreamt that they were born in Xinlua, I would wake up in fright? Xiao Bao is always scheming against people. Take a look. Gao Leisure took a look and nodded vigorously. The content of the telegram was very simple. To be precise, it was a supplement to the telegram sent by Xiao Bei and the others. Why did it have to be the children of the Great Tang to hold a children's competition? In line with the Great Tang's care as a superior country, it was better to invite the children of Japan, Xinlua, and other small countries in the southwest to participate in the finals in the capital. 100,000 people from Xinlua, 200,000 from Japan, and 50,000 from the southwest could come in families to participate in the friendly competition in the Great Tang. At the same time, they could tour the capital of the superior country. All the expenses would be paid by the Great Tang. Each person would also be given a gift worth no less than 100 strings of coins, 2 sets of exquisite clothes, a set of fine glassware, and a medicine box that would be prepared at home, including commonly used medicines. If the participants had outstanding results, there would be more valuable prizes and rewards from the emperor of the superior country. Gao Leisure understood the purpose of Zhang Xiaobao's plan in the telegram. Oh, it was not a plan. It was a plan to appease the surrounding countries, the kind that could show friendship. Xiao Bao called a few days ago and said that they had invited important people from Japan to the Great Tang for a tour. It must be to cooperate with Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao must have known what Xiao Bei and the others were going to do and chased after them. This way, they can go and hunt for duo food in peace. Gao Leisure analyzed the situation. Leisure, do you think that if they come to the capital, they won't cause trouble when Cuckoo fights duo food? Li Longji asked. Precisely. No. Li Longji shook his head. Has Minister forgotten Xiao Bao's style of coming up with plans? Style? Is His Majesty saying that his plans are always chained together? Gao Lisher looked at the telegram again and shook his head. How could this subject not see it? Perhaps Xiao Bao did not think it through and was just casually coming up with a plan. No matter how Gao Lisher looked at it, Xiao Bao wanted to use money to attract people and then numb the surrounding countries so that they would not be disturbed when he dispatched his troops. Moreover, the amount of money used was not small. The travel expenses, accommodation, and food in the capital, as well as the gifts, added up to more than 30 million strings of coins. All of this was for the sake of obtaining victory on another battlefield, using money to buy time. But who would pay in the end? Gao Lisher began to worry and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject has secretly calculated and found that 30 million strings of coins might not be enough. Who will pay? The national treasury? Your internal funds? The Zhang family and the Wang family? Xiao Bei and the others definitely won't be able to fork out that much money." Li Longji waved his hand. "The national treasury's money cannot be touched. It's fine if I fork out a portion of my money, but I would feel the pinch if I were to fork out all of it. As for the power generation, ask Xiao Bao who will pay for it. Is it the national treasury, me, or his family?" Li Longji instructed the person who delivered the telegram. After that, he was not in the mood to visit the construction site. He just waited there and got someone to bring tea and sunflower seeds. Nearly half an hour later, the person who delivered the telegram ran over and shouted, "Your Majesty, Zhang Xiaobao has replied and said that we don't need to fork out any money. There are others who are willing to fork out the money. Thank you for your support." Chapter 12:10. Accompany us to the construction site. When Li Longji heard the report, he put his hands behind his back and walked towards the back. After Gao Lisher was reassured, his footsteps became lighter. "Lisher, to be honest, I quite dislike Xiao Bao. He always speaks halfway. When I ask him, he always beats around the bush. Guess with me, who did he transfer the money to? How did he transfer it?" Li Longji began to sink into a special emotion. To put it bluntly, it was as if he was possessed. He would only act like this when he was facing Zhang Xiaobao. In the past 10 years, he had fought in this dark scheme time and time again, but he had never seen the light of day. Without waiting for Gao Lisher to reply, Li Longji continued, "It has already become a habit that we like. We can only relax when we are facing Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo, apart from the harem. Do you know why? This subject does not know, but this subject also dislikes Xiao Bao. When others face the subject, they will always flatter me, but this subject has never seen this from Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They will not mock this subject behind this subject's back because of the defects of this subject's body, nor will they flatter the subject because of this subject's status. Xiao Bao will sometimes flatter the subject, but this subject knows that it is definitely not because this subject is close to your Majesty, but because he has recognized this subject as his adoptive father. This subject, who is used to others flattering the subject, feels uncomfortable." Gao Lisher followed Li Longji's words and acted as if he was angry. Li Longji smiled and patted Gao Lisher's shoulder. "As expected of the subject's most considerate Lisher, you are as hateful as Xiao Bao. You have to beat around the bush even when explaining things. You should have just said that Xiao Bao is not afraid of this subject. Why did you have to shift the topic to you? They are indeed not afraid of this subject. In fact, they don't even show the most basic respect. The only time they showed respect from the bottom of their hearts was when they decided to abolish the land and salaries of all officials and increase taxes based on their income. At that time, I promised to give Cuckoo half of the military forces to fight against the threats of the important ministers and the various families. Unfortunately, I was wrong at that time. I thought they would use force to force the various families to compromise. Who would have thought that when His Majesty wanted to give them soldiers, they would have no use for them at all? Not only did they have Cuckoo, who was good at fighting, they also had Xiao Bao, who liked to play tricks and schemes. They knew what they would face, so they made preparations in advance. However, they still accepted your kindness. This time, Gao Lisher did not beat around the bush and spoke bluntly. In this era, he was the only one who dared to analyze Li Longji's psychology. No one else dared to, and it was even more impossible for Li Longji to have such a heart-to-heart with his subjects. Similarly, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan respected him, not because of his high position, but because they knew his loyalty throughout history, even if he was a eunuch. Li Longji nodded. Speaking of dislike for Xiaobao and the others, it's a recognition of them. However, there are people that I truly dislike. The group, led by the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, and the people from the censorate, are eager to try. Their goal in opposing Zhang Zhong is to oppose Xiaobao and Cuckoo. I know that they are doing this for me to see. The way to be a ruler is to use people and use their abilities to suppress their hearts. There needs to be a balance. That's why they stood out and opposed Zhang Zhong. I can't deal with them yet, so I can only give them hints. They clearly received the hint, but they still acted the same way. Li Longji's expression turned ugly as he spoke, as if he thought that Wang Bei and the others wouldn't understand his intentions. Furthermore, they were hinting at him through their actions, asking him to remove Zhang Zhong from the position of Minister of Works, even if it was another minister. The problem is that Your Majesty doesn't need to be balanced against Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo. This subject has discovered that they are also ambitious. The difference is that their ambitions are not in the imperial court, but outside. They want to use all sorts of methods to seize more land and resources, so that the common people of our dynasty can live better lives. According to their psychology, this is the path that they use to realize their personal worth. This subject feels that the imperial court and even imperial authority are too small for them, and they aren't willing to tie themselves to the court and play with the world. Gao Lisher was even more disgusted by Wang Bei and the others. It was easy to remove Zhang Zhong, but difficult to replace him. Xiao Bao had said long ago that they needed to take control of the Great Tang's industries and build a powerful Great Tang heavy industry. If Zhang Zhong wasn't given the position of Minister of Works, Xiao Bao would definitely have split the research institute and not allowed anyone else to interfere. But it was clear that Wang Bei and the others wanted to seize the research institute. How could that be possible? Let alone Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Even His Majesty wouldn't agree. Only by placing the research institute in the hands of Xiao Bao and the others would His Majesty be at ease. He wouldn't have to worry about the speed of development or the problem of confidentiality. Thus, we intend to adjust Wang Bei's position. What does Minister think? Li Longji asked. This subject believes that it cannot be done. Wang Bei has done very well in the Bureau of Revenue. If it were someone else, they would have made many mistakes. Moreover, Xiao Bei and the others have already acted first and cut off the free welfare provided to Wang Bei's family. Wang Bei's daughter-in-law was pregnant at the right time, so Xiao Bei and the others took out the things to send over. Ah, benevolence and righteousness. Little children also know how to give and take. They're much better than many officials in the court. When officials are in conflict with their opponents, they won't rest until they're dead. Who could have imagined that Xiao Bei and the others would send so many nutritious products to Wang Bei's daughter-in-law when she was pregnant? Wang Bei should feel ashamed. That child should be able to walk now, right? Gao Lisher wanted nothing more than to kill Wang Bei, but when he considered his opponent's abilities, he could only give up on his grudge. It's born, it's born. That child has received a great deal of support from Xiao Bei and the others. They're of prenatal education, and they've even sent him a carriage to learn how to crawl and walk. In a few days, he'll probably have his first birthday celebration. We will go and take a look when we have time. When we get back, we can report to Xiao Bei and inform them. Speaking of Wang Bei, we remember the court assembly at the end of last year. Because the Zhang family and the Wang family had spent too much on other things, especially on intelligence, the year-end settlement was 5 million strings, less than the previous year. Wang Bei was overjoyed. But later on, the new group they set up with the Ministry of Works didn't make a single cent of profit. They were in a situation where they would make a loss during the year, but would be able to make a profit after the year. That is to say, there were no dividends during the year, but they didn't have to worry about making a loss, because after the new year, they would be able to make up for the loss. According to what Zhang Zhong said that day, this is called breaking even. But according to what we heard from Xiao Bao, as long as a sum of money doesn't produce a profit, then it's depreciating. This is a type of relative depreciation. It means that our country is issuing more money, so the amount of money that can be bought has decreased. And there's a simple rule. The more luxury goods are bought in society, the more the currency will inflate. This is a type of relative depreciation. Xiao Bao also said that there's another type of absolute depreciation. He said that he guaranteed to control the situation and wouldn't allow it to happen, or at least within a certain period of time. And absolute depreciation is when the rate of increase in currency issuance exceeds the rate of increase in the production of people's goods. This is reflected in the specific situation. The price of goods necessary for survival is rising too quickly, much faster than the rate of people's income. There are two reasons for this situation. First, it's the issue of large amounts of currency when productivity can't keep up. If we don't want to give up on the speed of currency issuance, we have to improve production technology. Second, it's the wrong interference of administrative orders. The ruling class artificially hinders the majority of the people from obtaining the right to currency. If we don't want to give up on this wrong interference, we have to add new administrative policies aimed at the welfare of the majority of the people. This is what Xiao Bao said to us. Wang Bei wants us to balance out Xiao Bao, but we're confused. What do we use to balance? If we balance Xiao Bao, who will balance the country's income and output, who will balance the problem of unemployment caused by the speed of social development, who is going to balance the balance between spiritual civilization and material civilization for me? Can he, Wang Bei, do it? Whenever a part of the country is affected by a disaster and needs money, Wang Bei will have a sad expression. He's sad because he can't find a good way to allocate money. If it's Xiao Bao, he's sad because he's afraid that his orders will be issued too slowly and the people will suffer. These are two different things. One is sad because he can't do anything, and the other is worried because he's afraid that his actions will be implemented too slowly for the people affected by the disaster. This is so infuriating. If we were Xiao Bao, we'd teach him a lesson. Li Longji muttered a bunch of things under his breath as he rubbed his chest with his hand. It seemed that he was really angry. Gao Lisher hurriedly comforted him. Your Majesty, calm down. It's not worth it. Wang Bei can't do anything about Xiao Bao. The censorate wants to impeach him, but they don't dare. Not to mention them. Even if Wei Zheng was alive, he would also have to remain silent. Just as your Majesty said, Xiao Bao has already taken revenge on Wang Bei. Otherwise, with Xiao Bao's ability, how could the new company not be able to make money? When it comes to making ends meet, it's also a skill. Even if you investigate carefully, you won't find any problems. Xiao Bao can't go too far. You heard it that day. Wang Bei shouted that Xiao Bao promised not to do anything to the people in the country, but he played tricks on them. If they really lost money, they'll cry even louder. The main thing is that Xiao Bao promised Cuckoo that he won't use his ability to harm his own people. Otherwise, look at Tibet in the past as well as Xinluo in Japan now. When Xiao Bao was against them, he really invaded them like fire. Your Majesty, don't be fooled by Wang Bei's loud voice. He's actually afraid. He thought that Xiao Bao is gentle and kind to the country, but he forgot that Xiao Bao is a vengeful person. Your Majesty, look, we've arrived at the Yin and Yang Palace. According to your instructions, we'll build a 3-story building here and make some space to build a fountain. We'll raise ornamental fish in the pond and transport local water plants from Hangzhou. It'll definitely be a grand scene in summer. Li Longji looked at the busy people at the construction site and nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, In the past, when I wanted to build the palace, the ministers always stopped me. Now that I'm building it, who dares to say anything? If it weren't for Xiao Bao making money for me, not to mention building a 3-story building, I would have been controlled by others. Gao Lisher could tell that Her Majesty's mind was filled with Xiao Bao's goodness. No matter what was said, no matter what topic was brought up, Her Majesty would definitely think of Xiao Bao first. After Li Longji finished speaking, he looked around the Yin and Yang Palace and did not give any instructions to the construction team. This was because the construction team here was from the Zhengzheng construction group. No matter if it was safety, technology, or quality, there were no problems. What made Li Longji depressed was that the price was very high. This was because, according to the rules set by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the charging method for the rich and powerful was different. The higher the status and the richer the family, the higher the fee would be. They were not afraid that the other party would play dirty tricks. Whoever had the guts to try it could try. As the emperor, Li Longji's fee for him was naturally the highest. Your Majesty, you don't need to worry. For the internal funds, building the palace is like a drop in the bucket. The annual interest is enough. Moreover, the money earned by the Zhengzheng construction group will immediately be used in other areas, such as building bridges for the village, schools, or roadside pavilions for people to rest. Gao Lisher fanned the dust with his hand as he spoke. I know. It's just that every time I take money out, I can't control the urge to take it back because I don't know how to earn money. I'm not like Xiao Bao, who doesn't feel bad about spending money because he can continue to earn. I can't even compare to Xiao Bei and the rest, who don't have to pay for all the expenses at home themselves. The money earned by Darling's Candy House can be spent as they please. Furthermore, Xiao Bao and Huan Huan don't care, Li Longji murmured. At this time, Gao Lisher did not know how to respond, so he maintained his silence. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is here. He's already inside. The sound of the construction site could not cover up the eunuch's shrill voice. A eunuch came to report the situation. Just as he finished speaking, Crown Prince Li Hong, who was originally Li Ying, walked in from outside. In theory, even the Crown Prince could not casually barge in, but Li Ying had received a telegram from Zhang Xiaobao, so he had enough confidence to enter directly. Moreover, he had also received guidance from Zhang Xiaobao, who told him that if he followed the rules too much, he would lose affection. Occasionally, he would make a small mistake to bring people closer to each other. Therefore, Li Ying chose to barge in at this time without any notice. In his hand was an item with the signatures of the manager of Savant's restaurant and the head steward of Zhangwang. Don't you have anything to do today? Li Longji did not consider the fact that his son had come without notice. This was a construction site and it was a mess. Who would be notified? I have something to do, so I'm busy. However, Xiao Bao sent me a telegram and told me something. At the same time, he asked me to bring something over. I also miss father, so I rushed over. Look, I haven't changed my clothes yet. Li Ying lifted the item in his hand and smiled at Li Longji. This casual attitude of his was faked. To be precise, it was trained. In front of the mirror, he practiced according to Zhang Xiaobao's teachings. Not only did he have to practice his expression, voice, and eyes, but he also had to cooperate with his mental cultivation method. That was, if he was strong, he would be strong. If he was tyrannical, he would be tyrannical. If he was tyrannical, he would be tyrannical. If he was tyrannical, he would be tyrannical. The kind that would not fight back and would talk cheerfully and wittily. Li Longji sized up his son and saw that his son's clothes were dyed black. Other than black, there were also yellow and red. What was the Crown Prince busy with before you came? Gao Lisher asked Li Longji. Li Ying was very respectful of Gao Lisher. In private, he would call him Master Gao. Of course, the respect he had for him now was slightly less, or perhaps even more. Everything was because of Zhang Xiaobao's support. Therefore, with Zhang Xiaobao's support, he did not have to pay too much attention to others. However, Zhang Xiaobao was Gao Lisher's adopted son, so he had to respect him even more. Li Ying understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning. He did not want the country to be too unstable and affect its diplomatic relations. At the same time, he would not allow others to mistreat his adopted father. Thinking of this, Li Ying adjusted his attitude and said with a smile, "General, I went to the newly established printing workshop to see them working. The Ministry of Works Research Institute sent a new dye called ink paste or coloring agent. Anyway, that's what it is. As a result, newspapers can be printed with various colored patterns and words. Although the patterns are a little troublesome and not very accurate, they are modularized. Various small patterns are done first and then pieced together. The requirements for the printing staff are very high. Otherwise, they would not be able to piece together well." "Oh, you brought printed newspapers over?" Li Longji's interest was piqued. He had just seen a remote data command map today. Now, there was a colored newspaper and some modularized patterns. "Very good." Li Ying, who was already prepared, took out a few rolled-up newspapers and handed them to Li Longji with one hand. Then he placed the things he was carrying on the ground and stood there panting. It was obvious that the things he was carrying were not light. Li Longji and Gao Lisher gathered together to read the newspaper. There were indeed patterns, but they were a little rigid. There were many different colors on the newspaper, and it was very eye-catching. The two of them then looked at the content. The headline was two large red words, "Debate." Following that was a row of small yellow words, "Strong enemies are watching. The long journey is not for the next life, but for this life, with the hot blood of Tang, who can withstand the blade of the treasured sword." At the bottom, the author's name was written Wang Wan. Then there was a large picture of a warrior riding a horse and waving a blade. The background was a large flag with the word Tang. There was also a row of blurred flowery words printed diagonally on the picture, "Swallowing 10,000 li like a tiger." Li Longji subconsciously straightened his back, as though he was the one riding on the horse and waving the blade. Gao Lisher also gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Li Ying said, "The boards with the picture have been sent to various places. According to the request, a copy of this newspaper will appear in all newspapers in Great Tang tomorrow morning." "Good, good. Send it out. The people know that there is going to be a war." In the past, they were also looking forward to it. Now it has finally begun. Xiaobao will soon bring out the administrative plan. What is the price of this newspaper?" Li Longji knew that tomorrow's newspaper was going to start promoting the war, and it was going to win the support of the people. Li Ying took out another newspaper and put it together with the previous one. "Father, it's the same as before. 1 copper coin per copy. Don't throw it away after you read it. If you collect 3 copies, you can exchange it for 2 copper coins. If you cut out the advertisement section of the newspaper, you might even be able to get a bargain of 1 copper coin." Li Longji put on a smile and said, "Lisher, do you see this? This is Xiaobao. There are many articles written by great scholars and the policies of the imperial court. It's easy to sell it at a high price, but look at what Xiaobao is doing. Why is he doing this? This subject knows. Xiaobao sells many copies of each newspaper for 1 copper coin. It's not enough to cover the printing costs. But in order to let the people see it, at least their children who have studied for 2 years can read it for them. He only sells it for 1 copper coin. He also sells it for 2 copper coins for 3 copper coins. Buying 1 copy is only a third of a copper coin. Xiaobao doesn't want the people to lose the opportunity to pay attention to the country because of money, so it's very cheap. But Xiaobao doesn't want to lose money, so he found merchants from all over to advertise. At this time, the newspaper has profits, and it's very big. In order to let the people pay attention to the advertisements in the newspaper, Xiaobao also asked the merchants to take turns. Every day, a merchant would take out the cost of the item to sell, but they would need the piece of paper in the newspaper. Every place is different, but the same thing is that there are discounts every day. Thus, Our dynasty sells many newspapers every day. This is because when the people buy it, there's no loss at all. If they need to buy a lot of things, they can even take advantage of it. Not only does it allow the people to be educated, but it also promotes the sales of goods. At the same time, it also allows our dynasty's newspaper distribution industry to earn profits. And Xiao Bao clearly can get more money from this, but he gives it up. He doesn't have any selfish motives. He's doing this for the sake of the country and the people. Gao Lisher sincerely praised, not at all affected by Xiao Bao's identity as his adopted son. General Gao is right. Xiao Bao, Li Longji said doubtfully. Li Ying quickly changed his words. Zhang Xiao Bao, Li Longji continued to question. Father, what do you want me to call him? Usually when Xiao Bao sends me a telegram, he always ends it with Xiao Bao. I can't say Zhang Jidishi, right? Li Ying said awkwardly. Li Longji replied affirmatively this time. Li Ying heaved a sigh of relief. Even though it was just a title, it involved a lot of things. Normally, the people could casually address them as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. However, officials were definitely not allowed to do so. They had to be addressed as officials, unless one was a retired official or an elder recognized by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It represented a kind of closeness, a kind of relationship, and even a kind of identity and status in the bureaucracy. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo weren't that easy to address. Thus, Li Ying was allowed to address them as Xiao Bao. It wasn't easy for him to obtain this title. Revealing a sincere smile, Li Ying said, Xiao Bao has indeed done many good deeds. If they were to make a move on their own people, our great Tang would be in danger. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are trying to make their own families rich first before helping us. I discovered something, and that is the more power they have, the better the lives of our people. Many officials come from rich families and are businessmen. The people are jealous, helpless, and resentful. But when I go out for a stroll, I've never heard any of the people say anything bad about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Could it be that they don't have money? They are truly rich enough to rival a country. Xiao Bao has restrained himself, but he still earns hundreds of millions of strings of cash every year. He has already stopped expanding the businesses of the Zhang family in Great Tang, but the people who work with them are expanding, so their money will only increase. But the people still acknowledge them. Why? I've thought about it. They are earning money in our Great Tang, and they are earning it fair and square. At the same time, they have to fork out a lot of money to help the disaster areas every year. Disasters are the same as before, and they never stop. The only difference is that there was no Xiao Bao and Cuckoo in the past. Imperial Father, although they always donate money in the name of the Imperial Court, the people aren't fools. What was the Imperial Court's policy towards disaster areas in the past? What's the speed of response now? What speed? Li Longji realized that this was the first time he truly cared about his crown prince. In the past, Li Hong had never spoken so much. He had always been very careful, so he deliberately asked this question. He hoped that he could feel more familial affection and communication from his son. Just like when he was with Xiao Bei and the others. It wasn't that everything Xiao Bei did was right, but that he cared about Xiao Bei's considered feelings. Even if she did something wrong. Seeing Xiao Bei's bashful and embarrassed appearance, he had to give her the right answer. Yes, what Xiao Bei did was wrong, but shouldn't he support such a cute child? If she was wrong, then she was wrong. Did he have to beat her to death? Could it be that everything he did in his life was right? Nothing went against his heart? Li Longji considered this, so he was very tolerant of Xiao Bei and the others, especially Xiao Bei. When she hugged you and acted coquettishly, you would feel sorry for Xiao Bei's cuteness if you didn't sign a few unequal treaties. Even if you were dreaming, you would be scared awake by guilt. Li Ying waited until her father was almost done thinking before she said, Half a month ago, Hedong Circuit's Luzhou had been dry for more than 20 days. Fortunately, they had to plant soybeans, so they weren't in a hurry at the beginning. However, it didn't rain. So Li Sun found me. He is now in charge of the agriculture and industry of the entire Hudong circuit. Previously, he had already reported it to the imperial court, but it was suppressed by the head of the secretariat. He asked the local officials to pray for rain, but it didn't happen. While I was thinking of a solution, Xiao Bao sent a message to the research institute and asked them to move the things that were still being tested to Luzhou. That day, the clouds drifted horizontally from west to east as usual. However, the rumbling sound of artillery fire came from Qinzhou, and then it rained in Luzhou. That day was the last few days to plant soybeans. If it was missed, the soybeans wouldn't be able to grow well or even be sown. On the third day after the rain, the well drilling team of the Ministry of Works Research Institute came. Li Sun told me that he saw the bearings break down one after another because they didn't rotate fast enough. Within a day, the Research Institute had drilled 142 wells in Luzhou, and the local drought was immediately solved. This is what I understand about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's speed. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are as fast as lightning. 1 day of rain, 3 days of well drilling. Therefore, the people are not afraid of the imperial court's administrative orders being issued slowly, nor are they afraid of the unrest in the surrounding countries. At the same time, they acknowledge that the Zhang family and the Wang family have endless wealth. They are afraid that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will give up on them. Li Ying said that the people of Tang supported Zhang Xiao Bao and Wang Wan, and at the same time expressed that she also supported them. However, Li Longji and Gao Lisher couldn't follow his train of thought. Li Ying didn't need to say anything to know that the people supported him. At this time, Li Longji and Gao Lisher were thinking about what could make it rain. This thing was even more terrifying than high-speed bearings. If the bearings didn't meet the standards, it was just that their hardness wasn't good enough, and the curvature of the balls wasn't accurate enough. This was within the scope of industry. Rain was different. Tell me, how did it rain in Luzhou? Li Longji grasped the crux of the problem. Firing cannons. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had people fire cannons at Qinzhou, which is in front of Luzhou. They fired at the clouds, and when the clouds flew to Luzhou, it started to rain. It's very simple. It just needs to rumble for a while. Li Ying's eyes occasionally signaled to Li Longji to look at the things he had brought over. Li Longji no longer cared about his dignity as an emperor. He walked over to Li Ying and slapped him on the head. Are you stupid? This is rain, not a simple method of burning firewood to resist frost. Do you think I don't know how to fire cannons? The problem is, what are they firing? You don't think it's the cannons we're using now, do you? That'll kill people. What exactly did the Research Institute send up? Li Ying finally reacted and shook his head. I don't know. I only heard that Li Sun sent a signal to Xiao Bao for help. Xiao Bao sent back several orders in succession, and thus the disaster in Luzhou was resolved. Father, don't you think Xiao Bao is amazing? Do I need you to tell me whether Xiao Bao is amazing or not? Go to the Research Institute and ask. Oh, go greet Zhang Zhong first. Although you're the crown prince, you can't directly enter. If you're stopped at the entrance, you'll be embarrassed. Zhang Zhong will also think that you have something against it. Li Longji instructed. Yes, this son understands. If you provoke Zhang Zhong, you'll be miserable. If you scold Xiao Bao, he might ignore you. But if you scold his father, then it's over. Li Ying understood very well. Li Longji lowered his head and finally turned his attention to the thing his son brought. He asked, "What is this?" A large pressure cooker. There's a wild boar's elbow and hind elbow stewing inside. In less than an hour, the meat has already been separated from the bone. It's suitable for use in highlands, Li Ying replied. Li Longji asked curiously, "It's so magical?" "This is good stuff. Let's set up a project." "Father, there's no need to set up a project. This is a byproduct of the steam engine." Li Ying smiled and introduced. Chapter 1211. Oh, I've heard of it before. It has always been used in Tibet. Why did you bring it here today? Li Longji pondered for a moment and realized that he had never seen such a thing before. Thus, he wasn't sure why his son brought it here. Li Ying took a sniff. The pork shoulder in the pot smelled very fragrant and replied, "This pressure cooker is different from the ones in the past. It uses electricity. Other than the pressure cooker, there's also an electric rice cooker. I intend to promote this in the capital." In the past, the Ministry of Works produced more electricity than the demand, and they required a lot of firewood and coal every day. It was very difficult to transport and clean them. Li Longji suddenly understood. He couldn't possibly check on the sanitation of the capital in the morning, such as the empty chamber pot and the leftovers from the previous day. Thinking about it, the people around wouldn't feel good if there wasn't a car passing by. Nodding his head, Li Longji praised, "My son is able to think of working for the welfare of the people in the capital. I'll keep the pork shoulder. What else do you want?" "I still want to manage a project," Li Ying said nervously. He was afraid that he would be rejected by his father if he went to earn money as the crown prince. Li Longji didn't say anything. When he was talking about power, his son said that it wasn't necessary. Now he wants a project? What project is it? "I've discussed with my brothers and sisters. We intend to sell the pressure cooker and electric rice cooker to Japan so that the people in Japan can enjoy life together with the people in Great Tang." Li Ying had learned how to do things under the banner of world peace. Li Longji frowned. He knew that if he wanted to use electrical appliances, he had to have some first. It was only because the Ministry of Works had built a few power generators that the people in the capital could use. However, the power generation technology wasn't perfect yet. The power generators in the Ministry of Works were built with money and couldn't be popularized. Otherwise, they would have been sent to various places for the people in Great Tang to enjoy. In Japan, would they use thermal power, hydraulic power, or wind power? Would the technology be learned by the Japanese? This probably wouldn't happen. Even if the Japanese were to take a closer look and didn't understand the principles, they wouldn't follow suit. Furthermore, without the foundation of the industry, they wouldn't be able to produce the parts. Could it be that the power generation technology can be popularized? Li Longji asked. Li Ying shook his head vigorously. "No. Only small hydroelectric generators can be tested in various places. What I want to use is thermal power. I will help the Japanese build a few more thermal power plants, and I will only take the cost. Send a batch of rice cookers, pressure cookers, and light bulbs to them at the beginning. When they use them, sell them for money." Hearing his son's words, Li Longji was even more perplexed. Gao Lisher was also perplexed, and he asked, "If you can build a power plant elsewhere, why don't you build one in our Great Tang so that the common folk can enjoy it as well?" That's because the new thermal power plant that the Ministry of Works is a big plant. It generates a lot of electricity. The blueprints have just been designed, and the components are about to be produced. They haven't been assembled. There were two problems involved. One was that when burning coal, there was too much ash. They had not thought of a solution yet, and the burning was not enough. The other problem is that the performance is not stable. The transformer is easy to burn, and at the same time, it is easy to blow up the furnace. Li Ying explained. It seemed that he had thought of this idea after going to the Ministry of Works. Li Longji and Gao Lisher suddenly realized that the Li Ying in front of them was no longer the same as before. At the very least, he now knew how to scheme against others. What he had just said was definitely not his final objective. There had to be a deeper reason behind it. Harumphing coldly, Li Longji asked with a dark expression, "Tell me the truth. What are you all trying to do? Why aren't you all obediently staying in your own territories and insisting on interfering with business and administration? Don't tell me that you're thinking of harming the common folk for your own benefits?" "Father, who would dare to do that? It was Xiao Bao who supported us to come out and do this. Their fief is already on the verge of collapsing, and the money provided by the fief can't compare to what they earn by doing things themselves. They intend to return their fief to the royal court and take a sum of money to learn while doing things. This way, the common folk won't always call them vermin behind their backs. As the crown prince, it's natural for me to take the lead. I don't feel comfortable relying on the royal court for money. What others can do, we of the royal family can do as well. In the past, I thought that there was only so much wealth for geniuses. If we were to compete with the common folk when doing business, I now know that the world is vast and wealth can be created. Li Ying found a reason. In truth, it was because Zhang Xiaobao wanted them to take back their fief and gradually take back the land of others. This was to avoid land annexation and make it easier to control the agricultural production and infrastructure in the country. In the future, the surrounding areas would be colonized. They wouldn't be sending people far away all at once, as that would result in the gradual independence of the various regions. Right now, they were gradually sending people to the neighboring regions and providing them with land tax relief. In the future, when transportation and communications were more developed, they would be able to colonize even further places, such as the various large islands. At that time, as long as the central army controlled them well and didn't make the difference in income between the various regions too great, the other regions wouldn't be able to become independent. Li Ying's words were very moving, but Li Longji and Gao Lisher were unmoved. They continued to look at Li Ying, waiting for him to explain further. Fine, actually, how should I put it? We feel that we should quickly bring Japan into our great Tang's territory and add fuel to the fire. After some research, we realized that Japan will be very happy if we build power plants there. Then, we'll send many polluting departments that require electricity there, polluting Japan. Furthermore, Japan lacks natural resources, so the coal needed for power plants has to be transported from our Great Tang. Shouldn't we build roads? Shouldn't they spend money to buy coal? Shouldn't we build more fleets? Shouldn't their electrical appliances break down quickly when the voltage isn't stable? In order to squeeze every last bit of profit out of Japan, we'll start by changing their living habits. When they rely on our Great Tang for their daily lives, that will be the time when their regime will be wiped out. Li Ying revealed his ambitions. Personally sending an entire dynasty to the execution ground was a very meaningful matter. Aren't you afraid that after they learn more in the future, we'll take a liking to their capabilities and change the crown prince? Li Longji tried to scare Li Ying. Unexpectedly, Li Ying chuckled nonchalantly. Looking at Li Longji and Gao Lisher, Li Ying said confidently, "While they're learning, your son is also learning. Furthermore, they've hinted to your son that they don't want to be the emperor. In the past, you don't have much contact with the outside world, so you feel that authority in the royal court is very important. Now, you know more, and there's still a large area overseas that you haven't conquered. Instead of staying in the palace, you might as well think of ways to go out and help Great Tang conquer more land and educate more people. Targeting Japan is our first attempt. After we succeed, they'll want to go out. Some will travel by land, and some will take ships. They'll bring many people and guards with them, as well as Great Tang's products. They'll go out and have a look. They'll set up trading companies and realize the value of their lives, just like Xiao Bao and the others." When Li Ying spoke, his eyes were filled with yearning. It was as though he wanted to go out and see how exciting the world was. In the past, he wanted to be the emperor so badly that he went crazy. Then he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Even if the two of them didn't become the emperor, they still held a lot of power and could roam the world. Moreover, the sea merchants from Luzhou to the capital had also said that the outside world was huge, and the land was filled with uneducated people. The land outside was fertile, the trees were tall, there were animals that had never been seen in the capital, and there were delicious fish in the sea. There were countless mineral deposits. As long as a few pieces of porcelain, silk, and delicious seasonings were shipped over, the locals would even help the merchants mine the ores. A set of porcelain bowls and plates that were only worth 5 copper coins in the Great Tang could be exchanged for a ship full of cedar. In truth, that set of porcelain wasn't bought from the locals, but from the locals. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, This was an era of gold everywhere. Go out and help the people of other places obtain better living conditions, help them enjoy life, and then bring back the valuable things for the people of Great Tang to enjoy. If he were the emperor, he would at most travel around the Great Tang, and he would have to listen to the advice of his officials. That was far too boring. Li Longji was surprised. He hadn't expected his children to have reached an agreement in private. Xiao Bao had probably instigated and tempted them a lot. But he was right. With the current technology and weapons of the Great Tang, there was no danger in going out unless one fell ill. In the outside world, there were far fewer restrictions. They could do as they pleased, and the capital of Great Tang couldn't send specific orders. If they were tired, they could come back and enjoy themselves for a few days before going out again. If they stayed in a certain place for too long, the Great Tang would send people to take them back, and they could move on to the next place. They could treat the process of fighting for territory and resources as a vacation. They could realize the value of life, enjoy the fruits of their labor, and create wealth. We permit it. You can go and play, but you are not allowed to make yourselves kings in the future. Otherwise, it's hard to say who will rule that place in a few generations. This is precisely why Xiao Bao doesn't support colonizing the islands. Li Longji felt that it was a good idea to let his children go out and fight for territory, so he nodded in agreement. Li Ying happily left to make arrangements for the Japanese. Turning back, Li Longji said to Gao Lisher with the same yearning, "In truth, we also want to go to the places where there are koalas. Koalas are too delicate, and we need to transport fresh eucalyptus leaves from Luzhou. Fortunately, we transplanted a lot of them, or else the koalas would have starved to death in the capital. The daily heating fee for these animals, who are afraid of the cold, is not a small sum. Fortunately, the children who come to the capital and live in the capital like them, especially the koalas. Lisher, I remember that a few days ago there was a koala that seemed to be sick, but the people in the medical academy couldn't tell what was wrong with it. They just said that it was very listless and not lively. Has it been cured? Your Majesty, it has been cured. The people in the zoo sent Xiao Bao a message. After Xiao Bao asked clearly, he asked someone to carry the koala, and it was cured. Because the color under the koala's eyes is not pretty, no one usually carries it, and it fell sick." Gao Lisher replied. Li Longji could not help but laugh. "Haha, so it's true. That little thing can fall sick because no one carries it? This is the first time I've heard of this. Sigh, Xiao Bao and the others are really knowledgeable. Ask someone to tell the people in the zoo to put makeup on the koala to make it cuter so that people can carry it. Yes, Your Majesty is very thoughtful. Koalas are very cute. Sometimes, when they sit on the tree, they look like pandas. They look like they have been wronged. The only difference is that pandas are very fierce. The zoo in Baoxing County earns more than the zoo in the capital. The monthly profit of the zoo in the capital is very small, but the zoo in Baoxing County can provide a profit of 1,000 strings of coins. The zoo in Baoxing County earns more than that." Speaking of the zoo, Gao Lisher thought of Baoxing County, the place where Xiao Bao and Cuckoo first became officials. Li Longji had almost forgotten about that county. When he heard Gao Lisher mention it, he asked, "What's the situation there now? Don't tell me that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo left and the new officials ruined the good things they left behind? Your Majesty, do you think anyone would dare to do that?" Baoxing County paid a lot of rent taxes last year. Excluding the counties in Luzhou, Baoxing County and Great Tang ranked 9th in rent taxes. This was a result that no one dared to dream of in the past. The local officials are the same as the Sanshui County. They have to post a notice before they start their administration. The monthly income of the county, where it comes from, how much it can be used by the county, and how they plan to spend it next month. Everything has to be made known to the people. If there's something they don't understand, they have to explain it to them. If the people agree, the money can be used according to the plan. If the people don't agree, the plan can only be changed. If they want to enforce it, it's the end of the official's term. Gao Lisher seemed to have a thorough understanding of the situation. Good, very good. I'm very happy. However, it's still difficult to promote it to all parts of Great Tang. Not all the people have developed the habit of participating in politics. If there's an unreasonable demand, the decree can't be implemented. Education. Everything still depends on education. In the future, each state will have its own newspaper. Do according to Xiaobao's method, and don't sell it too expensive. Also, set up reading boards in crowded places and put up newspapers for the people to read for free. Now, it's usually read by people who attend night school or children who have studied to a certain level. In the future, when the people hear more, they will naturally recognize the words on the newspapers. Li Longji really wanted to implement the matter of the people participating in politics everywhere. That way, the local government would make fewer mistakes and not waste money. Gao Lisher noted it down so that he could urge others to do it. Moreover, he had to control the local newspapers and not write anything casually. Another 3 days passed. Xiao Bei and the others had already sent the cement to Weizhou and helped Winshan County find interested merchants. In a few days, the merchants would personally go to Winshan County to take a look at the output and transportation situation. Xiao Bei and the others stayed in Weizhou for a day and took a nice bath. Because they were running around outside, they didn't even have the chance to take a bath. The group set off for Izhou at dawn to catch up with their brother and sister. Just as they left the city and walked less than 5 li, a horse came from the side of the road. The person on the horse looked very tired. When she saw Xiao Bei's group, she shouted happily, "Xiao Bei, I'm here. My name is Su Ilong. I'll follow you in the future." "Is this someone from Brother's group? Who is it?" Xiao Bei heard the noise and stood out of the carriage to look forward. The person was checked, mainly to see the certificate written by Zhang Xiaobao. They didn't find any danger, so they let him in. The person first looked at Xiao Bei and then looked at the others. He glanced around and asked Xiao Hai, You're Zhang Xiao Hai?" Seeing Xiao Hai nod, he said happily, "I finally found you. Let me ask you a question. There are 2 kinds of candies, one red and one blue. Red candies cost 5 copper coins per box, and blue candies cost 3 copper coins per box. You bought a total of 9 boxes and spent a total of 33 copper coins. Ask, how many boxes of blue and red candies did you buy?" Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment and then answered casually, 3 boxes of red candies and 6 boxes of blue candies. "Su Ilong, today there is only 1 chapter. Tomorrow there will be more. Chapter 1212. Su Ilong actually knew the answer. He didn't calculate it, but he used the 2 types of boxes back and forth to make up the exact number. In theory, he only needed to make it 9 times, and he had to count the boxes of a certain color to 0. But he knew that if the number was big and changed to hundreds, it would take him a long time to make up the number. He could see that when he asked Little C clearly wasn't paying attention to his calculations. After hearing his question, there was a clear pause, as if he didn't understand why he would ask such a question. But then he easily gave the answer. In other words, Xiao Hai could calculate this kind of problem quickly. Su Ilong thought a lot and was completely shocked. Just as he was about to continue testing the abilities of the other children, Xiao Bei's voice rang in his ears. "What do you do?" "My grandfather is Su Jian. He's the academician of Jixin Academy, Yuan Gu, from the Great Wall of Huzhou. He studied books like Records of Heaven and Beginner's Notes and wrote a book called The Legend of Diyin." Before Su Ilong could introduce his grandfather, Xiao Yuan's voice sounded. Su Ilong looked at Xiao Yuan in surprise. "How did you know?" "There are only a few people in Jixin Academy. You just have to memorize them. And in order to prevent you from talking bad about my family behind my back and suddenly stabbing me, we have to send things to your family during the holidays. For example, the 3-year-old child in your elder brother's family now eats and uses children's toys. They are all sent by our precious candy house. Unfortunately, when someone took advantage of us, they didn't have the slightest intention to refuse. In the end, they turned around and didn't recognize us. Fortunately, your family still knows that the hand that takes advantage of others is short, and the mouth that takes advantage of others is soft. Xiao Yuan looked like he had suffered a great grievance. Why did he remember it so clearly? Of course, one had to know the family situation when sending things, especially when there was a baby at home. Su Yilong was slightly embarrassed by Xiao Yuan's straightforward words. He had also eaten the birthday cake given by others. The cream on it was very sweet, and it was not given by the Zhang family and Wang family. It was given by the 9 children's own candy house. Therefore, after this blow, Su Yilong's contempt and dissatisfaction disappeared instantly. He decided to follow the children and see what he could learn. At least, Xiaohai's calculating ability was better than his. Since you came here in such a hurry, why don't you find a car and rest first? We'll talk about other things after dinner. Xiao Bei didn't know what his brother and sister were planning to do by giving him a person, but it didn't matter if there was one more person or one less person in the group. Right now, they were in a hurry, so he ordered the group to continue speeding up. Su Yilong obediently found a car with Xiao Bei's toys. She sat on the shaft outside and took a bottle of water from someone. She didn't open it for a while. He swallowed his saliva and asked the person driving the carriage next to him in embarrassment, "Brother, how do I drink water?" The coachman was leisurely waving the whip in the air. When he heard Su Yilong's question, he gave her a simple and honest smile and took the glass bottle from her hand. He clamped the whip under his armpit and used his other hand to break the bottle open with his thumb. With a pung sound, the iron lid on the bottle was removed. He returned the bottle to Su Yilong and put the lid back into his pocket. Su Yilong widened his eyes in surprise. He tried it just now, and the iron lid was very tight. He felt that if he tried to break it with his hand like the other person, he would scrape off a piece of flesh on his hand. Damn, I didn't expect the coachman to be an expert. Su Yilong thought for a while, wiped the bottle open with his hand, and raised his head to drink. As soon as the water in the bottle touched her tongue, Su Yilong felt as if her tongue was gently pricked by many needles. She almost spat out the water in her mouth. She suddenly reacted and didn't dare to spit in front of others, so she forced herself to swallow the water. As a result, after the water entered her stomach, she immediately felt an indescribable comfort filling her body, from her mouth to her stomach. It seemed that her breathing was comfortable, and she was more energetic. She burped from her stomach and spurted out from her nose. The sour taste seemed to penetrate her brain, and she couldn't help but shiver. An inexplicable ease lingered around her body. When the taste calmed down, Su Yilong smacked her lips twice. Her eyes looked away and felt brighter. She held the glass bottle in her hand and asked the coachman beside her, "What did you give me to drink?" "A kind of carbonated drink. The conditions don't allow it. Otherwise, it'll taste better if it's iced," the coachman replied. "Why haven't I seen it before? I don't even see it in the supermarket outside." Su Yilong felt that it would have been better if she had come earlier. Such a delicious, comfortable, and refreshing carbonated drink. She would regret it if she tasted it later. The coachman continued to wave the whip a few times and didn't reply. After waiting for a while, Su Yilong saw that the other party didn't intend to tell her. She lowered her head and pondered. This thing must be something that the Zhang family and Wang family enjoyed in the inner courtyard, just like the canned food and heated food in the past. The purpose of its research and production was to let the people in the inner courtyard live better when they were outside. It was a special kind of care and welfare that others wouldn't even think about. Only when a better welfare product of the inner courtyard was developed would the previous one be sold as a high-end product for others to enjoy. This situation was known to everyone in the Tang Empire, so no one wanted to bribe the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family with money. They wouldn't agree. In the whole world, no one could find a main family like the Zhang family and Wang family. The kind of warmth and mutual love that blended together couldn't be bought with money. In envy, Su Yilong carefully took another sip. Under the circumstances of preparation, She finally tasted the good taste of the carbonated drink. She stuck out her tongue and licked her sweet lips. She carefully asked the coachman, "Is there anything else that can be eaten? I haven't eaten the previous meal, so I'm hungry after riding here." The coachman wasn't stingy. He took out a flat thing from his pocket and tore open the metal-like paper that Su Ilong didn't know what it was. He revealed the dark brown thing inside and handed it to Su Ilong. "Bite it in small bites. It's a little bitter at the beginning, but it'll have a strong aftertaste if you taste it carefully," the coachman advised. "Okay, thank you." Su Ilong also hadn't seen it before, but she knew that it was definitely not bad. She carefully took it and bit it according to the coachman's method. Sure enough, it was a little bitter, and then it was fragrant. She took another sip of the drink. It was nothing more delicious than this. "What is it?" Cuckoo named it chocolate. "It's refreshing and can restore the body's strength. Why haven't I seen it before?" As soon as she said it, Su Ilong immediately regretted it. She realized that she had asked a very stupid question. Seeing that the coachman didn't answer, Su Ilong continued to eat the drink and chocolate bit by bit. After eating, she leaned on the carriage and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. She gently opened her mouth and enjoyed it as much as she wanted. After a long time, Su Ilong happily asked the coachman, "Brother, can I also get a fixed amount of drinks and chocolate in the future?" "You are." "My name is Su Ilong. I was arranged by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to be with Xiao Bei and learn to do things." What Su Ilong wanted most at this moment was the same benefits as others. "Yes." The coachman answered simply. Su Ilong was happy. "How much can I get?" "You can eat as much as you want. As long as there's more in the team supplies, you can take as much as you want." The coachman explained. "I can eat as much as I want?" Su Ilong felt that happiness came so suddenly. She could drink as much as she wanted and eat as much as she wanted. It was a fairy-like life. Suddenly she asked the coachman in confusion, "Why don't you eat as much as you want?" After eating too much snacks, you will find that the best and most fragrant is actually the main meal. A bowl of white rice, a few meat and vegetable stir-fried dishes, and some pickles. A small bowl of soup is much better than snacks, the coachman said to Su Ilong. Su Ilong touched her stomach and seemed to want to eat a big bowl of rice. It would be better if she could make some vegetable soup. She was really hungry. After drinking a bottle of water, she seemed to want to eat more. She said to the coachman with understanding, "You probably have too many snacks and are tired of eating them. Why don't you sell them? It's a waste of resources." "Because it's specially provided for by the inner courtyard. As an inner courtyard student, I cannot eat it. But what I have is not available to others. When I'm outside, I take it out to eat. It's a symbol of status and can satisfy my vanity." The owner took this into consideration, so they don't sell it. The coachman's answer was very honest, and there was a happy smile on his face. Damned vanity. Su Ilong followed and muttered, "Seeing others have it, but you can't buy it with money. It's really helpless. It would be a lie to say that I'm not jealous. I'll go take a look later and see what good things there are. I'll keep it with me and take it out when I see others. They'll be envious to death. Ha ha." Compared to Xiao Bei's team that was like a marching army, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team slowed down again and moved towards Zizhou like a snail. Occasionally, they would stop and chat with the local people who were watching by the roadside. They would let the logistics staff make convenient food for the people to taste. Fried chicken wings, smoked pork livers, and the like were made by well-trained chefs, and the commoners were all eating happily. Moreover, they were not polite when they accepted the food. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gave it to them, they would take it. After eating, they would praise them, as if they were good. So were they. Bai Go came over worriedly. "Xiaobao, if we continue to send out, the reserves in the team won't be enough. We'll be arriving at Izhou soon. We'll have to clean up and exchange for a new batch of supplies. Cleaning up in the city will only earn us a little money, so it's better to give it to others for free. It's not easy for us to come here, so let's make everyone happy." Money can only reflect its value when it can buy happiness. Zhang Xiaobao, who had been clearing the inventory, said to Baigo indifferently. Baigo also became indifferent. After all, it was not his money. It was just that when they were waiting for the little ones to come over, they moved too slowly. He did not know why they had to wait for the little ones' guards to come over. Now, there were many guards in the team. You take your time to deliver the food to others. I'll go back and rest. Baigo planned to get out of the car and find his own place to sleep for a while. Before he left, Yao Chong appeared outside the car on a horse and followed the car slowly. When he came to the window, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the car, "Just now there was a telegram saying that you sent out a kind of cannon. If you shoot at the sky, it will rain." "What kind of cannon?" "Really?" Baigo was no longer sleepy. "It's not shooting at the sky. It's shooting at the clouds. It's not the usual cannonballs. It's a rocket. It's like fireworks. There are different things in it. When it explodes in the sky, it will rain. Last time it was an experiment. The technology was not mature yet, so it always missed." Zhang Xiaobao knew what Yao Chong was asking. It was just artificial rain. 10 years ago, he and Wang Wan had hoped for it. Now, they finally saw the light of dawn. 10 years, such a long wait. But it also seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The time passed unknowingly. It was not an instant, but an eternity. As an old man, Baigo did not pay attention to the passage of time. He only cherished every day and then enjoyed it. Therefore, he did not have any burden in his heart. What others did to him, and what he did to others, was not as good as what he had now, because he was more direct when he asked. If he could get some good news, he would take advantage of others. If he could not, he would think of other ways. "Xiaobao, did you specially ask the Research Institute to do research on the drought in the Tang Empire?" "Very good. It's what we should do to think about the people's lives." Baigo asked indirectly. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said with a smile, "For any invention, no matter what the intention of the inventor is, the first thing that the ruler thinks of is to use it in war." When Cuckoo and I provided technical ideas, we naturally did not think about artificial rain first. Instead, we thought about the scene of countless rocket launchers being fired at the same time on the battlefield. Cuckoo's and my initial idea had very low requirements. That was within a range of 10 to 15 kilometers. There would be hundreds of rocket launchers, and at least 3,000 rocket launchers would be fired in a few minutes. It would be an area of saturation attack. Unfortunately, whether it was the range or the accuracy, the people of the Ministry of Works did not give us a satisfactory answer. We thought about it together, and then thought that the rocket launcher could be simplified and used for artificial rain. I'm not afraid that you will laugh at me if I tell you. Wang Wan played along and smiled bashfully. Who asked her to be prepared to hit someone in the beginning, and not the clouds? Baigo was silent. Yao Chong was also speechless. The two of them were not stupid. They understood why Xiaobao and Cuckoo thought about making rocket launchers. It was because the cannons used usually could not fire so many shells in a few minutes. But were the two of them war maniacs? It was clearly a design that could help the people in the dry areas, but it was developed to destroy the enemy. Are rocket launchers good, useful to hit people? Yao Chong wanted to know more about this. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, but we won't be able to use them in the next few years. The technology for hitting clouds is simple, but the technology for hitting people is very complicated. The advantage is that it is light and convenient compared to cannons. The disadvantage is that the cost is too high, but it doesn't matter. In order to protect the lives of our soldiers and to effectively kill the enemy's forces, it's okay to spend some money. Let's wait and see. Based on the speed of the Ministry of Works research, it should be no problem in 8 to 10 years. If they don't learn foreign languages and only focus on mathematics, they can cultivate a group of smart geniuses in 6 to 7 years. Ordinary people won't be able to do it. The technicians trained by my family started learning more early, more than 10 years ago. The Ministry of Works recruited people from all over the country a little later. However, The people recruited later all had very good skills. They only lacked more advanced theoretical support. According to the current speed of development, Cuckoo and I can still provide guidance on the direction of research. Give us another 10 years, and we will be able to truly subdue the enemy without fighting. When Wang Wan thought of all the hard work she had put in over the years, she was also very emotional. Her eyes were slightly red as she said, "Yes, I believe that with their tireless research and learning, after the great Tang Empire, we don't need the special forces to take the life of a person in any country. We just need to inform the ruling class of that country, and they will send that person's head over themselves." Can this old man live for another 10 years? Baigo also wanted to see that day, but he was worried about his health. He knew that if he hadn't met Xiao Bao and Cuckoo at that time, he would very likely have died. Now, many old men were living very well, all because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo provided absolute healthcare support. Therefore, when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo used trains to go to other countries to exchange benefits with high-income and landowners, the process of negotiation was very smooth. These old men used their huge influence behind the scenes. When the exchange conditions were similar, no one dared to provoke them. Yao Chong on the horse clenched his fists and bent his arms to make a bodybuilding pose. After thinking about it, he said, "I will try my best to live. I will listen to the doctor. I will eat whatever he tells me to eat and do whatever he tells me to do. I will not be angry. I want to be in a good mood tomorrow." Baigo nodded vigorously in agreement. He decided to only drink a small cup of wine every day, eat more fish and vegetables and not pickles. After thinking about his diet, Baigo suddenly found something wrong with Wang Wan's words and the way she gritted her teeth when talking just now. He asked, "Cuckoo, did someone from another country make you angry?" "There is a country called Junla." Wang Wan mentioned the name of the country and then said, "Last autumn they came to the capital to pay tribute. In order to temporarily stabilize them, our dynasty gave them a lot of rewards. When they left this year, they took the land route. When they reached Jiaoji, which is not far from the border of our Tang Empire, they ruined 2 newlyweds in the village. Xiao Bao, you tell me." Wang Wan did not want to talk about it. Xiao Bao's expression was not good. Then the 2 women wanted to commit suicide, but they were stopped by the local tribal chief. The tribal chief took them to the provincial government of Jiaozhou and sent a telegram to ask if our dynasty had taken their rent for nothing. Let me explain first. They did not pay rent before. They only started paying rent in the autumn of the year before last. In the end, this matter was found out by the local provincial governor. He threatened them not to cause trouble for our dynasty. They are now waiting at home. The people from Zhen have probably returned to their country by now. This shows that our Tang Empire is still easy to bully. Some of our officials are still not killed enough. This matter happened 7 days ago. Cuckoo, and I only received the telegram the night before last. That is why Cuckoo said that we do not need to send troops in the future. We can just let them come with heads. Otherwise, we will destroy their country. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, tell me, isn't it very uncomfortable? Actually, our country is a bit remote. They do not pay much attention to this matter. The women will be casually bullied by the men, and they are powerless to resist. For example, the local tribes of Jiaoji may hold some bonfire party, and the women will be forced to find a place to do that kind of thing by a few men. But I am not very angry. This is a matter of education, and the local women are used to it, but now they are being bullied by outsiders. They have paid rent and sent a telegram to ask about it. When we received the news, Cuckoo and I were angry for a long time. After hearing this, Bai Shu and Yao Chong raised their hands to their chests at the same time. I am not angry. I want to live a few more years. Yao Chong took 2 deep breaths and muttered. Then he asked Zhang Xiaobao, "How did you deal with it? Did you not do anything?" The local provincial governor escorted them to the capital. He sent a telegram and asked the people in the telegraph office to find them. He told them not to think about dying first, and that the imperial court would give them an explanation. Zhang Xiaobao replied. What explanation? Bai Shu asked. Lu Xing is on the move. The reason why she is sad about being ruined is because the men she marries feel uncomfortable about being taken advantage of by a man from another country. She will always think about this matter, so she will capture him and let them beat him to death personally. Then this thought will disappear. Cuckoo gave an order that those people must be brought back alive. We will chase after them all the way. Those who ask for information will be killed. Those who try to stop us will be killed. Those who try to protect them will be killed. Those who try to persuade us will be killed. Even if they hide in the palace, we must bring them out alive. Then we will cut off the heads of those who are killed along the way, marinate them, and bring them back to Jiaoji. We will let them know that their taxes are not in vain. As long as they acknowledge the imperial court's rule, the imperial court will give them an explanation. Even if they bully people from other countries, the imperial court will send troops to help their relatives and not reason. When the pride of lions is fighting with the hyenas for food, the lion will not give an explanation to the hyenas just because its cubs started the fight first. It will only kill the leader of the hyenas and let its children have meat to eat. Zhang Xiaobao first mentioned Wang Wan's decision, then said something very unreasonable. Bai Shu and Yao Chong did not object. They seemed to think that Zhang Xiaobao was right. They also knew what the Lu Xing that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned was. It was a revenge special force formed by all kinds of talents from various elite troops. Its full name was the Lu Xing Battle Squad. Everyone in it had a name that belonged to their own star. Death is the shining. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, what if the Lu Xing Battle Squad you send provokes Shenla and they go crazy and suddenly send troops? Yao Chong asked worriedly. Then we won't fight Duosher first. Let's get rid of them first. How dare a small country shout at us? We would rather lose 100 times the price in other aspects than make any compromises or concessions to them. I, Wang Wan, will put my words here today. If they dare to say no, Xiaobao and I will personally lead troops and slaughter the fire of their entire race. Otherwise, what right do we have to make the people of Tang love this country? Wang Wan swore with a gloomy face. Originally, everything was going well. The plan for Duosher was going very smoothly. Moreover, they had already suppressed Japan and Xinhua. At the same time, they could use other means to seek more benefits from Japan and Xinhua and make arrangements. In the end, Zhen Le's people came to pay tribute. When they returned, they had to find something to do. So the two of them had no choice but to consider the thoughts of the people in their country. Could they not send the Lu Xing Battle Squad to capture them? The consequence of refusing was to lose the hearts of the people. If Zhen La dared to send troops, could they not knock them out? How many pairs of eyes were looking at them with anticipation? Were they looking at the god of war in their hearts, Cuckoo? At this time, apart from them, even Xiao Bao would not do. This was because Xiao Bao's methods needed time to be carried out, and the people would not give them time. What the people wanted to see was how their god of war, Cuckoo, would cut people down like chopping melons. Zhang Xiaobao added, when we received the news 3 days ago, we had already asked Lu Zhou to prepare for war. In fact, they had been preparing there all along. This was because, apart from the navy in Jiangji province, the navy in other places had all been gathered in Luzhou. Originally, we planned to come to Jiannan province and act as if we were to attack at any time. We planned to mobilize Duosher's forces to gather at the front line of Jiannan province and the former Tubo. Then, our navy would bring the Lu Xing battle squad and suddenly descend on Duosher's territory from the surface of the sea, catching Duosher by surprise. With all their forces gathered here, it was natural that the other places were empty, and our navy could march straight in. But now, we have to deal with Zhen Le's matter, and we have to wait for the news from the Lu Xing battle squad. If Zhen La dares to provoke us, the navy that was supposed to be used to fight Duosher will fall on its head. Grandpas, do you think Cuckoo and I will be angry? So, as long as we send troops to Zhen La, we can guarantee that we will wipe it out. If we let it go because it has delayed our strategic deployment, we will die of anger. When Bai Shu and Yao Chong heard Zhang Xiaobao's strategic deployment, they were struck dumb. At the same time, they thought, no wonder Xiaobao and Cuckoo said they were going to fight Duosher. However, when they arrived at Jiannan province, they were not in a hurry. Instead, they were announcing the whereabouts of the troops and the mobilization of their forces. It turned out that it was to mobilize Duosher's forces and gather them here. Then, the Navy would move out and transport them from the sea to Duosher's territory. Presumably, the gunboats deployed from various places would be able to protect the safety of the landing area. At that moment, Duosher would have no way to back down. If they were to transfer their forces here, Xiaobao and Cuckoo would immediately attack. If they were not to transfer their forces, what would they use to stop the Tang army from landing? Facing the superior Tang army, would they dare to fight on two fronts? At the same time, it would affect the speed of the supply line and the reinforcements. Even if a portion of the reinforcements returned, they would be exhausted. Sigh. Bai Shu sighed and said, Jinla is really hateful. Cuckoo's strategic deployment was so good, but they actually dared to interfere. This old man agrees to destroy them when they cause trouble. But after that, when can they attack Duosher again? I believe that when the Tang Navy goes over, Duosher will definitely think that our soldiers can use the same method to attack them. Therefore, we should prepare in advance. Yao Chong was also worried. He frowned and tried to think of countermeasures. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his hands and said, Cuckoo and I have discussed it. If we have to attack Jinla, we can immediately attack Duosher after we attack them. However, the strategic deployment needs to be changed, and it will cost a lot more money. It's annoying. These 2 days, I have been thinking about how to make use of this to turn a bad thing into a good thing, but I haven't thought of anything yet. This is really testing my IQ. Chapter 12-13. Whether or not to attack Jinla and how to attack them would depend on Jinla's reaction. Zhang Xiaobao continued to think about how to turn the unfavorable situation into a good one for the Tang Empire. He went into another carriage, alone, to ponder. Bai Shu and Yao Chong wanted to help but couldn't. Their way of thinking was different from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. To be precise, their way of thinking was the way of thinking of the normal ruling class. If they could solve the problem without using weapons, they would try their best not to use weapons. Otherwise, it would be a waste of manpower and resources. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to speed up the expansion. While the weapons were advanced and the morale was high, they wanted to occupy more territory and plunder more resources. Seeing that Bai Su and Yao Chong were still worried, Wang Wan persuaded, Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, don't worry about the lack of domestic supplies, and don't worry about the sharp rise in domestic prices. In fact, we have other ways to solve the problem of Jinla. That is, we can send people to their ruling class to exchange benefits and let them take the initiative to send people over. But Xiao Bao and I have unanimously decided that we can't indulge their bad habits. The exchange of benefits itself represents our weakness. Bai Shu waved his hand. No need to say more. Let's fight. I can see that even if Jinla doesn't attack this time, you will still attack them when you have the time. They are too close to the Tang Empire. Sooner or later, they will belong to the Tang Empire. Yes, Xiao Bao, and I also think so. Moreover, their land is connected to ours. If it were Japan, we may be gentle because our ships are enough to control the people on their island. But the neighboring countries have the ability to send troops, even if their weapons are not advanced. Wang Wan admitted very straightforwardly. Peace would only appear when the difference in military strength was not big. The entire history of human beings in the world was actually a history of war. In war, resources were obtained, technology was developed, and technology was used to start wars. Whoever didn't follow the footsteps of this rule would be beaten. Neutrality was the charity given by the strong countries under the balance of interests. Bai Go and Yao Chong didn't want to waste their energy on this issue. They left Wang Wan's car and got together to discuss the fishing when they arrived in Izhou. Seeing that they did not try to persuade her, Wang Wan was very happy to have someone take out the military map and continue to study the route of the army to attack Shinla. She did not want the other party to withdraw their forces when the situation was dire and then hide in the mountains and forests while she played a jungle battle with them. That was truly too cruel. The advanced firearms of the Great Tang would be limited, and the number of casualties would increase. Thus, a strategic objective had to be set, and only then could tactics be used flexibly. All the generals looked forward to forming a strategic objective after completing countless small tactical objectives. Xiao Bei's team was still moving forward quickly. Xiao Bei's 9 children were still carefree. They did not need to worry about the strategic problems of the country, and they certainly did not need to worry about the livelihood of the people. The only thing they could do was to spend the money earned by the candy house on the children of the Great Tang according to their own ideas. In fact, no matter how they spent, it would not be wrong, because they did not need investment and return. Although the money they earned every year was higher than the national revenue of Japan in the past years, it was only a small part of the current Great Tang. They had time to read books, edit, and organize various kinds of stories for their younger brothers and sisters who stayed at home, and then teach others to show their strengths. Not only could they teach others, but they could also consolidate their knowledge. As for playing, they did not lack, and they also had many toys. They did not lack the right to have toys because adults also had toys. Su Ilong did not eat that night. After eating a lot of snacks, he was not hungry anymore. Then he went to Xiaohai, who was teaching others, and listened to Xiaohai teach mathematics. Although Xiaohai was good at mathematics, the overall 9 people were very bad. The other 8 people's level was equivalent to that of Wang Wan's 4th grade, so Xiaohai was able to teach them with ease. Su Ilong's level was slightly better than that of the 4th grade, but definitely not at the level of a 1st or 2nd grade. Therefore, he listened very seriously, ready to lay the foundation first, and then learn more advanced mathematics from Xiaohai. Okay, tonight we will go out for a while, rest for 3 hours, and continue tomorrow morning. We will be able to meet up with brother and sister at dusk, and then we will go to Ijo as usual for a day. Our difficult days will be over. After listening to the lesson, Xiao Bei said happily, rushing like this, even if they stayed in the carriage, obviously would not be comfortable. Once in a while it was okay for 2 or 3 days, but they had enough of running back and forth like this. Su Ilong thought that it was very hard for the 9 little guys to keep running with the team outside. So she advised, Xiao Bei, in fact, you just need to follow your brother and sister. Why do you have to run out? It will be easy to get tired and sick. It's okay. We're still okay. Don't you see many children around our age, studying hard in school during the day, and helping the adults when they go home at night? Just like Tunghua County, although there was a school, it had not reached the level where all the children lived in school. The farthest child had to walk for 3.5 hours to get from home to school, and another 3.5 hours to go home. I have seen the teachers we found when we left, and their standards are far from the same. But the children are very satisfied. In comparison, we are really too happy. Not all teachers can be like brother and sister, and specifically weave knowledge into stories. Xiao Bei was very sensible and compared the situation of the other children. If only the students in the Imperial College could be like you, Su Ilong said with emotion. Xiao Bei curled his lips in disdain. Them? Their lives are so good. Their families are all rich and powerful, and they have their own maids and manservants. Usually they just flip through books at home and have someone to wait on them. When they reach school, someone will bring them lunch at noon, and then there will be teachers, like great scholars, to teach them. During class, they are absent-minded, and when school is over, they will go somewhere to play. This is the Imperial College, and the Imperial College is not very good. It is said that there are children of poor families in there, but in fact, if they are selected from the local government, how can they be poor? There are already local merchants who sponsor them, and there are capable people who value them. Saying that they are poor is relative. It is not that they can't eat meat, but they can't take out the money to hold banquets and poetry recitals. Xiao Bei was very familiar with the situation in the national key schools because the Imperial College had sent them invitations more than once, hoping that they could study there. In the end, they were directly rejected without any mercy. Not only did they say to the person who sent the invitations that they were ashamed to be associated with the students there, but they also said that the teachers wanted to teach them, but they were not qualified and were not worthy. The students in the Imperial College were very angry, and so were the teachers, but they could not do anything to Xiao Bei and the others. Su Yilong used to think that the Imperial College was good, but now that she saw Xiao Bei's 9 children, she realized that when it came to education, their brothers and sisters were better. So she tried to ask Xiao Bei, how can the students in the Imperial College be like you? It's very simple. Brother said before that when all the children in the Tang Empire reach a certain level of knowledge, the students in the Imperial College will no longer have the advantage of education, and they will be able to find their own position again, or use another method to improve the status of merchants, improve the status of craftsmen, and give more treatment to farmers, so that the students can't enjoy the high position. But I don't want to do that, especially the status of merchants. I plan to always suppress it, or else it will make the Tang Empire think that money is the most important thing, and it will shake the foundation. Xiao Bei told Su Yilong what her brother had said and nodded solemnly. She had a worried look on her face. It was not clear if she could really understand, but her expression was impeccable. Su Yilong was stunned. She squeezed her eyes hard and looked at Xiao Bei again. She felt that the person in front of her was no longer a child, but a scholar older than her. How to shake the foundation? Su Yilong humbly asked for advice. Do you know about shaking? It means shaking. For example, our toys, the ones that can be assembled into buildings, if we shake it hard below, we will find a problem. Guess what the situation is? The screws on the top can actually loosen a little. Xiao Bei patiently explained to her. I'm asking about how to shake, not the consequences of shaking, Su Yilong asked again. How to shake? It's just that this is a good question. Think about it first. Then ask me if you don't understand. I'll take you to see the real thing, which is our toy. You will definitely know how to shake from it. Xiao Bei hesitated for a moment, then ordered someone to bring her assembled toy from the toy carriage at the back. Su Yilong understood. Xiao Bei did not know the key to shaking at all, so he was diverting her attention. She had heard that Xiao Bei was good at this kind of thing, and she finally saw it today. That serious look was so cute. Soon, Xiao Bei's toy was sent over. The road that the carriage was traveling on was not bad. It was an official road. Because there were many caravans coming and going, there was a lot of investment in maintenance, so it was considered stable. Xiao Bei's toy was put in a big box. There were many small boxes in the big box, which were filled with small wrenches, screwdrivers, calipers, and other tools, nuts and bolts, and iron pieces of various shapes. It did not feel like a toy, but a common item in a craftsman's home, or even more complete. Xiao Bei let Su Yilong come closer to take a look, and said, Look, we can use the parts in the box to assemble a variety of other fun things, such as a dog or a car. Look, brother once assembled a very beautiful car for us. It can walk on its own. It needs this thing called a motor, which is an electric motor. Brother always likes to call it a motor, and there's also a battery. I'm sure you haven't seen it before, because it hasn't been popularized. To be precise, only we have it and no one else has it. Because it belongs to children Xiaoyuan, Xiaonan, and I will use it first to figure out better parts and assembly methods. When the time comes, Baby Candy House will take it out to sell. Do you want to have a car that can move on its own while being assembled by itself? Do you want to have a beautiful new home for dolls? Come on, please pay attention to our Baby Candy House. Every once in a while, we will introduce a new toy or a new way to play so that you can be full of happiness, so that you can have everything you should have. Su Yilong swallowed her saliva and then... Chapter 12:14. Xiao Bei was still assembling. Her movements were very skilled. It seemed that what she was assembling now was not her first time. Soon, something that looked like a tank appeared. To be precise, it should be an infantry transport vehicle. The wheels were made of rubber and did not have tracks. Xiao Bei was very skilled in using screwdrivers and wrenches. There were many items in the box that did not need screws to fix. Su Yilong, look, not all parts can be fixed with bolts when they are assembled, because in that case you will find that the other parts of the thing you are assembling are stuck and there is not enough space. At this time, you need to use parts that can bite into each other. For these parts, we spent a lot of effort. We have to tell our ideas to brother first, and then let brother and sister figure out what should be specially made for that position. Xiao Bei was finally like a normal child at this time. Like many children, she showed off to others when she was working. Moreover, she was mumbling as she assembled. No one knew who she was talking to. Using a part with grooves on both ends to fix the wheel and the small axle together, Xiao Bei muttered to herself and suddenly laughed. Su Yilong, why do I feel that your name sounds like a girl's? Why aren't you called Su Linglong? Xiao Bei asked. Su Yilong was focusing on the thing that Xiao Bei was assembling. When she heard her words, she came back to her senses and became silent with a depressed expression. When Xiao Bei was about to continue talking about her name, she cleverly opened her mouth first and asked, "The wheel you are holding looks familiar. It seems that the bicycle wheel sold in the capital is made of the same material as the one you are holding." "It's not the same. The bicycle wheel is inflated, but mine is dead. Speaking of bicycles, I thought of something. Did you buy one? Remember, if you want to use it in Chang and city, you can choose those with thin wheels. If you want to ride it out, you have to buy one with wide wheels. If you bring the bike over, I can help you modify it so that you can go uphill easily. That's because the gears at the bottom of the bike, to put it simply, is the lever principle. So you're asking, what's the use of this principle, right?" Xiao Bei stopped what she was doing and took out a piece of paper from the side. On it was the assembly steps of the components. At this moment, Xiao Bei was still holding a component that was supposed to be used in one of the steps, but that step had already passed. For a moment, Xiao Bei was at a loss. She didn't think that saving a part was a good sign. While thinking about what went wrong, she said to Su Yilong. Su Yilong didn't know about the difficulties Xiao Bei was facing now, and said, "I know it's the power multiplied by the power arm, which is equal to the resistance multiplied by the resistance arm." "That's right. So if the front and back gears of the bicycle can change their sizes at any time, then you can adjust the distribution of power at will. But there was a problem in the middle, and that was that it had to be accurate. It couldn't just throw away a random part. For example, the small gear in my hand should be on the axle. Otherwise, this car could only move forward and not backward. Yes, that's right. If this set of modules wanted to move, it had to be on the gear. So now you see, I have finished the assembly steps in front, but the gear wasn't put in. Do you know what to do?" Xiao Bei finally found the problem with the instructions on the diagram. The gear in her hand was made of hard plastic. Because the requirements for precision were not high, she could easily put it on the axle and then connect the axle with the gear on another module through it. Su Yilong kept nodding. Xiao Bei's words were difficult for him to understand. He never thought that one day children's toys would be like this. There were all kinds of parts. In his opinion, even if he was given the diagram, he couldn't assemble it. There were too many, and he didn't know how Xiao Bei remembered it all. Hearing Xiao Bei's question, he hesitated and replied, "Do you have to take it apart and reassemble it?" "That's right. I have to dismantle the first 2 steps now. According to the terminology, it's called rework. It's a very annoying thing. From now on, we know that we have to be serious when doing things. Otherwise, when we find out that we did something wrong, it will be more tiring to go back and correct it." Xiao Bei frowned and started to dismantle it. "You can ask others for help." "Xiao Bei, can you teach me how you know how to look at diagrams?" Su Yilong pointed at the assembly diagram and asked. "You'll know when you see it often. The diagram you see now is very simple. You haven't seen the diagram drawn by Sister. You'll feel your eyeballs hurt when you see it. To be honest, Sister Xiao Zhu taught me. Speaking of helping, we have our own division of labor. I'm responsible for the transportation of troops, so I have to assemble the current troop carrier. They have their own places to be responsible for, but they still need other people's help to assemble the current vehicle. This can only mean one thing. When Xiao Bei's voice fell, she drew a finger. It was an index finger, not a middle finger. Zhang Xiaobao didn't teach his younger siblings to use body language to scold others. What's the problem? Sure enough, Su Yilong asked cooperatively. It means that my personal ability is poor. No matter how exaggerated other people's praise of teamwork is, you can't ignore the personal ability of forming a team. According to Brother's words, that is not afraid of a godlike opponent, but afraid of a pig-like teammate. Xiao Bei's two chubby little hands had already dismantled the front as he spoke, and reinstalled the extra gears just now. After waiting for a few more steps to complete, he clapped his hands and said, "Okay, only the box outside is left. I'll put the box together now." The so-called box was the outer shell, and it also needed to be put together. Su Yilong looked at it enviously. She felt that even older people would like the things in front of her, let alone children. After waiting for a while, Xiao Bei finally put the outer shell together and covered the internal parts just now. He pushed the cart back and forth with his hands and said to Su Yilong, "Look, can we go now? Is it fun? My infantry transport vehicle is very useful. It can provide enough troops to the front, and at the same time, it can also be used as a temporary escort force." Su Yilong looked at it a few times and suddenly felt that it was very normal. It was just that there were more parts inside, but a carpenter could also make a cart that could be pushed back and forth with wood. Just as this idea arose, Xiao Bei stuffed 4 batteries into the cart, and at the same time, took out a wire and connected it to the reserved port of the cart with a copper plate with a bayonet. In his hand, there was a small box with a button. Xiao Bei sat upright and put the cart he assembled in place. He turned his head and said to Su Yilong, "Let me show you how we look like when we work together. Because they're not here, I'll say it with my mouth. You can understand it yourself, okay?" Su Yilong nodded. Okay. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Xiao Bei could play. "Ready." Xiao Bei shouted, and then said, 1,500 meters ahead. The enemy has formed a temporary blocking position. My Xiaoyuan battalion's advance is blocked, requesting for support. I, Xiao Bei, am an independent mobile battalion. I was ordered to go and pull Xiaoyuan battalion around the enemy's blocking position to achieve the purpose of penetrating in depth. When Xiao Bei said this, he pressed the button on the box. Su Yilong saw the cart assembled by Xiao Bei move forward by itself, and his eyes widened. Not good. There are enemy troops rushing towards my mobile battalion. My battalion drivers, pay attention to the enemy trenches in front. Set up the machine gun and sweep them all down. Beep, beep, beep. Report, my mobile battalion broke through the enemy's small blocking force and met up with Xiaoyuan. Pay attention to the enemy pursuing soldiers in front. Transport troops, temporarily retreat and find another way out. Xiao Bei released the button just now and pressed another one, and the cart began to move back. Not good. There is actually no less than a brigade behind the enemy. Calling Brother Xiaohai. Request for artillery support. 2222 high ground. 300 to 1,200 meters in front. Cover the area. Whoosh, 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 haha. Brother Xiaohai's artillery is firing. You guys are having fun, ha 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 ha. Xiao Bei had already forgotten Su Yilong, who was beside him at this moment. He controlled the cart to move back and forth and kept talking to himself. This was the normal behavior of most children when playing games. Generally, you would give a girl a few dolls, a set of small kitchen utensils and shovels. She would play from morning to night, and she would have a lot of fun. The dolls could also eat a lot of meals. If it was a boy, you would provide him with enough soldier models, and he would be able to fight a long and drawn-out battle. Zhang Xiaobao had done such a thing before. When he was in the orphanage, he collected a lot of poker cards that were missing one, and then divided them according to red and black. One side represented the good guys, and the other side represented the bad guys. He spread them in the yard, on the steps, in the sandpit, and everywhere were poker soldiers. When a soldier died, the poker cards would be turned over, and the final result would always be the good side winning. It seemed that the poker soldiers that represented the good guys were very strong, and there were more reinforcements than the bad guys. So now, Zhang Xiaobao also provided the same game for his younger brother and sister. However, the things that represented the soldiers were no longer poker cards, but lifelike models. Each soldier was independent and could even be loaded into a car. If Xiao Bei and the others had the time and energy, they could set up tens of thousands of models to cooperate in a grand battle. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to teach Xiao Bei and the others knowledge through such a game, they first had to immerse themselves in the game like Xiao Bei and the others. They definitely couldn't stand aside and watch the children play. Then, as an adult, you would laugh and let the children's attention be on you. Then, as if coaxing the children, you would say, "Are you playing this? Is it fun?" If you said that, the children would be very angry. They would think that you were mocking them for being small. The battle that they had painstakingly designed was disrupted by you, and a feeling of not being recognized would fill their hearts. There were two kinds of consequences. First, they would angrily push you away and not let you watch. Then they would turn around and readjust their mood and continue playing by themselves. Second, they would simply stop playing and not care about the battle situation that they had created. They would turn around and find a place to sulk. Every time Zhang Xiaobao, who knew this kind of child psychology, wanted to participate, he and Wang Wan would secretly observe from the side and analyze Xiao Bei and the others' deployment of the battle. Then they would go over and provide support. Usually they would be logistics and engineers. The expression on their faces had to be serious. However, there was one thing that had to be said first. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan definitely couldn't use Xiao Bei and the others' troops and tools. When they were needed to participate, they had to lead the troops themselves. This was because all the troops of the other party had already been arranged. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had a lot of toys. Usually they would put them in a big box and take them out when needed. They would cooperate with Xiao Bei and the others and play together with them. They would also tell them the knowledge that they wanted to teach Xiao Bei and the others. This was why Xiao Bei now knew so many battle terms and understood tactics. Su Yilong had already started to develop a situation where his IQ was gradually decreasing. Xiao Bei was only commanding a car, but he slowly felt the situation of the entire battlefield from Xiao Bei's words. Penetrating deep, dividing, encircling, advancing horizontally, setting up blocking positions to resist the enemy's reinforcements, and cooperating with the main force to annihilate the enemies in the encirclement. Interfering with the enemy's logistics, setting up a pocket formation. Luring the enemy deep into the encirclement, attacking reinforcements, surrounding 3 and missing 1, digging tunnels, building trenches, protecting the medics, and so on. Xiao Bei controlled the car and completely immersed himself in his own fantasy. He used all the war knowledge he had learned. Su Yilong listened to Xiao Bei's muttering and didn't dare to disturb him. He had a feeling that if he was really in a troop and his opponent was Xiao Bei and the other 9 people, he would definitely be beaten silly by Xiao Bei and the others. Even if Xiao Bei and the others had never organized a real war, they were still better than him. He couldn't even analyze what Xiao Bei was muttering. Sometimes he would be very happy when he figured something out. After thinking for a while, he realized that he couldn't understand many of the methods Xiao Bei mentioned. Su Yilong gave up on continuing to follow Xiao Bei's train of thought and turned to consider more important things. That was the car controlled by Xiao Bei. This car was equipped with a motor, an electric motor and a battery. It could move forward and backward. According to Xiao Bei, this was called a troop carrier. It was indeed a toy and couldn't be used in a real war. If one stepped on it, it would definitely be flattened. However, this thing could be made bigger. After the parts were enlarged, wouldn't it be possible to let the soldiers go up? Moreover, Xiao Bei had just muttered that there were machine guns in the car. Once the enlarged car was sent to a real battlefield, the outside of the car would be iron, and there would be machine guns in the car. in the face of the enemies of the surrounding countries. What method would the other party use to stop this weapon that gave people a sense of power? Out of battery? Sure enough. As I said, the battery won't work after an hour. They also said that it can last for 2 hours. Liars. Well, that's it for today. I won't take the battery. I have to save it. Xiao Bei's car was difficult to move. He found that it was because the battery was out of battery. Xiao Bei put down the control box in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he remember that there was a person beside him. Did you see everything just now? Xiao Bei asked embarrassedly. At this moment, he realized that what he muttered just now was just his imagination. What if others heard him and laughed at him for thinking too much? Su Ilong didn't understand the child's thoughts and nodded honestly. When Xiao Bei was even more embarrassed, she said, I saw and heard it, but there are many things I don't understand. For example, why is there a trench in front, but Xiao Bei's tracked armor doesn't move forward? Why does he have to wait for Danan's explosive soldier to rush over first? Oh, Xiao Bei was relieved. He let out a long sound, smiled complacently, and explained. Because the enemy's trench. My wheeled car will get stuck in it. The tracked armor can rush over. But what if they don't want to live anymore and tie a lot of grenades together and hold them above their heads? When the tracked car goes over and explodes, the car will be finished, and the people in the car will be shocked to death. Danan's explosive soldier will rush over under the cover of the armored car's machine gun and throw grenades into the trench. Don't you think so? A tracked armored car is very expensive, but you just said that you want to end the battle quickly. If your armored car is waiting there, you will lose your speed advantage at the same time. How will you achieve tactical deployment? Su Ilong asked the key question. Xiao Bei was stunned. His eyes stared at a place and thought for a moment. He patted his head and nodded, admitting, Yes, I forgot. It should be under the condition of not caring about the damage of the car, quickly rushing forward, tearing apart the enemy's line of defense, and cooperating with other troops to complete the encirclement. I didn't consider it thoroughly. You are very good. I believe that with you as my adjutant, my team will be able to reduce a lot of command mistakes during battle. I have decided now to allow you to join our army. Now that you don't have any soldiers, I will transfer some of my soldiers and let you form your own direct troops. The number may be a little small, but don't worry. When we reach Izhou, I will ask people to make more soldier models. As for you, what you need to do now is to formulate the framework of your army. When the time comes, I will complete your formation of troops. Do you have any other requests? Thank you, General. I don't have any other requests. Can I have a mobile army? It's just... Su Ilong pointed at the car assembled by Xiao Bei expectantly. Although he was much older than Xiao Bei, this kind of wired remote-controlled car was also very attractive to him. If it could be changed to wireless, the whole world would probably go crazy with it. With a remote-controlled car or plane, even an old man would be immersed in playing with it. Xiao Bei said generously, Yes. In fact, brother and sister's team has a lot of small cars. One is for us to play with, and the other is for the technical staff to constantly improve and design what should be designed so that it can be used in a real war in the future. Later, I will teach you the use of a group of small cars on the battlefield. There's a tactical name called magnetic tactics, using fast mobility to maintain a relative distance from the enemy and constantly consume the enemy's strength. However, first of all, we need to have sufficient technology, especially strong long-range firepower. Su Ilong saw that Xiao Bei was willing to support some small cars and immediately became excited. When she heard Xiao Bei mention magnetic tactics, she became even more curious and asked, Is magnetic tactics very powerful? Very powerful. In a war story that Sister told, magnetic tactics caused a lot of damage to the enemy. Moreover, because the enemy's technology couldn't keep up, they could only passively take a beating. Xiao Bei looked very helpless when talking about magnetic tactics. Is it because you can't think of a way to break this tactic? Su Ilong asked again. Xiao Bei shook his head. No, it's because when we used magnetic tactics, we didn't get any advantage from brother and sister. Now, I can't figure out what went wrong. At that time when we were playing games with brother and sister, we distributed the money according to the same principle. That is to say, if we have good weapons, then we have fewer soldiers. If we want more soldiers, then the weapons can't be too advanced. At that time, brother and sister wanted very ordinary weapons and then fought with us. In the end, brother and sister kept the ordinary allocated money and didn't use it. We used all kinds of tactics, whether it was partial or overall, but we didn't get any advantage. Don't you think it's uncomfortable? Before brother and sister could counterattack, we admitted defeat. Su Ilong couldn't help but laugh out loud. She reached out and touched Xiao Bei's head. You are still young. When you grow up, you will definitely be able to beat Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Let them use weapons that are not too different from yours. You still want to win. Didn't you see the sand table sealed in Hibiscus Garden? Using indigenous cold weapons against hot weapons. How much torture did those generals in the court suffer? I know. War is fought with people. Unless the weapons are really too powerful, it depends on the commander's commanding ability. Let's not talk about it anymore. Help me take apart the small car and put it back. Xiao Bei began to dismantle the car. Su Ilong helped at the side and carefully put the parts back to their original positions. Her heart was filled with pride. She looked forward to the day when the small car in front of her became bigger, forming an absolutely superior mechanized army and rampaging in the enemy camp. What Su Ilong didn't know was that small cars like Xiao Bei's toy had already started to be manufactured in the Ministry of Works. Moreover, they weren't making toys and didn't have any remote control devices. There could be wireless telegraphy, but wireless remote control was too difficult for the people in the Ministry of Works. The car made by the Ministry of Works also had a motor, but it was twice as big as Xiao Bei's. The battery used was also different. There was no place to place a machine gun on the car, and the wheels of the car were very suitable for uneven roads. At the filming site of the Ministry of Works, Li Longji had just finished a set of scenes. When he was resting, there was such a small car under his feet. Explosives are placed on top of this car, and then it is sent forward. It can't be controlled and can only be detonated at a certain distance. If it doesn't meet the enemy, how can it be stopped? After listening to the technician's introduction, Li Longji began to evaluate the small car. The purpose of making a small car was to place explosives on top of it. When it was close to the enemy, the people behind would use a telegraph-like device to select a frequency band and send a signal to the receiving device on the car. The signal receiving device would be connected to the battery circuit and detonator. The moment the signal was received would be the time of the explosion. The main purpose was to prevent their own people from taking the risk of rushing forward when the artillery at the back couldn't catch up. The small car could go very far, exceeding the throwing distance of a grenade. The technician said helplessly, there's no other way. If we use a remote control device, we need a very long wire. For example, if it runs 200 meters away, we need at least 200 meters of wire. If it gets caught on something, it will be very troublesome. If we only let the small car move 50 meters, it would be better to throw a grenade. Now, we are researching on the grenade launcher. The main problem is the primer for the grenade. If we can make it, we can even make artillery shells, let alone grenades. The problem is that if we add primer to the grenade, the cost of making it is too high. Xiao Bao called us last month and scolded us. He said we didn't put in enough effort to form a team during our research. He said we felt grenades are not as long as artillery shells and are not important. That's why we didn't research on adding primer to the grenade. When the technician was speaking, he felt wronged. This was because the Ministry of Works Research Institute was rarely scolded, especially by such a harsh tone. Then is what Xiao Bao scolded us? Li Longji asked. Actually, yes, we felt grenades have a shorter throwing distance. If it is a few dozen meters away, we can also use guns to shoot. Also, The weight of a grenade can be exchanged for the weight of a lot of bullets. It is not as convenient to carry as grenades. The technician wanted to explain or shirk responsibility, but he suddenly remembered Zhang Xiaobao's style of doing things and didn't dare to find excuses for himself. Li Longji pondered for a while. Do it as soon as possible, but be careful. How much is the cost of the small car under my feet? 30 strings of bursts. The entire set will cost 30 strings of bursts. Xiao Bao sent us a telegram a few days ago and asked us to make dozens of big ones. This big. The technician measured the length of the car. It was about 5 meters long and 70 centimeters wide. Li Longji followed and asked, Xiao Bao wants to use it to blow up the city walls? Why don't we use artillery to bombard them? It's not blowing up the city walls. It's for the little guys to sit and play with. We are currently solving the problem of the battery pack's storage capacity and the amount of electricity that can be delivered per unit of time. The technician replied, We are going to war soon, and Xiao Bao still wants to make toys for Xiao Bei and the others. Just do it. Who knows what they are thinking? Li Longji couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking, so he wanted to stop him. However, he also considered the possibility that Zhang Xiaobao might have some ulterior motive. If he were to stop him, it would be too late. Thus he nodded. Your Majesty, we can start filming the next set of scenes. You need to change your clothes. This set of scenes will show that you support agriculture. You need to wear a bamboo hat on your head, change your clothes into rough linen, and preferably straw sandals on your feet. We have also prepared a hoe for you. Do you want to start? The director in charge of filming carefully came over and said awkwardly. Li Longji had been filming the scenes in the school next to the research institute. He personally held a book and taught others as if he really knew. Now he needed to change it to the agricultural aspect. The makeup artist was in place and had to make him look like a farmer who was hoeing crops in the afternoon. The only thing was that the color of his skin was slightly darker. There had to be sweat on his head. His sleeves were rolled up, and there had to be some mud on his arms. Actually, when people were farming, the men were usually shirtless to prevent their clothes from being worn out. However, the emperor couldn't be shirtless, or else the people from the Ministry of Rights and the censorate would be excited. After Li Longji changed his clothes and had the makeup done, he looked at the hoe and ordered, Change it. It's obvious that this is a new hoe. Change it to an old one. When filming a movie, even if you are lying, you have to be more professional. It won't do if you don't have the basic qualities. Yes, we didn't consider it thoroughly. Your Majesty, come with us. The people from the Research Institute have opened up some vegetable fields on the left. It just so happens that they didn't have time to clean up the weeds there. You can go and hoe it. The director was very good at choosing the location. Gao Lisher didn't go to the construction site in the palace today. Instead, he came along to watch. He still had a few scenes and added 2 lines. One line was, Your Majesty, you personally teach. You will inspire the students of the Ministry of Works. The other line was, Your Majesty, you personally farm. You will inspire the people. In the end, Li Longji changed it. Otherwise, it would seem too fake. He changed it to, Your Majesty, the students of the Ministry of Works have already seen what you said last time. Why don't you talk more about it later? Your Majesty, there is a place in front that you didn't hoe. There are still edible wild vegetables. I will collect them for you and make your favorite wild vegetable soup. This was much better than the previous one. It felt more natural and showed that the emperor wasn't that amazing. There were also places that the hoe couldn't hoe. At the same time, it also showed that the emperor didn't necessarily eat delicacies. There was still wild vegetable soup. That was the way things were. It was a movie, so of course it was a lie. If it was real, it would be called a documentary. Li Longji came to the uncleaned field with the hoe in his hand. He pondered for a moment and said, Find me 2 more children. Your Majesty, why are you looking for children? The director was also a rookie. To be honest, Zhang Xiaobao was much better than him as a director. Moreover, he could write his own script, act as an actor, and win all kinds of awards for the male lead. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fool people. Li Longji slammed the hoe into the ground and said in a deep voice, "I don't intend to give the commoners the idea that I am doing farm work every day. Find 2 children and a group of commoners, or you can act as commoners yourselves. After that, you can stand by the side of the field and watch me. When I am weeding, don't move. Just watch. When the 2 children come over, one of them curiously asks, 'I heard that you are the emperor. Why did you suddenly think of weeding today?' The other child keeps nodding his head with a curious expression. At that time, I will stop and use one hand to massage my waist. I will say to the 2 children, 'Yes, I am the emperor. Today, I am working in the field to tell the commoners of Great Tang that I, the emperor, value you very much. Although I am not good at this kind of work and my waist hurts, I believe that you will do a good job. You will be 100 times better than me. It is because of you that I can eat my fill.' Then I will look at the commoners and say to them, 'Don't always look at me as a joke. Come down and help me hoe this field. At the same time, I will also give you a scene. After you are done with your work, go back and do other things. This is what I plan to do. Listen to me and get down to the field to help me hoe the weeds. You will do it skillfully. If you don't know how to do it, don't give me a scene.' What do you think?" Everyone who heard Li Longji's words widened their eyes. Gao Lisher cooperated and shouted, "Talent! Your Majesty! This subject never thought that Your Majesty would have such talent. This subject agrees. We will do as Your Majesty says." The flattering voices of the others also sounded in Li Longji's ears. Li Longji narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind. He asked the people around him, "Say, if we find someone to play the role of Xiaobao and pretend to be a fool and follow me around, I can teach him from time to time. Would the effect be better?" The people who heard Li Longji's words not only widened their eyes, but their mouths were also wide open. They looked as if they were frozen in a photograph. After a while, Gao Lisher softly persuaded, "Your Majesty, why don't you get someone to act as Xiao Bao? If you get someone to act like Xiao Bao, even if he doesn't go crazy, the commoners will go crazy. The merchants of Great Tang will all commit suicide by banging their heads against the wall. That is too fake. No one will believe that Xiao Bao is that foolish. Is that so?" Li Longji was clearly depressed. "I can't even take advantage of this. Since Xiao Bao can't act like a fool, who can?" As Li Longji spoke, his eyes began to look around, and the people around him lowered their heads. At dusk the next day, the red clouds were reflected in the sky. In the distant mountains, a few flocks of birds in the forest were frightened by Shui Yun's family, and they flew in all directions, drawing vivid lines under the sunset. Xiao Bei hugged his brother and said that he wanted to eat something good. He kept talking about the hardships of the past few days. The other 8 children surrounded him and added a few words from time to time. Su Ilong had a reserved expression and stood beside Su Jian. She was telling her grandfather that she had been too conceited in the past and that she had finally seen the power of Xiao Bei and the other 9. "Go take a bath first, change your clothes, and then eat," Zhang Xiaobao said to Xiao Bei. "I'm done bathing and changing. Brother, I'm exhausted from the past few days. I need a lot of nourishment," Xiao Bei shouted. "Okay, I'll make you a fat pork shoulder." Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Let's make some vitamins. Make some braised potatoes." Xiao Bei immediately changed his mind. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao took away the braised potatoes and steak that night. Together with Wang Wan, he held a knife and fork to accompany his younger siblings for dinner. There were many candles on the table. The maidservants and odd job workers who followed Xiao Bei's 9 bodyguards handed over all their work for the time being and enjoyed a good dinner. Buckets of water were drawn from the nearby river and heated up. After taking a nice bath, they each went to sleep and didn't care about anything else. During this period of time, they were the most tired and needed to relax and rest. After Xiao Bei and the others had eaten their fill, they went to bed early. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked people to bring over the Chen family from Tenghua County, who hadn't eaten for the entire day. The oldest man in the Chen family, Chen Mudong, looked even older at this moment. There wasn't the slightest bit of redness on his face. He looked like a lamp that had run out of oil and could die at any time. The skin on Chen Guangho, Chen Guangliang, and Chen Guangchuan's faces were also sagging and drooping. Their eyes were sunken. The children in their family no longer had arrogant expressions. Each and every one of their eyes was filled with fear. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them without the slightest bit of sympathy in his heart. Colluding with the enemy with selfish motives would inevitably cost the lives of the Tang people. What they exchanged for was not cattle and sheep, but the flesh and blood of their own soldiers. After sizing up the Chen family for a while, Zhang Xiaobao slowly opened his mouth. I don't need to say more about what you did. Even if you turn yourselves in, the reduced punishment won't let you live. However, I'm a kind person and don't want to kill you, so I need you to do something first. Do it, do it. We'll do anything to leave the Chen family a line of descendants, Chen Mudong said in a hoarse voice. When he raised his head to look at Zhang Xiaobao, his eyes were full of pleading. You'll personally come forward and transfer the transaction with Duosher to my people. I'll directly send people to seize it for fear that Duosher's people will be suspicious. After this is done, you won't be killed. I'll find a place for you to go mining. The women in your family will be responsible for cooking in the mining area. After 30 years, I'll release the 3 youngest children in your family. They'll be in their 30s by then, and it won't be too late to find a wife to continue the Chen family's line of descendants. As for the others, they'll die in the mines. They can die of exhaustion, old age, or sickness. When I announce to the outside world, I'll say that I killed you. Do you have any objections? Zhang Xiaobao left them a way out. Instead of killing them directly, it was better to create some social value. I don't agree, Chen Yaozu shouted because he wasn't the youngest child. His father suddenly covered his mouth and said to Zhang Xiaobao, don't worry about him. He'll go straight in and work. He wasn't involved in the transaction with Duosher at all, so it won't affect our transfer. I'll be in charge of this matter, and I'll make Duosher trust the person who takes over later. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and waved his hand again. Someone from the side came over to take the Chen family people away. After waiting for the others to leave, Zhang Xiaobao took out a map and spread it out. He called out to Wang Wan, help me give some advice on what kind of resources to trade for Duosher's things. Wang Wan came over. If you ask me, we'll trade for livestock. If we can trade for food, that's fine too. I don't think they'll give us any information. At the same time, it'll easily arouse suspicion. Then let's send them more medicine to treat their illness. Zhang Xiaobao followed. Chapter 12:15. The timing of the team's departure was very accurate. They said that they would arrive in Yizhou on the second day after the rendezvous. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team arrived at the city gate of Yizhou, the Chens had already met up with Duosher's spies who were hiding in the city. They introduced the new contact to them, and at the same time indicated that they might not be able to trade with the other party in person in the future. This was because Xiao Bei and the others now had a lot of evidence and could discover the problem with their family at any time. At that time, they might reveal the secret, so they asked the other party to leave immediately. They also had to secretly communicate with the new contact to confirm the contact method in the future. Sure enough, not long after Chen Guangho left, the Chen's portraits were posted in all the public places in Yizhou, saying that they were guilty of colluding with the enemy. It was no longer a financial problem as previously suspected. What followed was a citywide search to find the contact between Duosher and the Chens. The people in Tenghua County's Yamen had been replaced, and the original ones were nowhere to be found. Some said that they were sent to work, and some said that they were directly shot. While the search was going on in Yizhou, the local Yamen did not move. They were all brought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This made the spies sent to Yizhou by various countries sigh in relief. It was not that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not capable, but according to common sense, the local people were more familiar with the local situation. Since the local forces were not mobilized, in the end, they only found a dozen local gangsters who wanted to become gangsters. All of them were arrested and sent to repair the road. The local people found that the place where they usually lived was peaceful. The meat sellers no longer encountered situations where they only received 3 or 4 copper coins for a piece of meat that was supposed to be 5 copper coins. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team camped in the field of the local garrison outside the city, and they themselves led a small group of people into the city. The restaurant in the city had been emptied a few days ago. They no longer received any foreign guests, and only waited for the arrival of the main family. It's time for a battle of wits. To be honest, I'm very angry now. Zhang Xiaobao sent someone to inform the local forces that they were not allowed to visit him now. He sat at the top of the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant and looked down through the window as he spoke to Wang Wan, who was grinding coffee. Wang Wan unhurriedly shook the coffee grinding machine. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she asked, "What's wrong? You haven't come up with a good idea yet?" "No, I really hate them. Of all the times to cause trouble, why did they have to wait until we were about to take action? I hope that the Meteor Battle Squad speed can be a little faster. After the results are out, maybe I can have a flash of inspiration and figure out a way to harm others to benefit myself." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he got up to get snacks, sugar, and salt. He was going to have a cup of coffee with Wang Wan later. Now, there were a lot of coffee beans stored at home, but he had never taken them out to sell. He didn't even send them to Galileeshire. He wanted to wait for more coffee to be planted in Hainan before taking them out to form a new employment industry for Tang dynasty. Just like now, they were looking for unsuitable places to plant tea trees. They were using various methods to make tea leaves and piling them up in the warehouse. Then, when the fleet was free, they would ship them to farther places and conduct a fair trade with the locals. "Xiaobao, I remember that you don't like to drink coffee." When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao busying himself there, she didn't think that he was specially serving her. "I suddenly thought of selling tea. The locals might not like to drink tea. If we sell it boat by boat, the price of the tea will definitely not go up. Things are expensive when they are rare, so we have to sell them as luxury goods, especially good tea. The current coffee is expensive because it's rare. If we don't want it to be rare, we have to add some vegetable fat into it." What Zhang Xiaobao meant was that the coffee in front of him was expensive, so he could drink it. Wang Wan was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. Things are expensive when they are rare. Can rare and thick be the same? In the past, I never put anything else in my coffee. Coffee with seasonings is the same as tea with salt and ginger. The taste looks like a lot, but it loses the most primitive thing. A simple coffee doesn't mean that it's boring. Simple coffee can also be long-lasting. Coffee without adding anything doesn't mean that it's bitter, but that it's simple and pure. In fact, many things are the same. If you think too much, you will be blinded by prosperity in the end. While talking, Wang Wan's coffee was ready. She poured a cup for herself and another cup for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked down and blew into the cup, using his face to test the temperature. He found that it was too hot to drink, so he said, "Your coffee is too simple. There are still dregs in it." If there is, then there is. When coffee was first drunk, there weren't so many processing equipment. Just like the novel Journey to the West said, the world is not complete. So why make everything perfect? Art has always represented flaws. Perfect things are not called art, but end. Wang Wan had reached the realm of selflessness at this moment, swimming in the sea of philosophy. So she casually took a pair of chopsticks and stirred the cup just to cool it down. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly stood up, walked over to open the door, and said to the 2 people standing at the door, "Go and call the people from the action team." After a while, 10 people came in one after another, each with a writing pad under their arm. "Sit." Zhang Xiaobao motioned, but didn't invite them to drink coffee together, because they had to start recording immediately. This is my order. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao said these 3 words, the 10 people picked up their pens in unison. Jiangyin Reserve Bureau, open the dry seafood warehouse and use automatic cargo ships to transport the seafood here at the fastest speed. A large amount of dehydrated vegetables in Jiang Province and the black gunpowder stored in Bailing are to be transported to Yi Province immediately. Lu Zhou, send a small fishing patrol team to arrest the fishermen of Jinla dynasty on the grounds that they are stealing Tang's fish. Also, ask the Jinla dynasty to give us a satisfactory explanation. Huainan and Hunan provinces' grain is to be transferred to Shannan East Province. Shannan East Province's grain is to be transferred to Shannan West Province, and Shannan West Province's grain is to be transferred to Jiannan Province. Those who stay in the capital are to send the plan to His Majesty. Everything will start in 3 days. After giving the order, Zhang Xiaobao picked up the cup of coffee that had cooled down a little and looked at Wang Wan. At this moment, Wang Wan was drinking coffee. Her coffee was pure, but she was eating salty French fries. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wei Wei was stunned. When she saw the look Zhang Xiaobao gave her, she nodded and said, "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes, from now on, I won't pursue perfection. I'll pursue art. No one can control the process of war. It's like a one-wheeled bicycle that needs to find balance in motion. Since we are facing the unknown, let's take action first, muddy the water, and find what we know from it." Zhang Xiaobao made this decision after hearing Wang Wan mention coffee. Wang Wan took a deep breath, put down the cup of coffee, and said to the people of the action group, "Send a report to the troops stationed at Xindu River. 3 days later at noon, they will launch an attack on the garrison of Duosher Wuchang. Order the troops stationed in Tibet's Great Balu to cross the mountains at the border and attack the troops of Duosher Army in Minnesota. Order the Nepal commandos to advance toward Guangyin City and destroy any enemy lives along the way. Order the artillery directly under Lhasa City to arrive near the river that runs from east to west and be prepared to attack the enemy's troops at any time. Order the Annan Protectorate to take out 80% of its troops and block the border with Jinla." A pile of military orders came out of Wang Wan's mouth. The time of the attack was set to be 3 days later. In the morning, the new administrative orders would be published in the capital in the form of newspapers. At noon, the battle would begin. Zhang Xiaobao needed these 2 actions to support the implementation of the new plan. As for whether Jinla would start a war, there was no need to consider. Originally, they treated Jinla as a frontline war. Now, they combined it with the war against Duosher. If it didn't attack, they would let the navy go around it. If it attacked, they would treat it as Duosher and extend the front line. In any case, the front lines from east to west and north to north were long enough. This was because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan not only wanted to attack Iran and Pakistan, but also a large part of India. Otherwise, it would be difficult to rule. With the Himalayas in the way, they might as well take this opportunity to firmly occupy the other side of the mountain. If they didn't attack now, they would have to readjust the domestic situation when they invaded India after the war with Duosher. At the same time, it was not beneficial for Zhang Xiaobao to make plans outside of the war. They had to give Zhang Xiaobao a strategic territory where he could attack and retreat, and an environment where there was absolute military power to suppress him. Only then could he display his abilities. It was said that economic aggression was powerful, but the prerequisite was that there was military power to protect it. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao couldn't do anything. Even if he played tricks with economic means, when the time came and people said that they would directly confiscate his things, he could only hold on. If Wang Wan fought well, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't have to worry about someone finding a groundless excuse to confiscate his operating capital. Similarly, Wang Wan also didn't have to worry. She only had to ensure that her military strength was enough to deter the enemy, or that she would constantly win in small skirmishes. That way, the soldiers wouldn't have to risk their lives. It was very simple to say. It was just the theory of yin and yang, a rule that nothing in the world could escape. In fact, the ancestors had spent a lot of effort to study it, but the descendants didn't inherit and develop it well for various reasons. For example, when the sky thundered and it rained, the ancestors explained that yin and yang combined to form rain, and at the same time yin was born from yang and yin was born from yang. The supplement to yin and yang was the 3 forces and 5 elements of heaven, earth, and man. Wisdom could be said to be soaked in thousands of things, but there were always problems in turning the theory into practical people and the promotion of the era. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in such a situation. One yin and one yang had to cooperate well before they could transform into other aspects. The thing that the two of them didn't want to happen the most was barbarians using simple means to destroy the normal development of Chinese civilization. In history, it seemed that at every critical moment they would be dealt with by others, and they felt helpless and distressed. Thus, when the two of them had just developed an industrial system, they first let their own countries collide economically and ideologically, and then made the great leap forward, and then resolved it through war. This way, not only would the neighboring countries always be under the shadow of war, but it would also be convenient for them to plunder resources, then come back to research technology, promote weapons, and continue to expand. The two of them were riding the development of the great Tang like a bicycle, not fixed to the left or the right, but always wandering between the two. As I was writing, I realized that it was already past 24 o'clock. All right, for the full attendance of 500 Daiyuan this month, I'll update 15,000 Daiyuan today. When I'm done, please count your votes and encourage me. Chapter 1216. The dark clouds of war were gathering, and even the people of the Tang Empire could feel this oppressive atmosphere. From time to time, groups of soldiers would come to the docks, escorting packages marked with military insignia to the ships docked there. On the official roads of various places, groups of transport teams escorted by soldiers were also advancing. The local army, which the people rarely saw before, had now opened up their camps. Occasionally, a group of cavalrymen would patrol along the roads. The bailiffs of the local government offices began to take up their duties on time with water and fire sticks in their hands. They also took the initiative to come to the various markets to help maintain order. They even personally set up shelves for the sellers and asked the elderly if there was anything they wanted them to do. The local government put up notices one after another, requesting that local law and order be strictly enforced in the near future. They did not allow hooligans who had nothing to do to continue to wander around the streets in groups. If they caused trouble, they would be severely punished. Darling Candy House had a new program, the Good Baby Award. As long as the children who went to school did not run around after school and returned home to study peacefully, or came to Darling Candy House to study with other children in the open room of Darling Candy House, they would receive a reward. It could be a delicious cake or a few beautiful candies. If her performance was good enough, she might even get a beautiful dress. In just half a day, the people of the Tang Empire knew that there was going to be a war, and it was a war personally commanded by the war god in their heart's cuckoo. There had been wars in the past, but there had never been a time like this. In the past, every war had a common feature, and that was when the horn of war sounded, domestic goods would rise in price. If the war was difficult, there would even be a temporary increase in rent. In fact, the people of various places were already prepared for this. They only hoped that, after the war, the price of goods would fall again. The merchants also began to get restless. One by one, they contacted their peers and asked if they should take advantage of this opportunity to stock up on goods. When the time came, they would raise the price and earn more from the difference. The small merchants gathered together to discuss. They felt that they should follow the previous rules, but they were not assured. They decided to find the bigger merchants, especially those on the top list of billionaires, to ask about the situation. Everyone could earn money together. In the city of Suzhou, on the eastern road of Jiangnan, in the Gu family's mansion, it was already late at night. The house was brightly lit. Electric lights hung high in the sky above each courtyard. The sound of the diesel generator roared endlessly as the servants in the house shuttled back and forth. The owner of the splendid General Trading Company, Gu Yunfei, was sitting in the middle of the hall. Orders to distribute goods came out of her mouth, and the sound of telegrams from the local telegraph office kept ringing. Pay attention to the prices of goods everywhere. If there are any fluctuations, order them to report it immediately. Don't allow the managers of the branches to change the prices of the goods sold in the branches at will. Set up our telegraph machine and be ready to receive news from the Monopoly Alliance at any time. After Gu Yunfei passed down a bunch of orders, she closed her eyes and thought for a while, then passed down a new order. She then picked up a bowl of soup on the table beside her, drank 2 mouthfuls, and let out a long breath. Starting at noon today, after the Jiangyin Reserve had taken action, she had not had time to rest. She was very clear on what the large cluster of warehouses in Jiangyin was used for. As long as there was a change there, it was definitely Zhang Xiaobao giving the order, and the war would inevitably begin. Thus, she did not have time to eat. She found the person in charge of the business in the house. After a discussion, they began to arrange the various matters of the splendid General Trading Company. Now they had finally arranged everything that needed to be arranged. All that was left was to wait. Let's see what the Monopoly Alliance has to say. The Monopoly Alliance sounded like a purely commercial organization, and only merchants who entered the top ranking of billionaires had the right to join. But once one joined, one would discover that this alliance was not purely a commercial alliance. There were also members of the imperial court hiding behind the scenes. For example, the simplest method was to transport goods to places outside the Great Tang and exchange them with the local natives. If it was someone who had not joined the alliance, they would only know to gather the goods and do as they were told. But the information the merchants in the alliance would receive was the general climate of each place, the reefs in the sea along the way, and the regions where there might be storms. At the same time, they would also receive the sailing route of the Great Tang's patrol fleet, a special telegraph machine, and the corresponding password to contact the fleet. Who would believe that there was no imperial court behind the alliance? Let alone the password, even the telegraph machine would not be given to you to use. Most importantly, the chief steward sent out by the alliance would be given a pistol with 16 bullets and 2 magazines for them to carry on their bodies to protect themselves. At the same time, the stewards would be required to gather as much local intelligence as possible. This included what kind of animals and plants there were, what the structure of the local tribes were, and the doctors following the teams would report on the actual physical conditions of the members. Gu Yunfei knew from this that this was an imperial court operation under the guise of merchants. The purpose was to control all the influential merchants in the country. Moreover, she knew that ever since the Monopoly Alliance had been established, none of the merchants had ever been kicked out, even if they had made less money recently, or if they had done something wrong and lost money. Based on their wealth and status, they should have been kicked out of the alliance and replaced with someone better. But in reality, they had not been kicked out. On the contrary, they had received the support of the Great Tang Bank, and they had even been given interest-free loans. This meant that the imperial court did not wish for the merchants of the Monopoly Alliance to leave the alliance and tell others about the rules, so they could only help them when they made mistakes in their capital operations. And the merchants who entered the alliance would not suffer continuous losses. As long as they were given a little help, they would immediately be able to get back on their feet. Otherwise, they would not have been able to get on the list at the beginning. But other people could also enter, such as those rising stars. As long as their seniors were not kicked out, as long as their assets reached a certain level, they could enter the alliance, and their position on the list would change according to their assets. The only difference was that the list had only 100 people in the past, but now it had been expanded to 500. In theory, the top 200 had the qualifications to enter the alliance, but in reality, there were more than 300 people in the alliance. This meant that there were merchants whose positions on the list had changed, but they had not left the alliance. Gu Yunfei was patiently waiting for the imperial court to give the alliance an order. Then, she did not need to consider any other problems. Whatever the imperial court arranged, she and the others would follow. Even if the imperial court wanted the people of the alliance to donate all their assets, she could not object or even hesitate. Reporting, there are guests outside the residence. They say they are coming to Thunderbolt Logistics. This is a name card. While Gu Yunfei was thinking about the alliance, a coachman ran in from outside the hall, speaking as he handed over a name card. Gu Yunfei nodded and very casually took the name card. After opening it and glancing at it, she immediately stood up from her chair and ordered, "Come, open the main door and follow me to welcome them." "Fei, or who is it?" An old man's voice came from the side hall. "Father, you stay here. Your daughter will personally go over. It is the owner of Thunderbolt Logistics, Li Changfeng. The time is not right. He should be overseeing Luoyang. When did he come to our Suzhou?" Gu Yunfei said to her father and shook her head. She walked out with confusion in her heart. She was truly confused. Looking at the time, if Li Changfeng had just received the news, or had received the news at noon, he should not have arrived in Suzhou in the blink of an eye. Luoyang was quite a distance from Suzhou. Even the train could not reach this speed. Unfortunately, the train tracks were only built from the south to the capital. There were very few other places that were built horizontally. If only it was built directly to Jianan Road. However, it was clearly not possible now. It was said that no less than 300,000 people had died building this railway. It was truly an inch of blood for every inch of track. Fortunately, the people who had died were all people from outside. The Tang people were also a bit like this, but that was accidental. It was just like how one could fall to death while walking. Very quickly, the main door of the Gu Manor was pushed open with creaking sounds. Li Changfeng, who was waiting outside with a few people, revealed a smile. He was truly afraid that this strong woman would only open the side door. What should he do then? No wonder this little girl felt that the sky of the Tang Empire was shrouded in a tense atmosphere since noon. So it was Boss Li who came at night. "Welcome, welcome. Please come in." Gu Yunfei smiled when she saw Li Changfeng. She clasped her hands together and imitated the way a man greeted. Li Changfeng also smiled and returned the greeting. "Is Boss Gu saying that I brought war? Thunderbolt Logistics and your splendid sundry goods are partners. I only bring peace and money, not war. Please." The two of them greeted each other and entered the Gu Manor. Naturally, there were people in charge of the arrangements for the people Li Changfeng had brought. Returning to the hall, Li Changfeng looked around and asked, "I wonder if Uncle is here? I would like to pay my respects." "You didn't even bring a gift. Just pay your respects like this. My father is resting in the side hall. Let's talk business first. After we are done, I will wait for you to bring a gift and see my father." Gu Yunfei didn't want others to disturb her father. Her father's health wasn't good, especially at the beginning of spring this year. He fell ill and almost didn't make it. First, he had people use ginseng to keep him alive. Then a telegram was sent out, and the Virtuous Medical College sent a team of experts. Only then was his life saved. Now he was continuing to recuperate. This was one of the benefits of joining the alliance. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be able to invite a team of experts. Li Changfeng revealed a regretful expression. He also heard that Gu Yunfei's father was sick, so he wanted to see the situation. He helplessly nodded and said, "Actually, I did bring a gift. It's just that it wasn't convenient to send it over today. I brought 10 tons of hot spring water from Huayuan County. Tomorrow morning, I will have someone send it over. You can heat it up yourself and let Uncle soak in it." "Really? Thank you. Now let's talk business," Gu Yunfei said. Wei Wei was stunned. Chapter 12:17. Gu Yunfei was really surprised. She knew that her family was not short of things, but she would never have guessed that Li Changfeng would send 10 tons of hot spring water. As expected of Thunder Logistics, They dared to transport anything. She appreciated his kindness. Li Qingfang knew that Gu Yunfei would be very happy. His gift was not only thoughtful but also powerful. He picked up the tea and held it in his hand. He said, "I came here this time at the request of Xiao Bei and the others. I left 2 days in advance. If it weren't for the train, I would have fallen apart if I rode a horse or sat in a carriage." "Xiao Bei, they told you the news in advance? Would Zhang Xiaobao tell them about the war?" Gu Yunfei didn't believe it. "Then I don't know. Anyway, Xiao Bei and the others sent a telegram 2 days ago, saying that they would meet with brother and sister, and then hand over all their guards for brother and sister to use. They guessed that when the number of guards was enough, brother and sister would start the war. So they asked me to come to the seaside in advance. Since you are here, I came to take a look. At the same time, there is something I need Jinxiu General to cooperate with. Xiao Bei and the others asked us who cooperate with Darling Candy House to follow suit." Li Chengfang said the contents of the telegram. Gu Yunfei rolled her eyes and thought for a while, guessing the truth of the matter. It was reasonable to say that when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan decided to start the war, it was impossible for them to tell their younger siblings. Even the palace might not know. Otherwise, it would be easy to leak the news. So, Xiao Bei and the others were right? Did they think that if they handed over the guards, they would definitely use them for the war? She couldn't figure out what was going on, so Gu Yunfei didn't think about it anymore. She said with a smile, "Xiao Bei and the others handed over the guards to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Does that mean that they can't go out to play during this time? Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan can equip Xiao Bei and the others with such a strong team. Businessmen like us don't even dare to think about it." Gu Yunfei felt that Xiao Bei and the rest of the children would be very pitiful for a period of time. Without their guards, they naturally couldn't run around. At the same time, she sighed at the wealth of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Li Chengfang nodded and said, "If I were in that position, I would also equip my family with a strong enough team. I would never give the enemy any chance. If he didn't protect his family when he knew how important he was, he would be a fool if he regretted it when something happened." This could only be seen in the stories written in the newspapers every day. The main character was doing something outside and knew that he would be attacked by others. Then he did not care about his family. In the end, one family member would be in trouble today, and another family member would be beaten up tomorrow. Then he would be busy going back and forth. Today he would be anxious, and tomorrow he would regret. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan don't give Xiao Bei and the others a powerful team, I reckon that the people of the Great Tang won't be able to rest easy. How can we count on these people to build the Great Tang well? All right. Let's not talk about their team of guards. In any case, we can't afford to spend so much money. Also, we know very well that the current team of guards is just a transition. When the batch of children in their family grow up in 2 years, they will be more powerful than the current guards. When that time comes, Xiao Bei and the others will be running around the world. Did you take the train here? Do you feel that there are more people taking the train? Also, how many more carriages have there been? Estimate it so that we can make arrangements. Gu Yunfei asked about the operation of the train. Although there weren't trains everywhere, they could still obtain useful information. Li Chengfang nodded and then shook his head. There are many train carriages now, but most of them are controlled by others. When I use Thunderbolt Logistics, I need to pay an extra sum of money. This makes me both love and hate it. I don't want to pay and use other methods of transportation, but I find that it costs more. However, I feel uncomfortable handing over the money. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan don't go to war this year and wait for 2 years to fight again and spend all their energy and money on building the railway, 2 years later, the number of carriages will increase, and my choices will also increase. I reckon that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have no choice but to fight. I keep feeling that they are in a hurry. I don't know what is making them so anxious. They usually give people the impression that they are leisurely, but we can analyze from Xiao Bei and the others' movements that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are urging the progress of various things in Tang, even at the expense of many people's lives. Gu Yunfei was different from ordinary people. She needed to grasp the general situation of the country's development and then obtain her own benefits. Ordinary people only considered their own living situation, who in their neighborhood made more money, whose family gave a generous betrothal gift at their wedding, whose family's children advanced a few ranks in the school examination, whose meat today was 1 copper coin cheaper. Should they buy 2 caddies of stuffing or stir-fried vegetables and give the head of the household half a caddy of wine? Gu Yunfei didn't need to consider these small matters. What she needed to consider was that when a batch of goods came in, and this batch of goods wasn't the type that would be quickly consumed and needed to be stored, then what was the profit margin between the purchase price and the custom-made price when the goods were stored? Under the situation that the fixed price didn't change, what was the depreciation rate of the Tang currency over a period of time? Was there a new production technology for this type of goods that had already been purchased and stored? If there was a new production technology, then it meant that the production cost of this type of goods had decreased, and the price she bought would be more expensive. Faced with such a situation, should she sell the goods at a low price and clear the warehouse to stop losses, or should she continue to buy such goods at a low price to balance out the previous purchase cost? Or should she look for a deep processing technology for this type of goods and set up a company to process the goods before selling them? These were all problems, and the decisions of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always affected the economic and administrative operations of the entire Tang dynasty. It was impossible for her not to pay more attention to it. Even if there was a slight fluctuation in profits, it would affect the profit and loss of tens of thousands of strings of coins. Li Chengfeng had the same concerns. The transportation costs and unexpected losses in the transportation process determined the profits of his trading company. Hearing Gu Yunfei's words, he analyzed, "My guess is that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to use faster technology to ignite the conflict in the country in a short period of time. Then they will use other means to resolve the conflict and at the same time obtain more benefits. As for the purpose, I suspect that they are fighting for time with the other countries. They intend to ensure that the country has an absolute advantage in the industrial system and suppress the other countries, not giving them a chance to develop. Therefore, they are using human lives to build the railway. Now that they have stopped, I think that one reason is that there are not enough people to build the railway, and the other reason is that the smelting of steel can't keep up. They need to plunder to get slaves for dangerous jobs and obtain more resources." The more he thought about it, the more confused Li Chengfeng became. He put himself in the position of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and found that there was only darkness in front of him. He couldn't see a bright future at all. Don't think about it. Gu Yunfei seemed to know what Li Chengfeng was thinking and advised, "If you can think clearly, you will be another Zhang Xiaobao. Do you think that the existence outside the top list of billionaires is just something that we merchants casually promote? If that's the case, the merchants of the Great Tang won't be afraid of Zhang Xiaobao. They can adjust the price of goods however they want. During the holidays, even if the price of goods is 10 times higher, even if the imperial court gives the order, the merchants still dare to do it secretly. They still have many ways to deal with the imperial court. But the current situation is that the imperial court is not saying anything. Facing us merchants, the imperial court means that you can raise the price if you want, as long as you are prepared to face Zhang Xiaobao's wrath. Do you dare?" "No." Li Chengfeng shook his head vigorously. "I'm afraid that Zhang Xiaobao isn't human at all. I think that in a few years Xiao Bei and the others will start to scheme." "Why did Xiao Bei ask you to come?" Gu Yunfei suddenly remembered the matter of Xiao Bei and the others' resources and couldn't help but smile. At that time, Xiao Bei and the others had brought their own plans to discuss cooperation. Each and every one of them said that they didn't rely on their families and relied on their own abilities. When the merchants saw the plan, they all agreed. To be honest, the plan was not bad. But if it was only because of Xiao Bei and the others, the merchants couldn't be at ease cooperating with them. They didn't have the qualifications. With a plan, why should they give the benefits to Xiao Bei and the others? Wouldn't it be the same if the merchants worked together? The main problem was that they didn't have a leader. Once they worked together, no one would submit to the others. That was why they agreed to let Xiao Bei and the others be the leaders. Behind them were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Li Chengfeng also had memories. He smiled and said, Xiao Bei called and said that after the war the logistics will definitely be affected. Whether we are willing or not, we have to serve the interests of the Tang Empire, even if it's free of charge. Next, the price of food will fluctuate and basically it will increase. Xiao Bei and the others hope that they can help solve a part of the problem. Under the situation that the price of food is on the rise, Baby Candy House will stop selling. In other words, Baby Candy House will no longer sell cakes and candy made of starch. The 4,000 Baby Candy House chain stores in the Tang Empire will be ready at any time to see if any merchant dares to raise the price privately. At that time, we will first suppress them and then gather information so that we can prepare to implement the revenge punishment plan. When Li Chengfeng said these words, his eyes were full of praise. He knew that this was definitely not requested by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Gu Yunfei and Wei Wei paused and then said, It finally shows the difference in education. When Xiao Bei and the others think about problems, they are different from ordinary children. Then why did they ask you to come to Suzhou? They said that since Baby Candy House can't sell cakes, they need to use other things for the children to eat. They once cheated from Japan. Oh, they exchanged a lot of seafood, including abalones, sea cucumbers, and other things like fish slices. They put all of them in Haiyan County and asked me to transport them to various places. The big abalones are left for them, and the small ones can be distributed. They will improve the technology of deep processing seafood and make it into snacks suitable for children. Not only am I here, but Yang Yang of the Dongting Fishery Group is also here. He wants to go out from the estuary of the Yangtze River and then catch big squid according to the advanced technology provided by Xiao Bei and the others. He will come back to process them. Li Chengfeng said the purpose of his visit and then looked at Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei revealed a shocked expression. Chapter 12:18. Looking at Gu Yunfei's surprised look, Li Chengfeng feels much better. He was also shocked when he first got the order. A group of little guys can silently cooperate with the actions of their brother and sister at this moment. How can other people's children be so good? Do you feel incredible? The legendary industry transformation happened to them. Due to the demand of the domestic situation, the Candy House Alliance changed from making and selling pastries and candies to selling seafood. They used all means to assist Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Now you know why I am here, right? Li Chengfeng asks Gu Yunfei with a smile. Gu Yunfei takes a deep breath and nods. I know. Even if the Alliance doesn't send the order, Jinxiu Grocery will follow their footsteps. Otherwise, before Zhang Xiaobao gets angry, they will start to revenge first. A group of children will not follow any rules when they take revenge, right? I think so. Who can guarantee that they won't use their identity as inspectors to ask the local government to cooperate when they find that they have no better way? At that time, even if you take the case to the emperor, the result will not change. According to His Majesty's previous words, when investigating the officials, they will say, why didn't they arrest other officials but you? When facing businessmen, they will probably say, why didn't they bully other businessmen but you? When Li Chengfeng says it, he feels very interesting. A group of lawless children like Xiao Bei care about the Tang Empire very much, while those honest people may think about something else. Seeing that Thunder Logistics and Dongting Aquatic Products are involved, Gu Yunfei asks, can my business help? Maybe we don't need your business this time, Li Chengfeng says uncertainly. Just as he finishes his words, a servant of the Gu family walks in quickly from outside the hall with a piece of paper in his hand. He glances at Li Chengfeng and then at his master waiting there. Just say it directly. There are no outsiders here. Gu Yunfei doesn't want to ask Li Chengfang to go out, and it is also impolite to leave by herself. Thinking that there are no secrets to hide recently, she orders the servant who comes in. The servant nodded and flattened the paper in his hand as much as possible. He read, Sister Yunfei from Splendid Grocery, I am Xiao Bei. I just got the news that my brother and sister decided to launch a full-scale attack on Duo Food at noon 3 days later. This attack was a probing attack and not an all-out attack. They would only use the advantage of artillery to destroy the enemy's frontline troops at the border and force the enemy to retreat. They would also adopt the strategy of scorched earth and cleared fields. Big Brother has already started to order the originally arranged warehouse to transport supplies to the front line. I want to tell Big Sister that when transporting supplies, whether it is by water or by land, there is a possibility that the transportation means will be damaged. There are tools in Sister's splendid miscellaneous goods, right? I hope you can provide support along the way and provide free help to the transport team. I will open up the candy house on the side of the road to provide them with a temporary place to rest. If this arrangement will cause losses to Splendid Embroidery, we will transfer the money to Elder Sister through the Great Tang Bank. Elder Sister only needs to provide proof of the losses. Also, we want to temporarily stop the sale of cakes and starch sweets and temporarily turn them into seafood products. We need tools to make and process them. Now, send an order to Elder Sister and provide us with tools according to the order. We will pay when the goods are delivered. In addition, ask Splendid Miscellaneous Goods to release the news that my brother and sister did not use Chong Ping Song's food reserves in this war, so that the people do not have to worry about the price of food rising too high. Okay, that's what I mean. The servant of the Gu family finished reading up to here and was in a very good mood. The intelligence actually said a lot of detailed things, and even revealed when the war would be launched. This showed that his master's position in Xiao Bei's heart was very high. Li Chengfang was indeed a little jealous. He said in a sour tone, "The war will start at noon 3 days later? I don't know if my Thunderbolt logistics can help. I think a lot of supplies are already on the way." What he meant was that when the supplies were transported, they did not ask Thunderbolt Logistics and found someone else to transport them. He did not even know when the war would start. Gu Yunfei hesitated for a moment. For a moment, she did not know how to comfort the other party. This kind of information could only be obtained by Xiao Bei and the others, and it could be easily spread out. Whoever got the information would be trusted by Xiao Bei and the others. At this time, it was not good to comfort others, as it would make others feel that you were acting innocent. Just as she was organizing her words, someone came in from outside. This time, it was a servant of Li Chengfang's family. He was accompanied by someone from the Gu family. "Little Two, what's the matter?" Li Chengfang looked at the person who came in and asked. Replying to Master, "My family's telegraph machine just received a telegram from Xiao Bei and the others from Jianan Road. Do you know? Read it." Li Chengfang ordered in a carefree voice. In an instant, he looked at the pitch-black night outside and suddenly realized that the sky was so blue, the clouds were so white, the sun was shining, and the night wind that whistled past also became gentle. Gu Yunfei smiled and did not say anything. She could understand Li Chengfang's feelings. Without this telegram, he probably would not be able to sleep soundly at night. The servant of the Li family did not know that the master had just secretly crossed swords with the other party and had almost lost to the point of crying. When he heard the order, he loudly read it. "Boss Li Chengfang? Today, we just received information that a large number of people from Thunderbolt Logistics have appeared in Suzhou. Have you arrived in Suzhou? Then you must go and see Elder Sister Yunfei. Let me tell you something. When we were eating dinner just now, we received definite information. 3 days later at noon, we will begin the war. The logistics and transport teams used will all be my family's own strength. The majority of the dishes in the restaurants will be stopped, and the supply of grain wine will also be reduced. However, there will be more fruit wine. Elder brother and elder sister did not use your logistics. We guessed that they wanted to let you operate as usual to stabilize the flow of goods in the country. This decision was originally not a problem, but we thought of a problem. This problem is that we saw a railway route map in elder brother and elder sister study. It has already been designed, but no one has been used to repair it. We have accurate information. To build that railway, a direct manpower of 2 million was used, of which 200,000 were great Tang people. They were responsible for assisting and were not in dangerous places. The remaining 1 million were all captured, cheated, bought, and hired from other places. More than 376,000 people died in the construction of the railway. On average, for every 1 li, that is 500 meters, 37 people died. In addition, there were 125,000 people who were seriously injured. The serious injuries we're talking about are those who have broken arms or legs, as well as those who are blind. If they can be treated, they are not considered serious injuries. The remaining people also need to rest. Otherwise, they will not be able to continue working. Thus, there is a shortage of manpower. In addition, there is not enough steel for the railway. Right now, most of it is used to make bullets and artillery shells. We thought about it and felt that it was a waste for your logistics to be placed there. Because you are usually responsible for long-distance transport, you have your own teams for short-distance transport. Thus, we discussed with Dong Long, the owner of the Wanlu Trading Company in Jiannan Province's Izhou Prefecture. We had them organize people to follow behind the army. You can cooperate with them and help transport some things. When there are captives on the battlefield ahead, you can kidnap them together. You don't have to settle with my brother and sister first. You just don't let the captives die. When my brother and sister are almost done, we will need to build the railway. You can send the captives here to work. At that time, according to the cost paid by each side, we will give you a certain amount of authorization for the carriage. If you agree, return the call and start working. There is one more thing that you have to keep secret first. The number of captives captured may not be the same as the ones in Tifon. There may be many on the sea. If you can unite with other merchants and form a large fleet, you can go to other places to deceive some people while you are fetching the captives. Well, that's all. Everything will be clear in the morning, 3 days later. Let me remind you, no matter what you see that morning, don't get excited. Everything is under my control. The servant of the Li family stopped reading and then said, "It's over." After listening to the servant, Li Chengfeng and Gu Yunfei fell silent at the same time. They were thinking about the matter in the telegram. There was too much content in the telegram, so they had to carefully consider it. After a while, Li Chengfeng ordered, "Return the call and say that I agree. We will listen to the arrangements." After the servant left, Li Chengfeng turned to Gu Yunfei and said, "I didn't expect that so many people would die or be injured from building the railway. Is this the reason why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't agree to use the people of the Tang Empire? If the people of the Tang Empire really couldn't bear this kind of pain, what would they do if they were left with disabilities?" Gu Yunfei clasped her hands together. "It sounds like a number. If we use the people of the Tang Empire, it is estimated that 500,000 families will be directly affected. It's too scary. I have decided to listen to Xiao Bei's arrangements. As for the temporary losses, it doesn't matter. My family can still bear it. I'm really afraid that Zhang Xiaobao will use this kind of ruthlessness on me. It can't be said that his hands are stained with blood. He practically swam out of a sea of blood. He walks on the stairs piled up by corpses all the way to the sky. If not, he walks down to discuss matters with the King of Hell." Li Chengfeng nodded and recalled the contents of the telegram. He said, "What does Xiao Bei mean by the sea? Could it be that there are troops on the sea to fight Duo Shi?" In the morning 3 days later, what news can there be? He told me not to be excited. I am very excited now, but I can't explain it clearly. Wait and see. 3 days will pass quickly. The alliance used to react quickly, But this time, they haven't shared any information. We know some things, but we can't tell others. I won't arrange a guest room for you today. You should hurry to Haiyan County as soon as possible to avoid delaying the proper business. Gu Yunfei couldn't think of anything at all. The few steps in front of her were like a thick fog, making people feel fear of the unknown. She couldn't stop and could only follow orders and rush forward. Okay, I will leave now. Li Chengfang didn't dare to delay. He got up and walked out, indicating that Gu Yunfei didn't need to send him off. When he reached the door, he said to Gu Yunfei, "We need to strengthen cooperation in the future. I plan to go to Jiannan's circuit, personally." I will go too. Gu Yunfei meant to call her when she left. Chapter 1219. Gu Yunfei had just sent Li Chengfang to the door. Before she could say goodbye, a group of people came from the road beside them. There were servants holding lanterns in front. Gu Yunfei took a look and recognized them. They were all local merchants from Suzhou. Normally, she did not have much contact with them. Most of the time, it was her housekeeper who met with them to discuss business matters. For example, Jinxiu needed to buy groceries and local merchants needed to buy goods from other places. Usually, they would only meet once during the New Year. They would all come to her house to give her gifts. Even though she was a woman, she was ranked 16th on the list of top billionaires. In the past, she was ranked 24th. Ever since she started working with Xiao Bei and the others, her assets had obviously increased a lot. Naturally, her status also rose along with the tide. And these people who came were not even in the top 500, so they had to be more respectful to her. "Boss Go, we are really sorry to disturb you so late at night, but we have some misgivings in our hearts, so we have to trouble you." The group of people came closer. Surrounded by people, a middle-aged man spoke to Gu Yunfei with a face full of smiles. He then looked at the person beside him and asked, "This noble is—" "So it is Boss Yuan. It is not very late. If you have something to discuss, let's discuss it. This is the boss of Thunder Logistics, Li Chengfang, Boss Li." Gu Yunfei quickly showed that her status was higher than this group of people. She was not rude and introduced Li Chengfang at the same time. There was a series of gasps on the relatively quiet road. The merchants who had rushed over stared at Li Chengfang without blinking. This was the boss of Thunder Logistics, which was ranked higher than Boss Ge. No wonder Boss Ge personally saw him off. Birds of a feather flocked together as expected. The merchants respectfully bowed to Li Chengfang again. There was only envy and admiration in their eyes. There was no jealousy because the difference was too great. So great that they could not produce a trace of jealousy. "Boss Yuan, why have you come at this time? Come. Let's talk inside." Gu Yunfei gave way. She already had some guesses in her heart, so she asked now so that she could pull Li Chengfang to deal with it together. No, we're not going in. We're just here to ask. Gu Dongjia is busy and we're not at ease. Only then did we remember Gu Dongjia's ability. We're here to ask, so we won't waste Gu Dongjia's time. The man with the surname Yuan politely refused. He also knew that he had to enter through the main entrance now. He didn't want to receive this kind of courtesy. One should eat as many bowls of rice as one's ability. He didn't have the ability to enjoy this kind of treatment. Once he did, the consequences would definitely not be good. Someone at the side chimed in. Yes, we just want to ask around. Gu Dongjia, we feel that there is going to be a war soon. Gu Dongjia also knows that every time there is a war, the prices of goods in different places are different. We just want to know if our goods can be adjusted according to the law of the market demand. Gu Yunfei smiled. She looked at the man and said, "What is the law of demand in the market? The demand of the market is the demand of the common people. I feel that the greatest demand of the common people is to live in a stable and happy environment, and not to see the price of survival necessities rise day by day, but not be able to afford them. This is the need of the people of the Great Tang, the need of our monopoly business alliance, and even Zhang Xiaobao's personal need. Do you understand?" Understood. The merchants were completely frightened. Before they came, they were still thinking about what to hoard, what to raise the price of, and how much to raise it. Now, it was clear that they couldn't hoard anything. Even if they did, they couldn't raise the price. They didn't expect that the business alliance would not take advantage of this opportunity to make more money. Instead, they started to maintain the stability of domestic prices during wartime. Who would dare to go against the business alliance's orders? As for Zhang Xiaobao, there was no need to say more. His personal will was unconditionally followed by all the merchants of the great Tang. So Xiaobao didn't agree to the price change. The man with the surname Yuan wanted to confirm. Zhang Xiaobao doesn't allow the price of the people's necessities to fluctuate too much at any time. Our monopoly business alliance follows his footsteps. If you really want to make more money, you can try to raise the price of other goods. Li Chengfeng gave the merchants a suggestion. After all, merchants had their own needs. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobao never cared about the price of other things, especially luxury goods. If the cost was 1 copper coin and one could sell it for 10,000 strings of cash, that was because one had the ability. He just didn't want to see the people not being able to afford rice or wear clothes when they had enough resources. If the country had enough resources, there couldn't be too much fluctuation in the price of these 6 things. As for the other things, the merchants could do whatever they wanted. Linen cloth could be sold for 10 copper coins per bolt, but it couldn't be sold for 13 copper coins. But if one could sell silk for 10,000 copper coins per bolt, that was because one had the ability. When the hospital bought licorice, as long as the licorice wasn't so rare that it couldn't be used on every patient, the supplier couldn't sell it for too high a price. As for the tea leaves that could help with digestion, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't say that you were wrong if you exchanged 1 catty for a building. That, may I ask, can the price of candles be raised? Isn't it also something that should be used for people's livelihood? Another merchant carefully asked. You can raise the price of candles. People won't die without candles, but I advise you not to hoard candles because the Ministry of Works will release a lot of paraffin wax this month. What you are talking about now should be grease wax. It can't be compared to paraffin wax in terms of smell and longevity. Once you hoard it and release a lot of paraffin wax, you will suffer a lot of losses. Li Chengfeng kindly advised. Xiao Bei had already told him that he would first ship a large batch to Jiannan Road. There, Xiao Bei would organize people to process it. The rest of the paraffin wax would be placed in various places in Great Tang. After all, the current oil refining technology was the most primitive. A lot of paraffin wax was produced every day. As long as oil was processed, paraffin wax would appear. Then, people would have to spend a lot of effort to clean it up. Otherwise, it would affect the production. The perverted merchant who asked the question was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had asked. Otherwise, if he really had to hoard candles, the losses would be huge, especially now that the weather was getting hotter. After repeatedly thanking him, the group of merchants left. They could go back and do business as usual. When the time came, the price of various things would naturally follow a regular pattern. They didn't need to worry about it. Godong Jiao, leave now. Tomorrow morning, it's better for the business alliance to issue an announcement to the merchants in various places, so as to prevent them from self-righteously raising the price and causing more losses to themselves. Li Chengfeng said to Gu Yunfei and then disappeared into the night with his subordinates. Gu Yunfei stood there and pondered. She muttered to herself, there will be a lot of paraffin wax released. I'll send a batch of it. When the weather is hot, paraffin wax can be stored better than grease wax. There's no need to worry about it. In Hongnong County, Old Willow Village, the 7th grade official Lu Feifei also received a telegram tonight. Compared to other places, Old Willow Village was special because it was directly under the jurisdiction of the Agriculture Temple. Moreover, the villagers were united. In addition, there was only one iron cable bridge to enter the village. Therefore, they had a separate telegraph machine. Usually, there were at least 4 people guarding the machine room of the telegraph machine 24 hours a day in the village. No outsiders were allowed to come close. Not to mention the machine room, it was difficult to even cross the bridge. There was a small hydroelectric generator near the river in the village to provide power for the village. There were simple shellers and flour grinders in the village. There was also a cutting machine for processing willow branches. There were more light bulbs. At night, the light bulbs placed on the bank would illuminate the opposite bank. With so many advanced equipment, how could they let outsiders come in and see? What if they were robbed? Let me make models. When the time comes, the paraffin wax can be turned into all kinds of fun candles, mainly in the image of little dolls, including the design of various animals and houses. When they are made into candles, they can be sold together with the grass seed dolls. Also, make a lot of willow ware and prepare to provide to the transport team. This was the content of the telegram Lu Feifei received. Xiaobei didn't tell her about the war, so it was not her turn to worry. Feifei, the telegram said to let you prepare to make new dolls? The old villager had to patrol the vicinity of the telegraph machine room for 3 hours every day. Every time a message was sent and received, he had to participate and help to provide the solution. After all, he was a scholar and had good knowledge. The teachers in the school in the village were all personally taught by him. He was a little pedantic. He always wanted to protect his identity as a scholar. However, there was also a benefit. Scholars like him now had backs as strong as iron. If he needed to pick up a sword and a gun to fight, he might not be the most powerful, but he was definitely the most heroic. When the country was rising and falling, escaping was not the choice of a true scholar. He would pull out the sword at his waist and fight to the end with the demeanor of the 6 arts of gentlemen. Therefore, he was the most idle and the busiest person in the world. He would meddle in everything, but at the same time, he would not care about anything. He was like an old hen. As long as the chicks were fine, he would lie under the sun and enjoy the warmth of life, cooing from time to time. But when the chicks were in danger, he would stand up and despise all opponents. He would fight with his life until the enemy fled or he fell down. Now, he just wanted to take care of something, especially when the telegraph machine finally rang. Lu Feifei respected this old hen very much. When she heard the old villager ask, she nodded and answered, "Yes, Xiaobei said that he would send a lot of paraffin wax. At the same time, he asked us to make more wicker baskets. In the future, we will need them when we transport a large number of other things." He didn't mention when the war will start. The old villager was actually most concerned about the national affairs. "No, the war has nothing to do with me. I only care about the trade of willow and the planting of willow trees in the surrounding areas. My official position is to prevent others from bullying me. If anyone sees the high income of willow in our village and wants to get benefits from it, he should first think about how a child like me can be a 7th-level official. In the whole Tang Empire, except for Xiaobei's official position, my official position can scare a lot of other local officials. Grandpa, now arrange people to make a large number of willow baskets." Xiaobei said that they will be used soon. Lu Feifei planned to implement Xiaobei's words. The old villager narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, "So, the war is close at hand. Well, it's time for the 5th watch. For the time being, I have kept 500 full attendants. I guess this money is the most difficult to earn because there are not many subscriptions for this book, so there is no need to count on subscriptions. Then, there is only the full attendance left. If there were not still people subscribing, I would have given up. But as a web writer, I think I am also a scholar. Like an old hen, I have to have some spirit to protect what I should protect. I am pedantic, but I also have a backbone. So I never ask. I sell my words, not my personality and dignity. So you should take the initiative to vote. Don't wait for me to ask because you can't wait." Chapter 1220. The time of the bombardment was getting closer and closer. Zhang, Xiao, Bao, and Wang Wan, who were staying in Yizhou, seemed to be more leisurely. Zhang Xiaobao patiently made mutton soup and shumai for his younger siblings in the morning, along with cold dishes made of mutton tripe and mutton liver. His younger siblings were stunned when they saw this. "Brother, we're going to war." Xiaobei ate a shumai. Her mouth was full of oil, and she reminded her brother in a muffled voice. "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao wiped his sister's mouth with a napkin. Then he took out a mutton bone from the pot, cracked it, and put the bone marrow on Xiaobei's plate. While cracking the bone marrow for the other 8 little guys, he said, "That's why you have to let others feel your ease and confidence." "Then why does my sister look so serious?" Xiaobei sprinkled some bamboo salt on the bone marrow and waited for her brother's answer. "Because your sister is a soldier. Soldiers have solemnity and iron blood as their foundation. I'm a schemer, so I pretend to be calm and collected. These 2 performances give others the same feeling, which is steady. They say that the army is approaching, but your sister needs to let others know that she will hold on until the last moment. As for me, I want to let others feel less nervous." Zhang Xiaobao said the 2 different performances with a smile. "What about actually?" Xiaobei still asked. "In fact, your sister and I are very afraid, but we are afraid that we can't solve the problem. Since we chose this position, we have to bear the responsibility of this position. If everyone in the Tang Empire can bear their own responsibilities, the Tang Empire will be invincible." Zhang Xiaobao was very fast. In just a few words, he had already finished cracking the bone marrow for each little guy. Xiaobei stared at the bone marrow on her plate. She was very confused and murmured, "What responsibility should I bear?" "You need to think about it yourself. Even if I tell you directly, you may not agree. Eat, or it will get cold." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he drank a mouthful of mutton soup, smacked his lips, and poured pepper into the bowl. "In the future, I won't ask anything when we eat. The more I ask, the more I think. The food won't taste good." Xiaobei was very good at self-analysis. After eating the bone marrow, he realized that he was missing the process of carefully tasting it. The other 8 little fellows heard Xiaobei's words and realized that they were the same. They all began to adjust their mentality and put their attention on the food in front of them. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled at the side. She liked to see Zhang Xiaobao at this moment the most, teaching his younger brother and sister in a silent way. Even the action of tapping the bone marrow and the tone of voice when he spoke required great effort from Zhang Xiaobao to control it. However, his performance was just as he had said just now, calm and collected. In her eyes at this moment, Zhang Xiaobao was the most handsome, even more handsome than when he was scheming. After dinner, Zhang Xiaobao said to his brothers and sisters, "I'll go with your sister to analyze the information. You guys can play by yourselves. You can go out, but you're not allowed to leave Ijo City. There are many spies in the city, so you don't have to worry about someone suddenly rushing out and hurting you." While waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to go to another room, Xiaobei whispered, "Okay, we definitely won't put ourselves in a dangerous place." After a while, the 9 little fellows finished eating the fruits after dinner. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. "Can I ask what our responsibilities are?" Lil Bei brought up the matter again. "It's to build the Tang Empire, right?" Xiao Yuan said uncertainly, "Why don't you say to save the building from collapse?" Xiao Bei was obviously not satisfied with this answer. Xiao Hai wiped his mouth and said, "Let's go. Our responsibility is to have fun and grow strong. We'll put on some disguises and see what fun things there are in Ijo City." Xiao Bei thought for a moment and nodded. "I think so too. Brother and sister don't need us to do anything earth-shattering. Just like when we taught Pan, and Xiao Yuan when they were young, we'll be happy to see them smile." Therefore, they who had put on some disguises went outside under the protection of a few people who had also put on some disguises. They took on their own responsibilities and played. Ijo was a famous place, and its bustling scenery was only slightly inferior to the capital, Chang. The difference between Chang and Anchang, and was that its climate and environment had determined its uniqueness. The blowing wind was less fishy than Luzhou's, but more gentle than Chang An's. Similarly, the rising and falling voices of hawkers were soaked in the bustling hustle and bustle. There are so many bamboo products, just like the ones in Hangzhou. Look at this little bamboo building. It's actually carved, not woven. Big brother, how much is it? Xiao Bei came to a stall with dozens of bamboo carvings, looking at the little building that had not been painted and inquiring. The seller looked to be in his 30s. When he heard the big-eyed girl in front of him call him brother, he was very happy. He stretched out 4 fingers, but after thinking for a while, he withdrew one. Xiao Bei's gaze fell on the seller's hand, and she nodded. 30 coins? It's cheap. I'll buy it. While speaking, she began to take out money from her bag. The seller hastily said, "It's 3 coins. I wanted to sell it for 4 coins, but since you're so cute, I'll give you 1 less coin." "No, that's definitely not right. Don't lie to me. You're trying to curry favor for no reason. Your motives are not pure. It's only 30 coins. If you give me 1 less coin, I'll report it to the authorities and say that you have other ideas about us." Xiao Bei took out a handful of coins, counted them, and threw them on the stall. Then she happily picked up the bamboo building, called out to little Yuan, and walked forward. The seller was stunned for a while. He did not know what to do. He did not want to take advantage of the child, but he was worried that he would be sued. Even when Xiao Bei and the others were far away, he still had a worried expression on his face. At this moment, little Yuan asked Xiao Bei, "Why did you give him so much money? We're not those spoiled brats who don't know what's good for them. Don't you know the value of a bamboo building? It doesn't matter how much the bamboo building is worth. What's important is that the seller's middle finger is injured. There's a cloth tied to it, and the cloth is tied into a beautiful bow. Do you think he's still a child?" Xiao Bei pointed out the injury on the seller's middle finger. "It can't be, right? The bow will affect his carving," little Yuan analyzed. "That's right. So, this beautiful bow must have been tied by his daughter. What's wrong with me giving him more money to buy something good for his daughter?" Xiao Bei said confidently. "That's right. Anyway, 30 coins isn't much. The bamboo building's carving is indeed very exquisite." Little Yuan agreed with Xiao Bei's statement. The other kids had no objections. It was just a matter of spending a little more money. It was just like the rich people who worked with others at home in a supermarket chain. They habitually threw the few coins they found into the donation box at the door, and then picked up a beautiful colored origami that was placed next to them. That origami was not worth a single coin at all. It was very quick to make by hand, and the cost of the paper itself was also very low. However, after throwing money and picking up an origami, the harvest was a happy feeling. Of course, there were donation boxes only at the door of the Zhang family's and Wang family stores. Even if they were made in other places and placed there, no one would throw money at them. No one believed in their quality. "Ah, the candy blower. Quick, let him blow a little pig." Xiao Bei's eyes looked around. Suddenly, he found that there was a candy blower on the left side of the road in front of him. He put the pole there to make candy for the 2 children, so he ran over happily. "I want a little pig this big." While Xiao Bei said, "Little pig," he gestured a shape the size of a football with his hands. The candy blower looked at Xiao Bei's hand and shook his head. "If it's too big, you won't have any strength. Let me blow. Yes, I can eat it myself. If you blow it and blow your saliva in, I can only play with it and throw it away." Xiao Bei understood this very well. He reduced the distance between his hands and made it as big as a glaze. At this time, the candy blower nodded. He took a bamboo slice and stirred it twice in the pot of thin sugar. Then he reached into the bowl with starch and rubbed it. He used the bamboo slice to scoop out a piece of thin sugar and quickly rolled the thin sugar on his hands, making it stick to the starch. Then he gently took out a small bamboo tube from the bamboo box next to him and inserted one end into the thin sugar. He signaled Xiao Bei to blow it in front of him. "Be gentle. You have to breathe evenly, the candy seller patiently said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded, puffed up his cheeks and began to blow. The candy seller's hands moved. After Xiao Bei breathed in 3 times, a beautiful and cute little pig appeared in front of Xiao Bei. The candy seller's 2 fingers gently pinched the back of Xiao Bei's head, sealing the little pig's mouth. I'm so tired. Uncle, what if the child doesn't know how to blow? Xiao Bei asked when he saw the candy blower throw the bamboo tube he had just blown into another box and stick the little sugar pig with a bamboo stick. Ordinary children are fine. Children who are too young have adults by their side and let them blow. In the past, there weren't so many rules and we were the ones who blew. Later, medical centers all over the country said that directly blowing is not good for the child's health. Now, the children of Great Tang are precious. In the end, if the child still can't play, I can only draw it for him. I'll use sugar to draw what he wants and stick it on a bamboo stick. It can also be eaten. Look, the flat bamboo board on the side is used for drawing. We are willing to go through the trouble if we can avoid hurting the beautiful children of Great Tang. While speaking, the candy seller stretched out 2 fingers, meaning that the candy was worth 2 copper coins. Xiao Bei directly threw down 5 copper coins and said to the candy seller, Uncle, I think you are very beautiful too. After saying this, Xiao Bei ran forward again, leaving behind the confused old man who shouted, This is 5 copper coins, not 2 copper coins. You plan to be the child of wealth today, right? Xiao Yuan asked when he saw that Xiao Bei liked to give more money to others. It's a virgin. Comrade Xiao Yuan, please don't blindly change my gender. I'm not giving away money, but recognition. I'm receiving sweetness. Don't you think that Great Tang is very beautiful when you see them? Xiao Bei said to Xiao Yuan like a philosophical person. I think you are very beautiful. You have always been like this. Xiao Yuan was very afraid that Xiao Bei would bully him, so he quickly flattered him, just like how a brother always praised a sister. The sister clearly knew that her brother sometimes did not mean what he said, but she was very happy every time. Ah, now I don't have to rush to give away money. There is a place in front that specializes in collecting money. Let's go and take a look and see what's inside. Xiao Bei first gave Xiao Yuan a bright smile, then pointed to a house with a sign in front. It was a gambling house. Under Xiao Bei's gaze, 2 people had already entered. Gambling is not good, Xiao Yuan advised. Wrong. It's not good to gamble privately. Buying lottery tickets is not a problem. I don't know if the gambling house collects a lot of taxes. We can't let them take advantage of us. Sai, this is human nature. We always want to reap without sowing. I'll also experience it today.